All right. All right. Let's see. Let me refresh. Oh, there. It's going to refresh itself. Yeah, let's see if we can get some folks in. Maybe I have chased all the ladies away. We'll see. What's going on, SBI? So, Danteezy, what's going on? Haitian man, what's happening? What's the word this week? Yeah, well, are we waiting? What do you guys want to talk about? Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about the Michelle Carter verdict. White woman privilege. What can I say? Yeah, well, you know what? That's like that's like for years, man. Until I really got to know that woman, man, I couldn't even sleep in her house. I always slept with one eye open, so I don't. Um, just never trusted women. I never turned my backs on them. That's just me. Yeah, I heard that she was speaking out. Well, I don't blame her for speaking out. She's invested, man. If he doesn't play football, if she's a non-black and he doesn't play football, he doesn't bring in any money. And if since it is a female channel, I would love the ladies to direct the topics, but we can always talk about female agency tomorrow. Females have a certain amount of agency. Those gender roles are there for a reason, and women always buttress against the gender roles until they need to play them. So they always say they want to be independent until they hide behind their skirts. What's going on, Pharaoh? I wasn't shocked that a white woman got away with it, but I think men have stopped trusting these chicks, man. This. I mean, you had one chick drown them guy or feed the guy something, man, or push him off a cliff. And there's tons of guys that got poisoned, man. That poison put antifreeze in the guy's food or antifreeze in the guy's drinks or something like that, and the guy winds up with kidney damage and shit. Nobody knows why. I said, I'm glad I'm MGTOW, man. I don't trust these chicks no more. I'd rather a woman cheat than plot to kill you, personally. Women don't like to do things in public, man. Women don't like to do things in public. They're really men. The men will take public L's. Women don't like to take public L's, so they're hesitant. Now you get a lot more women a lot more vocal in the chat than they will in a face to face confrontation, or basically when it's recorded. Char Willie, what's going on? What you drinking tonight, Char? What you got? And Sleepy. Yeah, well, you've been doing yeoman's job because you were up last night. You were up last night on the hangout with Bitter Truth. Hey, Simply Deep, what's going on? Yeah, I've been listening to I think this channel called the Grapevine, put on by these two Nigerian women, man, feminist Nigerian women, which for African to be feminist, man, especially Nigerians, is an oxymoron because there's no more patriarchal country than Nigeria, and they are hilarious. Laquan, what's going on? Yeah, where they talked about gold diggers. I said black women don't like to own their own shit. Linda, what's going on? If a dude only likes dates pretty women, and he's got money to get them, he'll admit that he's shallow. But a black woman won't admit that she's a gold digger, even if I only date rich men. Okay, that means unless you're rich yourself, that means you're a gold digger. You know, own that shit. White gold diggers don't care. In fact, Tariq Nasheed said the best selling book he had for women was The Art of Gold Digging. This is one of his best selling books. So nobody has any comments. I wonder if Miss J is going to join. I don't think so. She says she's going to be busy this week because she always has lots to say in the comment section, and then when it comes to the hangout, then all of a sudden she chokes up. She's quiet. What's going on, Gemini? That's a good question. I hope. Well, you know, it's not easy. I hope she took it to heart, man. At least gave it some thought, because if she's getting ready to turn 21, I said that's a red flag. If, you know, you haven't gone to school, they're making you work, and then all of a sudden they're gonna make you sure you have 40 hours, and you're getting ready to turn 21. That's a red flag. It means they're getting ready to put you out of the house, especially in Atlanta. Atlanta's fairly inexpensive, so as long as they make sure you make the minimum, that means you can take care of yourself. It's not like Los Angeles. LA, you know, LA, hell, it's difficult if you're making $50,000 a year in Los Angeles to make it. What about the U.S. dollar, Andre? Oh, talking about what's her name? The young girl. Oh, you want to put him in the chair? All right. Okay. Chart Willie wants to put Solar Scholar in the chair. Okay. Okay. I don't know why, but we're gonna put Solar Scholar in the chair. I didn't see the Miller press briefing. I haven't seen it. I haven't really seen it. A candlestick chart on the U.S. dollar. Huh. What are we looking for, Andre? Well, there's a lot of places where the U.S. has dollar a good pull. Um, is do you want to live there? What is it? Eastern Europe. Well, Greece, if you want to be there. Spain, Portugal, most of Europe now because most of Europe is underwater. Italy, Eastern Europe depends on how much pull you want. Uh, I don't think that they're going to let the dollar crash. I really don't. That is what I'm seeing is a spike upwards. So if that's a crash, that's the funniest crash I've ever seen. In fact, it's probably slightly overvalued. And let me pull it up. Let me share it real quick. Yeah, that's a nice that's a nice run up. I see about the one see 1 month. Yeah, yeah, that's a run up, boss. That's the month. I don't see a crash. It's slightly overvalued. You have a run up like that, you might have if it's a bubble, you're gonna have the next support right there. It's main support like that, but that's a nice little pop up. It looks like it's holding at the neck, even though we got a topping formation. But that's you might have a pullback. So if it's going to be a pullback will be right there. That means it was overbought a bit. So I don't see a crash. You might see a slight dip or downturn, but I don't see a crash. So you can tell me where you see a crash. I don't see a crash. That is it's got to go below the neck. You see you got a double top, and you got your M. This is the neck of your M. It's holding right at its support. So that's a retest and it bounced off. So it's a hold. We have to see if it goes below. Really, if you want to take it down to its lows, it hasn't even hit its intraday lows yet. But that's fairly good support. And if it does come down, then it has to come down 2 levels. Like there's one and there's the next one. There's main support there, there's support there, but it looks like it's holding the support line right here. It didn't run up. I don't think it's a uh, even though it's a run up, it's not really what they call a bubble. So that means there's something going on with it's probably something going on with Europe. Like Europe, it might be a Europe bank. You got to look for news because there's something going on. When the dollar runs up like that, then that's what we call a flight to safety. You dig? That is a flight to safety. All right, I'll drop the link in a minute. Any other questions before we get started? Let me unshare this real quick. Get back to my page. And so you guys want to start since there's no big questions in. Okay, Gemini 605. All right, Char Willie says she wants to put Solar in the chair. So there's the link. Ladies get priority. Char can come on in if she wants to come in. So anything else going on, y'all? Hey, Cerulean, what's going on?
What's up, BGS?
Hey, Solar, where's Char? Char said she wanted you in the chair, so.
Yep, I'm here.
Come on in, Char.
Refresh your browser, Char.
What did you say? They got Char Willie's panties in a bunch.
I don't know. She said something about a comment I made. I made a lot of comments. I don't really know. That's where I want to find out. I asked a question about Kaepernick.
Hmm.
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think that they'll let him in?
Uh, depends on how badly they need a quarterback, and it depends on how badly. Um, it depends on the fans. If the fans that pay the tickets are okay with it and the sponsors are okay with it, they'll let it fly. But
And have you seen his girlfriend?
I
Is
saw
she?
her. I didn't see what she said.
Oh, I mean, no, I said, did you see her? Yeah,
Did you see what she looked like?
yeah. She a dime? Is that a dime in your book, or is she a 8 or a 9?
She about a 9.
9.
Yeah, she's about an 8 or 9.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's not quite a dime.
yeah, yeah.
People date
I,
dimes. You know, people don't really marry dimes for whatever reason, or at least dimes usually have to marry down a bit. Because
yeah,
rich
yeah.
guys don't really trust dimes, man. Nobody really trusts dimes.
Like really when you know, dimes that pretty much are married, that they are religious. You could kind of somewhat trust them a little bit, cause my aunt, man, they used to say she looked like Jane Kennedy, man, when
Mm.
in the 80s,
Uh-huh.
and she looks better than her now because Jane Kennedy, she kind of like,
Oh, she's
you
fat.
know,
Yeah.
yeah, she
Yeah.
lost her way a little bit, or a
Oh,
lot.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, man, my aunt, man, she's about in her mid 50s. She still turned. She makes some chicks in their 30s and 20s look bad, man. She can still hang with them.
Yeah. Well, you say everybody don't hit the wall equally.
Yeah, yeah. What's
Everybody
going
doesn't hit
on,
the wall.
Linda? That's Linda. She's got some static.
A little bit.
What's going on, Linda? Is
We're
this
trying to.
the is this the is this the woman that got I said you look like Angela Bassett in your profile pic. This the same Linda?
I think so. Well, you only have one Linda, so it's got to be her.
Hello.
She probably having a problem with her mic, so we have to just wait a second.
Oh,
Uh, Rashid. Okay, Rashid, come in and tell your story, bro. Before the ladies get on, you got a story, but everybody has a story on. Everybody wants to come in on the women's hangout. Nobody wants to come in on the men's hangout. Come on in, Rashid, real quick. Tell your story. Wait, while we're waiting for Char. What's up, Char? We can't hear you, Linda. All we hear is static. What do were you on a Char a laptop or are you on a laptop or are you on your iPad?
try using Chrome if you got it.
Talking about an iPad.
Well, I'm on a Windows desktop, so
Mm.
I typically use Firefox, but Chrome works a lot better.
Yeah, if you're gonna use Google software, it's better to use Chrome.
Right.
Firefox, man, has always been kind of funky to me, man. Maybe they've improved it over the last couple of years. I haven't used it in a couple of years because it's always worked funky for me, man. So I gave up
Oh,
on Firefox. Maybe
oh
they've
yeah, I
improved a
love
lot of
it.
stuff.
I was told a long time ago because Internet Explorer is real buggy and
Yeah.
virus prone.
Hmm.
You know, I've been riding the Fox, man, for like 8 years now. Shoot,
Oh yeah, man, I
it
gave up.
just
Yeah,
yeah.
I gave up on Firefox. There's some issues Firefox had, man. I can't remember what it was.
With probably Flash,
Yeah,
was messing up.
yeah.
Yeah,
If she better come on in, man. If you need to tell your
man, he
story,
ain't
come
gonna
on in.
come on. He ain't never came in, man.
He keeps saying he
He's
has a
a
story. He keeps saying he has a story, and he keeps
he's
posting
a
it.
He's a chat room goon. He ain't
Okay.
coming in.
Well, he said he has a story, so he keeps, he posted twice.
He gonna stay in the chat, man, and do his and complain.
Oh, okay.
that's that's what I see. But I don't know. Maybe it's they say it's about to be a solar eclipse. So maybe
Yeah,
he
yeah. Was
might.
it later this month? I do believe.
Yes, maybe he'll pop in. I don't know.
maybe Hell Bop is coming back when he's riding in.
Yeah, I'm guilty, man. But I mean, no, I was just gonna watch. She asked me to come in, and I don't know. She talking about some comment I said. I have no
Well,
idea what.
well, she says incognito worked, so maybe she can join. We post the link for her again. I've never gotten errors. There she is. I've never gotten errors on any of my any Hangout link. Now Chrome will crash on me, but
Yeah,
other than that,
what's
all
going
right.
on, Char?
There's Char. Okay, Char says she wants to put you in the chair, so the main inquisitor is here. So
I'm
Hey,
already in the
Solar.
chair. What's going on,
What's
Char?
going on? Nothing much. I
Not
want to know
much,
what's
not
going on
much.
with you. You got some answers, brother.
okay.
I got a few. I got a few. What can I do you for?
You can help some sisters with some old moments, according to your comments I read in this your chat thing. I forgot what video it was, but you had mentioned that a lot of women didn't know that they don't reach orgasm because it's in their head. And I said,
Okay. Yeah, I had.
break that down, brother. Break it down.
Yeah.
That is true.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of times. Well, I haven't. In my experience, I mean, I'm only in my mid 30s. I only came across one woman that I was dating,
Uh-huh.
that that I was with that couldn't orgasm, and I was seeing her. We were seeing each other for about a year,
Mm.
Uh-huh.
and oh,
Uh-oh.
Linda's got some feedback, but yeah, to pretty. Oh
What's going on with your
wow.
mic, Linda?
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, as far as women is concerned, I mean that was the only woman that I've came across that
Mm.
had problems in that department. She was kind of like she would like to control everything.
Hmm.
I pretty much would come and lay up with her.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
What I found out, make a long story short, with her, um, I got her to come to my house. I was living with my mother then. This was like several years back. She came to my mother's house, and I basically I dropped the hammer on her,
Okay.
and she came like a river.
Okay.
She didn't even want to admit it, but I
Hmm.
knew I
Yeah.
knew she came
Yeah. You broke her. Yeah.
because
You had to break her.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And this is the same chick that I mentioned that to you, BGS, that she said after we broke up,
Hmm.
she went 6 years
Okay.
on hiatus.
Okay.
So she kind of, I mean, she don't know, but I mean, she's pretty much kind of like an alpha widow,
Yeah.
And I asked her a couple because I still talk to her. I started back talking to her. I asked her like pretty much was I the best, and she said, pretty much yeah,
Yeah.
like no comparison
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
the other guy she was with. But
Mm.
yeah, a lot of it is I think environment. Like,
Hmm.
and she even admitted that when she got out of her comfort zone,
Mm-hmm.
that played a role. And then um another thing is, yeah, the mind. I mean, um
Yeah. You got to break her, and that's how you
yeah.
train her to. Because after that, she probably after you broke her, then she probably had no problem orgasm any place you guys were at, right?
Well, no, she still went back to her ways, but when she came, she mentioned, we actually had a conversation about this, and
Mm-hmm.
she mentioned that, yeah, the environment did have something to do with it, because she was kind of felt like she was in an uncontrolled environment, and then two,
Mm-hmm.
she was worried about somebody else walking in, so
Okay.
it's kind of weird,
Oh,
like,
yeah. In other words, it heightened it because
yeah,
it was
yeah,
because there was a it's almost like nasty sex. In other words, you're doing it someplace you're not supposed to be doing it, and it's the danger of being discovered, and
yeah.
it's excitement. Yeah.
It was like she was kind of saying that she was kind of somewhat exhibitionist, or like the whatever, like the thrill of someone catching her,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that heightens
It-
her.
yeah. It appealed to her dark side. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a closet. Basically, she's a closet slut. She doesn't know it.
Oh
She's afraid
yeah,
of it. Yeah.
yeah,
That's what
yeah.
she is.
Right,
She
yeah.
want she's a closet slut, but she don't want that. She don't want that side to get. She knows it's in her. She just don't want it to get out. So she
Oh
tries
yeah,
to
that
hold on to it. Yep.
yeah. She don't want to break herself,
No.
and a lot of women actually they kind of like fit in that role where, because they know a man can kind of break them,
Mm-hmm.
and they try to hold on
Mm-hmm. Control.
to that,
Yeah.
yeah, that control, because they know they'll lose it,
Yeah.
because that's a woman's nature. Is a woman's nature, I believe, is to the right man to break herself,
Mm-hmm.
and let her, like you mentioned a while back, you said basically a woman that's, an ideal situation for a father and his daughter, is that, yeah, he knows that his daughter is gonna be broken, but he wants her to be broken by her,
Yeah.
um a guy that he married, she marries, or whatever, that's gonna be, therefore, and all that. But it's a woman's nature to be broken down,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know.
just she wants to be to the right guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because she'll bond to him. Yeah. Especially to that right
yeah,
guy. Yep. If I remember
right,
my fiance, I had to find out who her previous alpha was,
yeah,
and then once I found out who her previous alpha was, then I tricked her into telling me, okay, well, what did he do? And she would, she'd brag and she would tell me, well, he would do it this way, blah 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 blah, and then I figured out how to replicate it, and all of a sudden, boop,
yeah, yeah,
she broke. So
yeah,
yes, yeah, mental. Well, that's some women it's physical, but a lot of women is mental, and
yeah,
you have to sexually break
yeah,
her.
yeah. So Char,
Yes, yes,
I
Bob.
mean, what were you, did I answer your question, or did you have any further questions from a male point of view, or?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay, she got to be comfortable
Mm-hmm.
in the right environment, I guess, as you say.
Mm-hmm. At least the first
And
time.
then
Yeah.
first
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
Uh,
Because
I
once you,
don't.
because after the first time, after a couple times, then you basically it becomes like a reflex. So then she knows exactly how to get herself into the mood and mental framework to actually orgasm. Because now then she wants it.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically you have to break her. It's like a horse. I mean, it's almost like a horse. Horse doesn't want to be ridden until
Yeah.
you
Mhm.
break the horse, and then after the horse is broken by you, then the horse is comfortable with you riding it. In fact, the horse will come bring the reins to you. Say, okay, let's go out for a ride. In other words, she has to be comfortable. You have to break her to where she will orgasm for you, and then you have to train her how to find her own orgasm. Once you do that, then it's like sex becomes like 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yeah, the problem is like some women, they might have multiple sex partners, or they might go to one guy, and they get kind of confused, or they get in the state where they trying to kind of like not unleash that much control, or try to kind of like maintain it, but that they're capable of losing that. It's like they kind of like chasing a high, you know.
Yeah.
It's like a tolerance to a drug.
It's like what?
They gather her.
Say it again.
When women have multiple sex partners like that, it's like getting a tolerance to a drug where you need more and more stimulation in order to achieve the same thing.
Yeah. When they have multiple sex partners, they don't necessarily orgasm with all the sex partners. It's just
some women do. Some women do. Yeah.
Well, no. Most of the time they don't. But the thing is, if they get multiple like alpha type dudes, I mean, I get what you're saying, but what it turns out is, if you deal with the more sex partners a woman has, the less marriage material she is, because the less her ability to commit, or the harder it is for you to become her alpha. That's why virgins were always, you
know. Well, what happens when women kind of like get out there, kind of like Sex in the City, they get desensitized to different men, so it becomes almost like even for a guy, like you end up kind of like being desensitized to pussy. Like you like, okay,
well, you got to be ultra masculine. This is why they want a man to be this super masculine, or you need a novelty. This is why a black man can go to another country, like even like Europe, and then he's a novelty. So he may be considered a lame where he's at, but over there he's a novelty, and that novelty is stimulated, just like to a black woman.
Yeah, it's something new. Yeah.
Well, that happens. You don't have to go to another country. You get like that's why I do get with a white chick, used to that. If she haven't been with multiple, different types of black dudes, it's a different type of anatomy, a different type of type of man she's has not used to, and she gets
and you got to remember that women are also addicted to non-sexual relationships too, so non-sexual energy too.
And Mike was talking about that in IT, because if you do that in American culture and you're like in IT and you're this kind of what they would say is a cookie cutter black guy, but whatever, a white woman is going to be attracted to that, because first of all, you're taboo because you're black. I don't care how nerdy or whatever, you're taboo off jumps. So that's almost kind of like the thug element. But at the same time, you're familiar enough that he might be able to take you to the family if you got a good job, good money. So it's like that combination. And that's why black men can get with other races of women, not to mention the fact that we're easier to deal with. But anyway.
Yeah, but
kids playing in the background.
Yeah, it's my grandson.
Yeah, there's a question I wanted to ask for the ladies.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Edward, by the way. This thing. I wanted to know. I know people are not used to not having an acronym. I want to know. Amber Rose said that the N-word is calling a woman a slut in today's era is equivalent to the N-word. I just wanted the ladies' thoughts on that.
Calling a slut is equivalent to the N-word?
Yep. That's what she said in the interview.
No, that's different meanings, I would say. Totally. The
reason why I'm asking that is a lot of women were kind of co-signing that on social media. It wasn't that many, like the usual suspect, but there was like, 'cause even when Amber Rose said it, she was like, right, like she was trying to get buy-in on the interview to that. But I mean, and here's another one. Now this is gonna be kind of me pushing the edge a little bit, but this was a woman that said this. Her name's Nicole. She's out of Jason Black's camp. And she said a big reason, this is a woman that's she was married, formerly divorced, so, you know, good black woman. She said that a reason why it's hard to tell the difference between a lot of women today and transgender people, keep it politically correct, is because a lot of women of today have gotten all these butt injections, all this surgery, all this makeup. They have a masculine disposition. And a lot of transgender people are pushing harder to be more and more feminine when they are a man and converts to a woman. She said that back as early as the 90s, as late as the 90s, you could point out a transgender person like a sore thumb. Now it's not as hard. And she said that's kind of a commentary on women of today. And she was like, she was embarrassed by that as somebody that's like 46 years old.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. You could, before you could. It was really easy to tell the difference between we call it tranny or a transgender and a woman. Like I said, now the surgery's getting so good and the makeup's getting so good. It's really, really difficult.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about Bobby Valentino?
They could even
By
take
who?
the Adams after a while, I think.
Bobby Valentino?
I think Bobby Valentino knew what he was getting into.
He likes
I
what
do.
he likes.
That's what he likes. And he should have went on. Even if he got tricked, he should have went on and paid. Because the last thing you want to do is it costs you more money to get out of it or get your name back than it does just pay off the dude and keep rolling.
Yeah, two things happen. Either he's broke or that woman, that transgender, whatever you want to call her, because I refuse to call. Man, okay. So they're actually trying to push now that it is. Oh, they're trying to normalize it being okay for transgender people to act like they're not transgender and have sex with the men. Here's why this is important for the ladies. Obviously, this is women's hangout. When you look at STD rates, this ain't about, women as far as saying that, but across the board in the black community, this huge because a lot of women are getting into these relationships with like dudes that are down low. I mean, that's not as big as, but you got that, you got transgender. Now you've obviously got the prison stuff where dudes get out of prison and do that in prison. And then they're rotating diseases and stuff. And Charles Faulkner had talked about that. And this is one way how these women are getting these diseases and getting into the general dating pool. I just wanted you all's thoughts on that.
Yeah, my thing is on transgenders or whatever. I call them transformers. I mean, that's like it's the deception aspect of it. I don't like that shit. Now, I mean, I think a lot of them guys is because they using the fame and the riches, and they kind of just taking everything that come their way. They get caught up in that, but then I think in the case of Bobby V, I think he might be more on the side with Eddie Murphy. Like he likes that type of he's in some type of little bi clique or whatever. Like he's into dudes on us. I think that's the case with him. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah.
Bobby V's last album was called Peach and Moon. You know what it is to moon somebody, right? And you know what a peach is when you sexualize it. That says all you need to know about Bobby.
Yeah. Well, that's in Atlanta, right? In Atlanta.
Yeah.
I can't deal with Atlanta no more, man. They look, man. They need to treat Atlanta like Resident Evil and just put a nuke on it. Like seriously, those.
Is that bad?
I mean, Atlanta's an interest. You can write books on Atlanta. When you think of the Boule is very much housed in Atlanta. You got the gay. I mean, it's a lot of different black, just like some Stephen King shit.
Yeah, well, because Atlanta has is an old southern town that got an influx of Westerners and Northerners, man, and that's when the corruption came in, and Atlanta doesn't really have the culture to actually handle that. So you got things going all over the place.
Yeah,
So
Atlanta seems kind of like a weird. It's kind of like a testing ground, kind of like what you're saying, kind of dark. Like, you got the CDC headquartered there. God knows what the fuck they're doing. They got basically every pathogen known to man in a location. You know what I'm saying? From Ebola to freaking the Black Plague, definitely AIDS. You know what I'm saying?
It's insane.
I got a quick
personally
question
that alone, I wouldn't want to be, anywhere near that facility.
When you think about what Atlanta could have been, it still can be, but right now the culture's too messed up, so I won't even stay on that. Have you all ever heard of this TV show? It's a brand new show on Netflix called The Ozarks.
I'm still trying to catch up on House of Cards.
Is it
The Ozarks is a
Water Sniper says there's black women sleeping with trannies. The Water Sniper says there's black women sleeping with trannies. Well, black women sleep with gay men, so they marry gay men, so that's nothing new.
Yeah, and it's interesting that black women, one of the first things they try to do, one of the best emasculation tricks is to say you gay or you bitch made and all of that. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of obviously all black women don't, but there's a bigger sector than they would admit that's cool with that. And then that's the same sector that's into that kind of I call it in and out lesbianism. They're not like Brittany Griner lesbians, meaning if that's your truth, go ahead and live it. It is what it is. They're more like Gloria Hope, like Brittany Griner's girlfriend. They're like, it's more of a dysfunction. And I do believe that there are a small percentage of people that are born gay. I do believe that. But I think that there's a lot of people that they're swinging both ways because the society isn't clamping down.
Most lesbians, from my experience, most lesbians are swing both ways. Most of them.
And a lot of them would just say it's bisexual. And it's not bisexual. It's dysfunction. I do believe what Umar said too, where I don't believe, I may not go as 100% of cases of people have been under some sexual trauma or something like that. But I do believe it's a lot more than what people want to talk about. And that's something the LGBT community keeps behind closed doors. Just like how they want to talk about going back in history, but they won't talk about buck breaking and stuff like that. They want to just talk about the good stuff, not like the bad stuff that they're involved with or stuff like that. So it's a lot of political power stuff. And I mean, it's interesting because the next 10 years, when it's from a female perspective, it's going to be crazy because now women are going to have to compete with these transgender people. And honestly, when people talk about future stuff like the womb and stuff like that, you can look at transgender technology as kind of like a prerequisite to what that stuff will look like as technology gets better.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. With all the with all the surgeries and the way you can shape your body and the different medications, you won't be able to tell.
It's a rule of thumb. It's a rule of thumb that I don't like women with any fake like breast implants.
You got a fake ass. You're disqualified.
Yeah, fake asses. Because in my mind, she might, you might be a tranny.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. Damn.
No, I don't even like women with makeup. So
yeah,
she doesn't have. I'd rather a 4 with her natural skin than 10 with makeup. I never liked makeup on a woman.
Man, with some of these women, look, I'm not.
You trying to get
somebody I could bring up?
Hold on, Edward. Charlie, you trying to get in?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Where's Miss J? Miss J, you ask all those damn questions in the comment section, and now you're here. Why don't you jump online and ask?
She don't want the feed. She don't want the feedback. She don't want the rebuttals. That is.
Well, she comments. Comments. She should be able to take the feedback.
Oh, I got.
Is Miss J the one that was thinking about having a baby, but she was on the cusp, or
no, that was
no. I got one for y'all. Oh man, this is guy. He has an Eat More channel. His name is that guy A6 EH6. Shout out
the guy from the 6. Yeah.
He said he broke down the video Christy did, and he gave a concept that I swear I'm gonna sponsor every OG in the manosphere to talk about. I already sponsored that video with Mom Wills, and that was a good video.
Nah.
With the oversex and femininity, which I think would be something you could tackle really well. But he was talking about the concept of the subtle hoe.
The subtle hoe.
Okay. The subtle hoe. He said, and what he was talking about is how when you're a man and you ask a woman, like, she'll say like, I'm just dating. And he'll say, what does that mean? You're just dating. And then he went on to talk about he talked about Christy kind of outed herself and a lot of women, because when women say they're just dating, what they really mean a lot of the time is they're just fucking.
Yeah.
They got a man for different things. Some of them they're just fucking. Some of them they're getting money. You know what I'm saying? It's that kind of, And he said, man, that's subtle hoe. That's not full blown Amber Rose. But
the thing is the line between a slut and a regular girl is so narrow now that I mean, the thing is, how many Peters and how many dicks does it take before you cross over between being a regular girl and a slut?
I mean, women never ask that question. You know what I believe women think? I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think black women, and this is just my opinion, but I would love to see somebody rebuke that. I think the way black women think, and not all black women, obviously, we're talking about black women that'll try to play this game, like millennial women that are not traditional. Let me preface that. I think they call it I think they'll go by something to what I would call a dick velocity. I think they'll be a lot more willing to answer how many dicks in a short period of time must you have in order to be considered cool. And I think a lot of black women will answer that question more than they'd be willing to answer how many, penises will they have over like a 10-year period.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if I say within 3 months, how many dicks do you have to have for you to be considered slutty? I think black women would be more willing to answer that question.
Yeah, one thing, the definition, the women used to define what a slut was because it was something that women controlled. So now that everybody's in on it, is there such thing as a slut anymore?
Sure, because if you're thinking about marriage, it sure is. And credit to Jason Black, he defines that, and the people around him define that. Ro Etna defines that.
Yeah.
Boyce Watkins will try to act like, he'll play the simp card and act like, it's just people ain't getting married. He just put out 2 videos with Shaquita Graham. They tend to not want to go there. They tend not want to answer that question. I mean, I'm going to keep it real with you.
Because it's going to mess up their money.
If you're more than 15, you're disqualified from me.
Well, I'm saying it's different for each guy because if it's more than 15, man, you're gonna cut out. I would say in the black community, you probably cut out like 80% of the women.
Then I don't know if I want a black woman. I know. That's if I'm gonna invest in you when it comes to marriage, that's a big investment. Because if you opt out, that's a lot of, like, one thing that Steve the Man Mindset says is a lot of it starts with you choosing and you setting your own boundaries. Yeah. Too many black men don't want to have hard boundaries because, like what you just said, and I agree with what you're saying, and logically you're right.
Go ahead, Gigi. We can barely hear you, Gigi. You got to get into the mic.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God.
Were you talking to us?
No, I'm talking to myself. I'm fixing dinner.
Oh, okay. Just mute yourself then.
Mute yourself.
Yes. Yeah, mute yourself then.
And we just show respect to the woman's channel,
Yeah.
But yeah.
Edward, I'm so happy to see your face.
Yeah.
Well, Edward
so everybody know I ain't an ugly motherfucker.
No, you're not. You're very
Well, he shows his
charming
face
man.
from time to time.
Don't put yourself down. You're a charming person.
Yeah.
That's no. You're very handsome. All right.
Normally he's driving though. Normally that's how come he doesn't show his face, because normally he's driving.
Correct.
Oh yeah, they wilding out. Somebody done left beer in my car and I got stopped by the police, so I said, "Fuck that."
But the thing is the balance, man, because of slut and simp culture go together, right? Okay, because how many young men especially are going to turn down sex?
Yeah, you're right. They say women are the gatekeepers of sex, men are the gatekeepers of relationships.
Yeah.
The problem is if men are just looking for sex and that's it, then you give all the power to the women. Hence what you get.
Well, the thing you basically men accept sex when they're young from all these women, right? And the notch count goes up and up and up and up and up. So by the time they get ready to get in a relationship, say, wait a minute, the notch count's too high. So basically, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah,
you've eliminated 60-70% of the women.
Well, my thing is, women. Here's the thing: women have to and white women tend to understand this more because they have more consequences, and that's really the difference between a lot of what white women do and black women do. Is white women have higher expectations and they have more you can take, so therefore they respond a little differently. But the point is, women. A lot of women will understand. If the marriage is the goal, and let's keep it real, marriage for a lot of millennial women is not the goal. It's something that they see you having to do because they want to be validated in a certain way, but it's not something that a lot of them really do. And I'm gonna preface that on millennial women specifically, but they don't think about, okay, like white women, if I slept myself out in this city, I can go to another town, nobody knows me as long as I don't get pregnant, or as long as I don't have a kid, and as long as I don't catch the STD. You see, what I would tell somebody that want to tell me like a 15 is too low, I would say, okay. So if a woman has an STD, she's out. There's a lot of black women that have STDs that don't want to, it's a lot more than what people want to say.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing, it's not just about, well, it's just an arbitrary number.
Hold on a second. Okay, who's laughing?
Who's that?
Okay. Are you muted?
I mean, look at what Usher.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what Usher, it's starting to come out that Usher might have a dude that's coming out talking about Usher gave him herpes. I mean, these are the women, like I said, that goes back to the bisexual thing.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these women are just, here's the thing. There's a difference between you had X amount of relationships. Because a lot of this stuff we can never really track because women will lie. But there's a difference between having X amount of relationships in which you had sex and then you just going through what you call hoe phases. You got women going through multiple hoe phases. And when you go through a hoe phase and you're just looking at a man visually, that's when you might get caught up with a man that is bisexual. Because all these bisexual, it's a dude on YouTube, his name is Walter Lee.
Yeah.
And he's a gay dude.
Yeah.
And he lifts weights.
Yeah.
I listen to his channel because I try to have an open mind, and he sounds like, he can separate that shit from what he thinks. That's a dude that a woman might not think is gay.
Or might not care that it's gay.
You know what I'm saying? And if
or might not care that it's gay.
Yeah, so if he wanted to go both ways, you got women that are buying into that, and some women know that and do that, and then they don't tell the truth about that. So when you look at them hoe phases, who knows what type of stuff is going on in them hoe phases? You got running trains, you got a lot of different stuff in those hoe, because it's not just a hoe phase, it's hoe phases. Women are basically taken from 21 to 32, and then a lot of them get to 28. Huh? It's like football. It's like football where you play, you take your hits, you get your concussions, you get your drugs to keep you on the field, and then maybe you'll go on celibacy for like maybe 6 months to act like you get your what I call it, born again pussy. And then what happens by the time you get, 29, 31, 32, you want to talk about where all the men at, but if we understand that like prime production age is from like really 16, 15, obviously legal things get away with that. So let's say 18, like 30, 31. And then when you really think about getting married, I don't understand as a man why I would marry a woman that's like 32, 33, 34, because at that point, 40 in 6 years.
Yeah, because then it gets rougher. And then You gotta
If I'm
make sure.
childless.
If you're childless, yeah.
Like, now, granted, you know, the single mother thing video with the brother pill.
Somebody's trying to get in.
What are you saying, Charles?
It's rougher, and then somebody's got. Somebody's got. If you're gonna be on and you're gonna be unmuted, you gotta kill your YouTube feed. Otherwise, we're listening to ourselves.
I have two things I need to address.
And I'm not.
Okay, go ahead, Char. Jump in.
Linda, she's a moderator, and there's someone here that she doesn't want on the panel.
Oh, on the panel. Who's that?
It is. Let me make sure I say it correctly. It is between. And it cuts off after that.
Between the Lions. Okay, bro.
Yeah, I just want to know why she's so scared of me. That's what I want to know.
Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter why she's so scared of you. The thing is that it's a women's hangout, and we respect the women first. All the men are here by the acceptance of the women. If women don't want you to hang out, boss, then I'm sorry, you got to drop out. You can be in the chat, but you can't be in the hangout. Feel me?
She banned me in the chat.
Oh, if she banned you in the chat, why she banned you in the chat?
For no reason.
Of course.
Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, I made a channel for the women so that they have control over it. Okay, I have a certain amount of control. It's basically for them. If they don't want you, just like if you're in the Ibmore hangout and you're a chick and you saying some reckless stuff or something men don't like, they have a right to get you out of there. So I give the women the same right. If you're saying some stuff that the moderators don't like, you got to go. So you know, I thank you for your participation and your views, but this is their channel, and these are the rules that I've accepted from them, and they come in thinking that I will enforce rules just like I enforce rules in my Ibmore. So if sorry, bro. You know, you have a good night, man, and check me out tomorrow. All right? All the other men abide by the rules. Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, Linda's not a no for no reason type of person, by the way.
No. She's not. Well, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why she booted him, but for whatever reason she booted him. It is what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Whatever she said he did. He did that shit.
Whatever he did, or say he could have been simply being nice, and she don't like the way he looks. I don't know. Okay, I give them the wrench for a reason. I give them okay. I could do it, but I'm saying it's their hangout. It's their channel. They have a right to comes in.
I thought when Char was saying between the lines that she was like, they're not gonna say it, but we got to figure it out. And I was like, oh shit, it might be.
No, it's between the lions. Okay, I have no idea. Let's go. I'm gonna finish your thought. And Jay's in. And I'm sure she's got questions. I hope you got your questions written down, Miss J, because you had a whole lot of them. But finish your thoughts.
No, I was just gonna say that I love that video O'Shea and them did, the brother pill with the single mothers. It went in the direction. It's honestly that could go on. Almost all them dudes have dated pretty much single mothers. They were given very fair, concise. It was good video. It was great.
Well, they're like I said, coming from because I don't know, Char is not my age, but I'm saying that she has an old spirit. So she has raised by old school people. Back in the day, there was understanding. You had no problems because my partner, one of my best friends, he married 3 single mothers. He married 3 of them. Okay, and he had no problems because it was understood that he is the man of the house.
All my friends had stepdads.
Huh?
And it worked out.
Oh yeah, well, because
all my friends had stepdads.
Yeah, it worked out because they respected him as dad, and mom enforced that. And then if mom and dad couldn't get him straight, then his father would come over and get him straight. Okay,
I've seen that, and and they all knew their dads too. They're legitimate dads too.
Yeah, because even when me and my ex broke up, right? Me and my ex broke up. She was trying to do some shady shit with the guy she was, because they had moved out. They had bought a house together and shit like that. And she was talking all this reckless shit. She says, look, okay, She's trying to get me in. I said, look, that is that man's house. He's taking care of you and these children. As long as those children, as long as he's doing right by those kids, you will respect his house. And if you need me to come over there, if he needs me to come over there and back him up, that's what's going to happen. I told my children the same thing. If that man is taking care of you, he's clothing you and feeding you, he's putting a roof over your head, you will respect his rules. He shouldn't have to raise his voice. He shouldn't have to act up. And if he needs me to come over and beat your ass with my belt, okay, because you disrespected him, I will do so. Now get it straight, get it right. There was no more questions. As long as he's doing right by you, he's not putting hands on you in the wrong kind of way. I mean, if you spank a kid because he's doing some awkward stuff, okay, that's discipline. That's what you need. If he's beating you, then put some money on my books, because I'm getting ready to go kill him. And my ex would tell him, okay, you can discipline him. When it goes beyond that, let you know his daddy will sit, their dad will sit behind bars for the rest of his life if it means that he needs to take care of you. So beware. So, but in other words, outside, there ain't no child molestation. Okay, ain't no child abuse. Normal discipline. You're doing right by the kids.
Which typically doesn't happen. That typically, that color, all that bullshit they want to talk about child abuse, that doesn't happen when men are actually generally running the show. Yeah. Black men. Because there's always one dude that will go there. And I hate to say that, but I'm gonna just say that. That's when women take more of a power structure, because there's different, like you said it was different values. Either you or Rom said that men and women have different values in how they go about things. Yeah. And women take things into account, like embarrassment, like what the family, like little shit, like the R. Kelly shit, little shit, they'll just justify it. And that's why I've always stated behind every black man that does that is like two black women that do that, because it's black women that know and they choose not to call the police. They choose not to do that. Yeah. For whatever reason they do.
Yeah, there's some shit that happened, and my daughter told me about that happened, and she made sure that she didn't tell me, and she made sure that my daughter didn't tell me, because that son of a bitch would have been dead. Okay, there's some shit that happened. It almost happened. It didn't happen. It almost happened, and she let that dude know. Okay, because once she was trying to date a younger dude. Okay, and my daughter was like, she's a pretty girl. She's like 14, and she was developed, right? And he made a move. Okay, and she ex didn't tell me, but what I heard was my ex said, for even attempting, her daddy will kill you dead, and he will kill you and your family dead. So you need to go, and you need to not ever call again, because I'm saving your life. And she saved his life. If he had done it, I'm sure I'd have been sitting behind bars as we speak. But she let him know.
And I mean, and when women say things, and I'm laying stuff, obviously if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But when women say things like, I want to build, it needs to be a village to raise these kids. My first question, you don't really want a village. What you want is privatized welfare. Because if you have a community raise your kids, you're really opting out of certain unspoken rules that you think you want to have, because you can be vetoed if the stuff you're doing is reckless. Because one time my mom was coming at her aunt about something, because she had like a younger son. It was more like my age, and he was kind of swinging on the gay side, and she's like, that's my child. But she said, this is our fucking family, and if you don't want to be carved the fuck out of the family, because we're not about that shit. And it wasn't really about him going that way. It was about, he was trying to do some read between the lines.
Yeah, I know
like what somebody would say.
He's trying to make a move.
Yeah, and he said, like, all y'all will get carved out, and people. That's when you start to see who's really about that life and who's not, because a lot of people. It's like I stated, silence is consent. And if you don't speak up and let people know, then really you low key and you cool with it. And that stuff kind of split the family a little bit, and it's still kind of split. Thank God, like that she wasn't on my line. But and I got don't even get me started on that. But the point is, you have to call that out. And a lot of black people, too many black men have become go along and get along. And that's that simp stuff you're talking about. And what happens is you don't enforce it. And then women start running, you know, the inmates start running the prison. I hate to say it that way. And then women like Char, it's like, okay, it's overwhelmed by the Harley Quinns of the world. So then it's like, if you say something, the Borg is going to absorb you.
Yeah, that's the reason. Even when me and the old lady split up, man, I didn't really take on another family or anything like that because I needed to make sure that the old lady, if she's gonna have a kid, she had to do right by him, and she know at any moment if shit went wrong, you know, I'd kick down her door, beat her behind, take my kids, and dare her to do something about it. If shit went wrong, you got to do right by these kids, or I will beat your ass and I will take my kids, okay? And then dare you to do something about it. So do right by them. Yeah.
Now dudes just don't want to get married. Dudes are like, it's too much trouble. I can't. Yeah. Why would I? You know, and that's what I wish I could ask Boyce Watkins because he likes to pretend. And like I'm like, these are obvious things. Well, why aren't black people getting married? Like, because somebody said something, and I love Shaquita Graham. She's on point, but he was like, you know, black people saying that, you know, marriage is just not worth it to get married like black men. And he was saying that's just a poison thought. I said, no, it's not. There's clear reasons why people say that. And if you can't address them, when you get married, that's an investment. That's like a business that can blow up on you. You have to say economic effect.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think women understand. A lot of women don't understand what a man is risking. If you have a college degree and you have $60,000 in debt, if a man marries you, he is taking on that debt. If you just want to leave and a man can't get a note and you have a kid with him, well, now he's paying child support and his credit is on the hook for your debt.
Yeah, yeah, but
it's literally a come up.
It's a business. Marriage is a business, and it's a contract. And you assume a lot when you get married.
The marriage is the only business, the only contract that you can sign, and basically not claim. Technically, if you get married when you're in love, you're signing a contract under duress.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
in the true legalese term, you could almost argue, like, really, if I wanted to be cold like that, I could argue. I mean, obviously that wouldn't work. What duress is, you're not in your right mind state. I mean, when you really think about it, you can lose just as much, but that's just how it is.
They will not annul a marriage because you signed the contract under duress. Because if that was the case, a lot of
I know that. But what I'm saying, any other contract between
it's like saying I signed a birth certificate under duress. It's not gonna fly.
Well, I get that, but all I'm saying is any other contract between two parties. Because let's be clear, gay marriage is legal. So you want to say I could eat man, woman now? You know,
hold on a second.
Well, that's three things.
Between the lines, bro. I don't want to have to eject you from the channel, dude. You know, respect the rules. You know, respect the rules. Thank you.
Anyway, I'm good now.
Okay. Where's Miss J at? Where's Miss J?
At? That's why I kept talking.
She's here.
Two other things to address.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. I need you to drop the link because Gemini 605, he fell off.
Okay.
His connection.
Okay.
And the other thing is we have a question from Let's Be Frank.
Okay, go ahead. Let's Be Frank. Is he in? Jump on.
No, but he wrote it in the comment section.
Okay.
He asks, why did light-skinned sisters join the black feminists back in the day, while now the Christies want to throw them out? He asked that for any of the ladies on the panel. And I told him I didn't have an answer to that.
You know what? I was watching a couple of them, and especially that I'm trying to remember this Garage Autonomous. He actually dropped the link of a feminist back in the 70s why she joined. But the reason that the light skin or the bourgeois light skinned feminists joined is because they thought they wanted to be accepted by the white women. In other words, they wanted to jump up in class. In other words, if they thought they could join feminism and join the civil rights movement and stuff like that, that would push them up to where they would be accepted by white people. They want, because they are mulattoes, they want to be integrated into the with the white people, the white upper class, right? So that's why the reason they joined the civil rights movement, and it's the reason they joined the feminist movement. So that's the biggest reason, because they wanted to be accepted by their friends were white women, and they wanted to be accepted by who? Their friends. So that's how a lot of those are the boule, or the black bourgeoisie.
Yeah, and it's very few. Most light-skinned people are not in the boule. That's a small percentage.
Now, but I'm saying it's 40, 50 years ago, there was quite a lot of black light-skinned people who were in the boule.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm speaking for now, so I don't know back then.
Because there's a lot of now especially after civil rights, you see a lot more light skin, back then mulattoes and dark skinned people mixing in. So you have now they're well mixed. So like 50, 60 years later, they're mixed. They're well mixed in. But back then there was a lot of upper class boule people. In fact, though, especially the ones that are speaking out, like there was a couple of them, like the chick that was on one of the videos I put up, and then this other chick. There's a lot of them that went to these private schools with these white girls, and they were, even in Chicago, they were the boule class folks.
Yeah, they all did it for treacherous reasons, including a lot of black women. As far as it was really pushing that. I mean, the reality is, when it comes to Chrissy wants to basically get preferential treatment without competing. That's never going to happen in the United States of America for black women. I don't care how much you jump up and down and pray. You're going to have to compete. This idea that even light-skinned women got to compete to a certain extent.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the thing is, Chrissy. Let me go out and say it, okay? Since even on the women, let me go out and say it. All you're gonna create is a fucking buffer class. Where the fuck are you gonna be? You are not gonna rise to the top and be the preferred woman in the United States. You're gonna get pushed further to the bottom. That's what's gonna happen. All you're doing is basically slitting your own throat.
Because white people are not going to accept. Here's the thing. This is not about what black people are doing, because Chrissy likes to focus on colorism in the black community. White people have passed. This goes to that law you said. I forget. It escapes me.
Plessy versus Ferguson.
Yeah, Plessy versus Ferguson. That's what white people deemed it. Unless black, like what she's talking about, black people, or at least melanated people, because even if black and brown coalition happened, Hispanic still play that game just as hard as white people.
Yeah.
So the reality of the situation is, this is where I'm like you on this. There is no scenario in which black people are going to have the control to then research colors. It's not going to happen. So white people set that tone.
Hold on, Edward. Yep. Who? Any woman complaining about Edward talking, okay? Anybody complaining about Edward talking in the woman's channel, remember, this is your channel. And if you're not, basically, we don't want dead air and us looking at each other. So don't complain about Edward talking if you're not in the channel contributing, okay? Now, go ahead, finish it.
But no, that's all I was going to say. I mean, it's like, and this is why I always think Chrissy's suspect when it comes to being woke, because I'm actually dabbling a concept called being black first versus black being first, and Chrissy's black woman first. I mean, she separates herself, because that colorism argument is a black woman's argument. It's it's just her venting, and that's all it is. God. She does have a point when it comes to Amber Rose, but black women choose to support Amber Rose.
But Amber Rose is being uplifted by black people, and black women especially. Who was on the
Amber Rose literally said, he said this on her Chrissy video.
With that.
Okay, let Miss J, let Edward finish, and then you can come on. And then you can ask a question.
Amber Rose literally said that when she was in high school, she was persecuted because she was beautiful, and then the way she was giving a lot of backhanded dishes to black women. But as far as the initial charge when it comes to black people uplifting Amber Rose, it's black women, not black men. Understand something. When little boys are younger, like dudes that are teenagers, 16, 17, 18, maybe up to 21, you know, Amber Rose might be that girl that, you know, was on your poster and on your wall. I don't think she's all that, but it is what it is. So as far as social media, yeah, there may be the younger demographic uplifting Amber Rose, but as far as money that's exchanged, as far as what she gets to go to what she gets to write books or what she does with slut walks, black men ain't fucking with that. That's all women.
It's all women, yeah, and for very good reason is because secretly in their hearts, the majority of black women want to be Amber Rose. It is what it is. Yeah, go ahead, Miss J.
I mean, yeah, I was going off. I don't care about the Amber Rose thing. I was just saying, what's wrong with Chrissy being a black woman first person? She's a black woman.
What was saying? Go ahead, Edward. Go ahead, answer.
What would be wrong with black men being black male first? You see, the problem is black men are when black men talk about black empowerment. We are never, ever, ever talking about black male empowerment. That's actually one of the reasons why a lot of black men are drawn to the black manosphere. That's one of the things they always talk shit about when people say they pro-black in a derogatory way. They see pro-black as a service to black women. Now, I personally know we have to get the buy-in, but black women have not been operating that way. Black women as a group have been operating on a black woman first agenda. When you look at Black Lives Matter and their manifesto, when you look at all of that, they see themselves as women first, black second. That's what I'm telling you right now. I'm not fucking voting for Kamala Harris if she wants president. In fact, I might vote for Donald Trump.
No,
just despite that.
Kamala Harris is not going to. Kamala Harris has zero shot at being a president of the United States. If she's
on the ticket, I'm not voting for her.
Kamala Harris has zero shot at being a president of the United States. Zero.
I personally think it's going to be the dude that's the governor of Virginia. I think he's the one that's going to run. He has the most.
Ain't no white woman going to let a black woman be president before they are. It's not gonna happen.
Hey, them white women are pushing. Them liberals are pushing her. I'm just saying they won't let her be president.
Man,
he might get the
man, if they didn't if they didn't vote Hillary Clinton into office, it was that close. Ain't no white woman. One, she's not black enough for black people, for black women. That's number one. Number two,
she's with a white guy. So and
the second thing is she's not white enough for white people. She had two groups of women that are not going to be for. Got two groups of women that are not going to.
But anyway, as far as the black woman first thing, if you're black woman first, Ms. J, not you, but I'm just saying, if your woman is black woman first, then disclose that.
I am a
black woman.
Okay, you what?
I am a black woman first. I'm a black woman. Who else can put me first?
No, in other words.
Okay, so
hold on a second. What Ed was trying to say is that you can't be straddle the fence. You can't call on black men to come in and help you build and help you take your rightful place as the icon of beauty and be black woman first. Either you're gonna be inclusive or you're not. If you're gonna be black woman first, like Crystal Karazin is basically swirler first, black woman first. Okay, fuck black men. Brooklyn Blue is fuck black men. But Chrissy's trying to straddle the fence. Either you are or you aren't. And that's how come she gets caught up. Well, go ahead, Miss J.
I mean, I just disagree with that. I think she's going about what her concerns are. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Everybody has things they're concerned about. And that's what she's pushing because she is a dark-skinned black woman. She's stand up for dark-skinned black women. And that's what she's doing.
Okay, you're boring out. Yes, Miss J, you got to slow down a little bit and you got to get into the mic because we only getting like maybe 20% of what you're saying.
She's not against black men. She's for dark-skinned black women.
Okay. Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you like on Wi-Fi someplace?
Okay.
Hold on, Edward. Are you on Wi-Fi someplace? Get to look at your bars and see and get to the strongest point where you can get some good Wi-Fi because, like I said, we're not getting all of what you're saying.
Sketchy, yeah, static.
Okay, so one thing I want.
Go ahead, Edward.
No, one thing I want to say is I don't agree with a lot of what Chrissy says. I'm not subscribed to her channel. I used to be. I was for a long time. I listened to hours of her videos. She's gotten a little bit too, wanting to blame black men for everything for me. Although she does have moments where she, tells the truth, like with that, Chris Brown situation. She kept it 100 with that. Here's the thing. Any woman, and I don't care if y'all get mad, any woman that calls, like that term, man, I'm curious, BGS, what you think about this too. These little swirler chicks, they call Chrissy a mammy. Like, I'm like, where does that come from? Because a mammy is associated with white people. You're not a mammy because you know what I'm saying? Like, so when they say you're a mammy because you deal with black men, like, I'm talking about the trolls that troll her. That does not make historical sense in any kind of way. No. So I'm not talking about, I'm going to be the olive branch to Ms. J. I'm not talking about black women advocating for their position and taking their concerns to black men or competing in society. What I'm talking about is this fuck black men mentality. No, let me rephrase, because it has nothing to do with black men, actually. Fuck black men for a second. Black women that think this way believe they're in this world where they can have children by white men and dark-skinned black people, particularly black women, will be created from that. That's what they believe. That's how they operate. I'm not talking about Chrissy. I'm talking about when you go the furthest to what she's talking about. They don't really think about the bigger picture. They're thinking about their own validation issues that, quite frankly, is really due to racial issues and not due to them being women. Because white women do a hell of a lot better than non-white.
Okay. So somebody's got their somebody. If you're gonna be unmuted. In the comments section, you got to mute your YouTube page. Otherwise, we'll get 30-second feedback. Please, if you're going to be on to hang out.
So this world where there is no world where black women are going to thrive without black men. It does not exist. So in order for black women to elevate, their men will need to do it. Period. Black, especially going forward, black women have gotten away with a lot because of the social welfare state, because of society, because they have put black women in position to be the guard dogs of black men. That's why, if you notice in the media, they only allow black women to speak freely when they're talking shit about black men. You never hear black women talk shit when they're talking shit about white men.
But
you don't see it.
Go ahead, breathe, Edward. Go ahead, Miss J.
I'm saying Edward complains when Chrissy does exactly that. She tries to get black men to do their part. Y'all hate on her.
Okay. What I'm saying is, Chrissy has talked a hell of a lot of shit. Okay, and Chrissy is trying to. I don't mind legitimate concerns, okay? I don't mind legitimate plans, but wholesaling, saying that because you want to be elevated and you want to be the standard of beauty, that black men have to take on the most powerful country in the United States.
She left again. I want to say this for all the other ladies real quick, to answer Ms. J, and I hope Ms. J comes back. Hello? Okay, this is what I want to say. When Chrissy talks about black men as far as what black men need to do, she sounds like my mom. What my mom does is she used to say, when she would apologize to my stepdad, she'd be like, "You're right. I'm sorry. I listened to you." And that's why this happened. That backhanded non-apology apology where you shouldn't have just said shit if you're going to say that. And that's what my stepdad would say. You should have just held your ground, because that's worse. That's what Chrissy does. Chrissy you don't ever hear Chrissy say that, like, give me an example of what you're talking about, because what Chrissy does more is blame black men for the situation. You black men choose light-skinned women, and you need to stop choosing light-skinned women if you so woke. That's the kind of crap she talks about.
In other words, if you're a conscious black man, you shouldn't choose light-skinned women. In other words, you basically. What you're doing is you want them to be conscious. You want black men to be dark-skinned women first. The thing is, you're not dark-skinned man first, and you can't get it without quid pro quo.
I've listened to 7 hours of Chrissy's videos, and you know she doesn't make particularly long videos because of the nature of what I do for a living. I have the opportunity that I can inhale YouTube channels. So unlike a lot of people, when I see a YouTube channel, I can inhale almost all of it because people are putting out content. But you know, so my point is, I've listened to Chrissy. Chrissy has a lot of back, even when it comes to classic black men. Chrissy basically says, I don't want to have sexually educated lanes because that doesn't make my pussy wet. That's code for they're born. Professor Black said this beautifully. Boredom is an emotion. Boredom, what you may say is boring, another woman may find intriguing. For instance, this Jay says I'm rude. The other women haven't said that.
She might have said it. I don't know, but she's here to defend herself.
Oh yeah, I can't be rude. I'm not lying. She's not wrong. Okay. But still, you know, my point is it's subjective.
Okay. And any other ladies want to get in while Edward's breathing? Miss J, do you have your mic? Corrected where you can hear you talk? Because I really want to talk to you. I really want to hear what you got to say because you have a lot to say in the comment section.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, that's a lot better. Go ahead.
No, what did you want to say? I mean,
no. I mean, Edward, Edward said what he was going to say. What I'm saying is, you had a lot of concerns in my comments. And Mary, I think you said you were going to get on because I had 10 million questions in the comment section on a few videos that I did, and you're trying to make a thread on my Edward channel, huh?
When? I mean, what topic was it?
One was on, you were talking about Amber Rose and the slut walk, and the other one was on
I mean, as far as the Amber Rose thing, I think that thing is just completely overrated and media driven. It's like not even a real thing.
What I'm saying is it's the fact that it gets attention, especially from black women and Amber Rose.
Does it really get attention from black women?
Yeah, if you think about it, if you think about slut culture, okay, Housewives of Atlanta, Basketball Wives, Scandal, even
Scandals. Okay.
You're sleeping with a married man, a white married man.
A white married man that the whole storyline is he only married that woman as a political favor to his father to get ahead.
Yes, but it's still
he doesn't love. I'm just saying the storyline is it's not like you're breaking up a happy home. He was in love with her, so I mean,
but you said the story of a plantation.
Also, it's fiction. It's fiction. It's not even real. You take it like it's a documentary.
What I'm saying is, when you add it all together, it points to slut culture. Now you have a series here ready to come up, the Side Chicks of Charlotte.
Okay.
In other words, it's immoral. It's immoral culture, and Amber Rose. Just to elevate Amber Rose shows that the whole country is pointing toward amoral culture.
She was elevated by black men. She wasn't elevated.
Oh my God!
No.
She was elevated at first by black men. Why are you lying? Who introduced her this chick to the world?
So
she was a Philadelphia stripper. No one knew her until when?
That's like saying I showed you what crack was, and it's my fault. You chose to smoke it, so it's my fault.
Edward, down boy.
That's true. I agree.
Can I say something about the Amber Rose thing?
Yeah.
When she was with Kanye West, she was pretty much quiet. It wasn't until she decided to become a feminist that people really started paying attention to her.
That's not true. She's been known for a number of years, and she was first elevated by Kanye. And then she was with that Wiz Khalifa dude.
Yeah, but when she was with those two, she was pretty much just a quiet chick, didn't really say much.
Just because you guys didn't pay attention to her doesn't mean she wasn't known.
We knew who she was. Well, like Edward says, just because, basically, we're
talking about who elevated her.
Okay, let me.
So you mean dating? So dating somebody is elevating them?
Edward.
In today's culture, yeah.
Men love sluts. Okay. Men, just like women love pimps. Men love sluts. Okay. But the thing is that Men will call out a slut. Men will call out a pimp. They call them out. We might like them, but a pimp is not good. But a pimp can't walk into a boardroom and be considered a respectable man. He never will be. It's just like a drug dealer.
Seriously, yeah.
Like Jay-Z sold drugs. Now, I don't care if Jay-Z's a $2 billionaire, right? Jay-Z will always be known as a drug dealer that got on. You will never be a respectable man.
Even Tariq Nasheed talks about that. Now, back in the day, pre-1980, women would call out sluts too. And women, for their own brand, would not allow. You see, this is what I would say, Ms. J. Black women went crazy with the Shea Moisture stuff, right? Now, that was a black man elevating what they considered was a brand. Same shit. Why do black women not do the same thing with Amber Rose?
Again,
or Kim Kardashian.
No, I'm just saying, you guys are acting as if the majority of black women are behind Amber Rose, which is not the case. There's a
no, but the majority of black women are behind uplifting slut culture. You just sat in here and justified a black woman being the president's whore.
I mean, even Chris.
No, I did not justify a black woman being the president's whore.
You did. You said
TV show.
Yes, in a TV show. Yes, in a TV show Here's the thing about television shows. There's a reason they call it television programming. People watch those shows, and people see. You got to realize the majority of the population is not going to be the upper tier that's above the bell curve. The majority of the population is right in the middle. And what the majority of the population does is they take their social cues from what they see on television. A lot of people are being raised by television. So when you see this woman who is being portrayed as a strong, powerful, successful black woman, because that's what they portray her as in that television show. She's strong, she's powerful, she's intelligent, but at the same time, she's somebody's mistress. That takes away all of that. So what is showing people, what is showing little girls, little black girls, is that you can be a whore and strong and successful and intelligent at the same time.
And can I piggyback, man? Just to give you, just to piggyback off that real quick, Disney did the same thing to when you looked at different races of women and the white men. Even though the white people were colonizing in Pocahontas and all that, this always see that this white man is different. It's no secret that a lot of these swirlers, that's their ideal. That program is called psychological imprinting. And Ms. J, of all people, you have always referenced social media as to a lot of things that bother you. So I know you're influenced by it.
Yeah, you know what? Because when I remember when the Scandal, I had to catch up on Scandal because I think it was the first season had gone by, maybe even two seasons had gone by. I had to catch up on it, but there's I think I'll even put that clip up. I think it was the third season, and I think the president, Fitz and his wife and what's her name is in the bunker together because something had gone on, right? So some kind of emergency. They were all in the president's bunker, and Millie, the character Millie, called her a whore. Said, I don't want to be addressed by your whore on TV, and I was waiting for the backlash. You know what? I heard crickets. Black women did not say nothing. You had a white woman call a black woman a whore on national TV in a series, and black women did not say squat. I was shocked. I said, I know.
Fiction.
Huh?
I'm just saying, it's fiction. Does The Wire represent black men?
Yeah. Yes, in Baltimore.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay,
drug dealers. No, drug dealers. Yeah.
One of the most
No. I didn't say drug dealers. I said black men. You guys always try to separate black men, the bad black men, from the good black men, but want black women as a whole to accept a whole range of crap.
Oh, so hold on a second. But were there not black police officers in The Wire?
Black politicians.
Black politicians in the wire. Black working class people. Black working class people in the wire. Where they're not all those people.
Corrupt and inept and criminals. That's how
no.
describe the people on the wire.
No,
not all of them.
Not all of them.
Not all.
The
of them.
majority of them.
In the first season. In the first season, they were dealing with. In the first season, they were dealing with the boys on the corner and the police station. In the second season, they were dealing with the docks. There were black men that worked on the docks that were working class men. In the third season, they dealt with the politicians. There were black men that were politicians and aldermen and different things. Matter of fact, one of the guys was actually helping Cuddy, who was an ex-con, create a boxing place for young boys. In the fourth season, they were dealing with the newspaper. They had black men in there
of experiences and representation.
Right.
Versus black women are usually represented as two things: the Jezebel, which is the whore, or the mammy, the real mammy, not what they say with Prissy, the fat chick, Monique, all that. These are the two representations and archetypes.
And a lot of the characters that was in that show, they were based on people,
real people.
Real people.
In fact, we had an officer, a Baltimore cop, in our hangout last week, and I asked him point blank, how accurate was the wire? He said 85%.
Yeah, for Baltimore, that's not all black men. That's not every black person.
What I'm saying,
Shonda Rhimes. I'm saying Shonda Rhimes has a whole variety of TV shows all over.
Well, you know what?
Black men obsessed about Scandal as if it's a documentary. It's the only show on.
We hear it because on social media, that's all black women talk about, how they want to be Olivia Pope.
Oh, can I ask Miss J a question? Do black men not have a right to have a problem with a black woman being portrayed as a president's whore, a white president's whore? Do we not have a right to have a problem with that?
They should.
Whatever you want to have a problem with, but I'm saying to act like that's the only representation, the only show on.
No, there's a lot of other shows. You got Love and Hip Hop, which is ex-strippers. You got How to Get Away with Murder. Wasn't her character married to a white guy?
So what's wrong with that?
I'm not saying
what's wrong with that.
I'm saying that's being.
I don't know. Let me ask Ms. J. So what's wrong with a black man being married to a white woman?
Nothing. It happens all the time.
Not as far as I can tell.
It happens all the time. There's way more black men married to non-black women than vice versa.
Are they represented on TV? How many are represented on television?
It's represented in real life.
I'm telling you, we're not talking about.
I'm not talking about fiction. I'm talking about real life.
In other words, if it's represented on television, if it's represented in any kind of television or social media, black women have a problem with it, and they let you know they have a problem with it.
See, art used to imitate life, but now in this day and age, life imitates art. Whatever you see on television usually ends up becoming the next thing. You can sit back and look at black youth in America and look at how hip hop transitioned from being super masculine to being more effeminate, with men dressing more like women. Now, what do you see out in public? You see young boys dressing more like women.
Or you're getting caught with transsexuals and other kind of stuff. Yeah.
That's been happening.
It's the drive.
You just don't have it no more. That's been happening.
You say what?
But it's saying
been happening. The people don't have it no more.
When it gets portrayed in public, especially on mainstream media, and nobody says anything, that is quiet acceptance of it. In other words, Shonda Rhimes Scandal helped put Shonda Rhimes on the map for the most part.
It's called propaganda. If you back in the day before they had television programming, they used newspapers. Wasn't there during the war, didn't they used to fly over and drop flyers leaflets to influence people?
Okay. But I'm just saying, on one hand, you guys are always talking about how it's so much easier for black men to go to other races, go to other countries, and black men should just leave black women behind where there's hopeless cases. And then you turn around and get mad when black women.
Okay, you know what we're saying? What we're saying is, if you are not getting the cooperation that you need, if you're not getting the quality of women that you think you need, and you don't want to deal with what you're dealing with, get on a plane and go do something about it. I would say that to women. If you're not getting the guys that you need, the cooperation you need, get on a plane. I tell the women the same thing. If you're not and I tell the same thing to swirlers. You know, I've been saying that. I've been consistent with that. And back in the years ago in the conscious community, they would tell you in a minute, if you don't like black men, and you, instead of making black men miserable by staying on this side of the fence, go ahead, go to the other side. In fact, I agree. I was telling Chrislyn Kerrigan, you know, if you can get all the black women that want to date white guys, and you have a way to get them and get them matched up to where we can kind of help clean up this community, baby, I would go on I will pump up your channel. I'll get a GoFundMe for you. Basically, if black women, basically, well, you know what black men really want? They want black women to shut the fuck up and be happy.
I have stated that it would be a better problem to have in the black community if we can go back. And I know this sounds self-serving and somebody that's, you know, not dark skinned, but if we go back to colorism problems rather than thug problems, the black community would be better for it. So if black women wanted white men in a lot more hypercharged way versus black women wanting thugs and practicing reverse hypergamy. Yeah, the community would be stronger for it. So it's not the swirling thing. A lot of times black women swirl. That's why they always got to let black men know about it, because it's really about black men. It's kind of like, you know how when you really want the football player or the quarterback, but you can't have him, so you get the running back, but really even a running back knows that's what you really want.
Why are you talking out of both sides of your mouth, though? That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No, explain that.
Y'all, at one point in time, you say that you don't care if black women swirl, and then when they do swirl, you complain about it. I mean,
no, okay, that's a legitimate complaint. Let me answer that. The reason why black men talk crap about black women swirling are two things. First of all, is what BGS said. You all don't shut the fuck up. You all have to say, I'm swirling because I'm a victim of this black community. Damn the fact that you all at least 50% help create it. That's the first thing.
Cooking!
And keep our names out of your mouth. We'd be fine. The second thing is, as far as going back to my colorism commentary, is that the problem is black women want to swirl, but want black men to be reserved, be in the reserves, where if black men are called upon, we will come to your rescue and do that. You all don't want to swirl and then say, I'm done with the black community.
I agree. They treating us like a fire alarm, like that's hanging on the wall, pull in case of emergency. Excuse my language, ladies, but I'm never a dick in the glass nigga. You're not gonna break the glass in case of an emergency. Have me up on the shelf. Never.
Well, and all black women are, but I will say this: black women in swirl, and BGS can confirm this. Even black women in swirl, a lot of times feel some type of way about black men dating white. Even if they date white men, they still have that instinctual anger. You hear in Kerrigan all the time.
We just had an example of that with that girl, that Nigerian girl that was crying. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
She was crying. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Miss J, I really, maybe you won't understand this, but I really, because what it is, you're not gonna emotionally understand this. But I really need you to understand, black men do not. It doesn't affect black men when black women date white in the same way that it affects black women with black men.
That's what you tell yourself.
That's what they say. Well,
that's what you tell yourself.
Okay, what did they?
Your actions say different.
No, that's what they say. That's
no, you don't see
what actions is that?
Yeah, and then when they do it, you complain.
What actions is that? Hold on. What actions is that?
Probably being two-faced.
No, what actions?
Give us an example.
I'm asking you for an example.
I'm just saying. You even have a dude called, what is his name? A YouTuber called The Straight Shooter.
Yeah. This is what it's social media crap.
He's married. I'm just saying, he's married to non-black.
Yeah, he's a white woman.
And he spends all this time talking all this shit about black women. If you hop the fence, why are you still concerned about black women?
I'm saying, isn't that the same? Isn't that the same?
The same thing, but you turn around and acting like they don't.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same thing when somebody like, say, a Crystalline Karazin gets treated messed up? Hold on, I'm not finished. I haven't finished my sentence. Isn't that the same thing when somebody like Crystalline Karazin is treated messed up by, say, the Veganator, and then once that happens, everybody expects black men to run to her aid, and when people say, well, nah, she jumped the fence, and then people say, well, she's still black. Isn't that the same thing?
I can agree to that. I believe that's the same.
Well, the problem is, and this is one thing sisters got to stop doing.
Hold on. Let her talk. This is late.
I have no clue at all why Crystalline Karazin decided to even make a video crying because black men didn't come to her defense or whatever she was crying about. To me, that was
Edward. Please let her talk.
No, I'm just saying. To me, that was completely dumb. She shouldn't even be concerned. She's already married. She has her kids. She has her life. Why is she concerned about what people she doesn't even want think about her? It's pointless. If you hop the fence, hop it. But don't get mad when someone else is doing other things. They're gone.
I think that goes back to what Edward was saying. Like, people, they want to do what they want to do, and then whenever they feel like they can come back to us black men, they can do that.
Well, we got to stop equalizing things that are not equal. Like,
well, I'm not equalizing. I'm just going off what the commentary, what was said.
What I'm saying is, Ms. J will try to. This is a deflection tactic, by the way. Is they'll try to say
reality. We're doing the same thing.
Okay.
Well, you do it.
Whoa. Time out. One at a time, please. You know how this works. Miss J, you know I want you on here, so you're gonna get plenty of time to talk as much as you want.
But don't put words in my mouth. Don't say what I'm doing. Okay. That's not what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, did you not say that black
Edward, hold on. He just like you can say what he's doing and disagree with him, then he can do the same to you. If you say he's talking out of both sides of his mouth and whatnot, he can say that you're deflecting. Okay.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm saying that is because, like I said, it's like a shutdown argument. Well, you do it too, so therefore I'm not going to be accountable. The reality is, what black women will elevate what black men do. Here's the thing. Money can be fucked up if black women will fuck up money over this stuff. I'll give you a perfect example with the Luke Cage. It was a much bigger deal. Black men like Luke Cage. I would argue black men saw Luke Cage. It was about maybe 50-50, maybe 60-40. It was enough black women that saw it. Black women got very up in arms under Mike Coulter when he was outed as having a white woman, because that's basically what Wendy Williams did. Now, did they do the same as they're technically the most decorated actress? God, what is her name? I can't. They played Black Mariah. I can't believe that I can't remember her name. Very good actress. But she's been married to a white man.
Alfre Woodard. Yeah.
Alfre Woodard. She's been married to a white man for 30 years. Black men don't say anything with Serena Williams. Black men only got mad when she said a white man has treated me the best, as though, even though she's still not married, by the way. You know, so my point is, black men get mad.
You really don't give a shit.
Black men get upset.
I have never felt like I.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, bro. Hold on. Edward, hold on. Bro.
Let master teacher talk.
Yeah. Number one, this is recorded. And number two, I would like everybody's thoughts to be expressed where everybody can hear him. So don't interrupt him. I hear you, and you'll get your chance to talk. Finish your thought, and then
here's my point. Black men get attacked when black women decide to attack the black male image in order to justify doing what they already want to do. If you want a white dick, go get it. But don't sit there and try to be a victim and sell that story. That's what black women do. Black men don't do that. If we want some white pussy, we get it.
Yeah.
I agree, Edward.
We don't do that.
Edward, I agree with you.
For one, you want to get in. Now's your time.
I agree, Edward.
41.
Yeah.
41, Gerald. Go ahead. I'm trying to get you in.
All right. It seems like everybody here is at war with one another. Like, I don't know what's trying to be accomplished, but it seems like y'all are yelling at one another and nobody is listening to try to understand at all.
You came in
here for like half an hour.
It's called. You ever been in a discussion with a significant other or other people, somebody that's your friend? It's called clearing the air. It's called clearing the air.
Well, I'm married to a person of a different culture.
Okay.
And we just happen not to clear the air in this way. So it's just different for me to hear this. It just seems like y'all are, fighting each other. But if everybody's just clearing the air, then
have you ever been in around an Hispanic family or an Irish family or an Italian family?
Goodness.
No, not in that way. No, sir. I have not.
Well, then, this nothing compared to this.
Yeah, I thought the Puerto Rican, and it's putting cards on the table. That's what we're doing.
Better yet, let me ask him this. He said he's married to a woman of another culture.
I noticed. Yeah.
Is she black?
Yes.
She's black. What culture is she from?
Ethiopian.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a whole
different story.
Whole different
Not
thing.
even American. Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to say, not to interrupt the flow, just in case. I know, Master Teacher, you see that it's under Pat Corona, but this is the real Gemini 605. I had to use another device just to let you know I'm not a troll.
Okay. Oh,
all right.
Well, I don't care who comes in, as long as you're respectful, as long as you obey the rules. I don't care.
I've been listening to you for 2 years. I know your rules and your how this goes, but I'm just falling back, silking the scene, macking the set. I'm soaking all of this in. I love it.
What I'm saying, I want more women to actually speak up. But Miss J has a lot to say. This is really what she wants to hear because
let her speak. Let her speak. This is for the women. Let her get that gorilla up off her chest. They need to do that.
She got a big old silverback on her chest. But go ahead, Miss J.
I just think that when it comes to the swirling thing, he's very hypocritical.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
Because one side is saying it's okay. We're only doing this because we can't find anybody good. But then at the same time, when the other side says it, you're talking down the black man's image. I mean, both sides.
I love that.
No, Edward, down there. Let her finish.
I'm saying both sides are doing the same thing. They're going elsewhere because they're unhappy.
Okay.
And they have every right to do that. So
we already put Chrissy in a box because Chrissy, I remember this.
I'm not talking about Chrissy.
Well, I'm talking. Well, she addressed.
I'm not even concerned about
Miss J. Does he have a right to make his point?
The reason why I'm bringing up Chrissy because Chrissy talks about that, number one, and you heard me first was another one that talked about that, and we've addressed this. These are very sensible sounding black women, whether I agree with them or not. And she talked about this, and this is where we shut her down with the classic man argument. And she admitted, I mean, I'll go get the video and the link. Did she admit it? I'm just not, this same thing with Yo. I'm just not attracted. And the reality of the situation is what black women will say is they'll say there's no good black men or there's not a lot of good black men. You've kind of said this too as far as on the economic stuff before. And then the reality is what you see is either your location or it's that you're not attracted to the men that are quality men. It's just you're not sexually attracted to them. But that does not make them not quality men. And a lot of times that goes back to you all's choices. Now with black men, Ron Wills did this beautifully, and I sponsored that video. He said that there's black women of today, there's a difference between being feminine and oversexed. Today, there's women that are oversexed and women that are not feminine. Black men are born, black males are born with a damn near zero femininity count when it comes to our women. And this is why we're so susceptible to women like Woman of the Past, women like I'm sorry, I forget the woman's name that's on from New York and married to Asian dude. We're susceptible to that because when we have a woman that does Val, sorry about it. Yeah. When we hear it acts knows how to be nice to us. Hell, when we hear black women, when we hear women and say, "I'm sorry for something they did," a black man, a tear comes down his eye because we don't have that. Now, I'm not justifying that, but that's what it is.
You know, because I just did a video with using Insecure, and I actually used Tasha, and I actually showed men, showed men and women why men are attracted to Tasha. And the biggest thing is Tasha was actually being nice to the guy.
That was awesome.
Yeah. I said that's old-fashioned courting. It was non-sexual. Maybe she wasn't offering any blowjob. She wasn't trying to take him in the back seat or do anything. It was just literally being nice to the guy. You know, I will share my lunch with you. I can cook for you. I can listen to your problems. You know, all non-sexual. There was nothing that had to do with sex in any of those videos. Okay, in none of those clips.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
One thing that's being overlooked that Miss J was talking about. She was talking about she said both sides are the same, but they're not the same. When you're dealing with, number one, swirling does not describe a black man and white woman. That's not the definition of swirling. Swirling is when a black woman gets into a relationship with a white man.
Yeah.
When a black man is in a relationship with a white woman, that's interracial dating. Those are two entirely different things for numerous reasons. But the one thing that you don't want to acknowledge is the fact that if a black man gets into a relationship with a white woman, there's a reason white women had feminism back in the day. White women have not been the oppressors. You understand that? When a black woman gets in a relationship with a white man, she's getting into a relationship with a man that dominates the men in her race. It's not the same thing with women. It's not even close to being the same thing. So you're comparing apples and oranges, first thing. Because there are black women out here that can be in relationship, and I'm not saying that all white dudes are like that, but there are all black women in relationships with white men who are racist as hell.
Mm-hmm. I just want to add on to that.
Go ahead, Miss J. Miss J, go ahead.
Where do white men come from?
Where do they come from?
Yeah, where do they come from?
It's like Caucasoid Mountains. That's where.
Where do they come from?
Be more specific.
They come from Europe. Yeah.
No, they come from white women.
Okay, a white woman cannot. The white supremacy without white men, there is no white supremacy. There can be white supremacy without white.
Come from. Hold on.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to understand. What are you talking about?
Let me respond to it.
Yeah. You asked who white women separate from white people and white supremacy.
You said what?
You act like white women are separate from white people and white supremacy. White women are also racist. They're also white supremacists.
Yes, they can also be racist, but white women are not the authors of white supremacy. White women are just the benefactors of white privilege. There's a difference. White men do not see you don't understand where that's coming from because you don't understand white culture. In white culture, women do not have the same power that black women have in black culture. White women are just vessels to pass. The moment that child is born, that child is taught by the father. That's patriarchy. He's not gonna, even if that woman is sympathetic to another race, it don't matter. That child is gonna be raised to be a certain way by his father. That's the difference. See, the only reason that you don't see it that way is because in black culture, black women have a certain amount of power. In white culture, it doesn't go that way.
You better preach on it. Preach on that broom. That's the truth. That really is the truth.
White people.
Say what?
White women are going to back white people because they're white.
No, they're gonna back white women are gonna back whoever their man backs.
Yeah, who are the biggest who are the biggest opponents of interracial marriage?
White men.
White men and black women.
They can't stand it.
And let me add something else. White women let me add something else, Ms. J, to go back to what you said. White women are white first. They are not woman first. They only pretend to be that to manipulate other races of women. But Donald Trump proved that. But, you know, and that's what black women don't understand, or I'll say millennial black women, because older black women understand it. They just don't speak on it a lot of times. But so the way you are looking at white culture is from the outside looking in, and it's kind of, and this is what typically women will do. They will say, I want that. Why can't I have that? And not understanding what you have to give up to have that. Black women want the advantages of, you know, the white stuff, but they don't want to give. They won't be willing to give up that power. And that's the dynamic.
If we're black,
my perspective comes from the fact that I have my only brother who married a white woman, and I saw exactly how that relationship went. That's what my perspective is. You guys have some kind of magical.
Okay, we all have black women.
That depends on.
Let her finish.
I'm saying at the end of the day, you guys have this thinking that somehow white women are these kind of innocent fairy tale looking people.
No,
they're not. At the end of the day, they're gonna go for theirs. They will slit their own man's neck to get ahead. Be for you. They pretend that way.
Okay, can I respond to that, please?
Go ahead.
They're very ruthless.
Hold on a second.
It's a women's channel.
Yeah.
Oh, I was. Can I just say one thing? Whoever's in the chat, if you're trying to get on, if it's another woman that's trying to get on, I will drop out because I think I saw somebody trying to get on.
Yeah, we need more women, and we need more women. We have women in the channel to speak about. Let Miss J finish her thought, and then you can answer Valdez.
No, my whole thing is that this idea you guys are talking about how white women are is not the reality. Just like black women are black women first, white women are white women first too. They're not for other people; they are for themselves, like most people are.
Selfish.
So just because you have a kid with them, or you put a ring on it, or you date them, that don't mean nothing at the end of the day.
You know what that is? You know what that's called right there? That's called
self-preservation.
That's called projection.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. One at a time. If you guys, you said something, and Valdez is going to respond. The Valdez is going to respond, and the Gigi's going to come after him. Okay.
Yeah. Let me respond. That's called projecting, Miss J. First and foremost, I don't know who your brother is, and I don't know what type of dude he was. Okay, but traditionally, in white culture, the white women follow their men. That's why you have Donald J. Trump as a president. That's why you're sitting back trying to figure out, how did this happen? You had women down there at the freaking March on Washington out there protesting, talking about screw Donald Trump, but they voted for him. Why? Because of the simple fact that women understand one simple thing. White women understand this. Black women don't understand. White women understand that at the end of the day, if they go against their men completely, they will be an easily dominated culture.
Yeah,
protected.
I'll throw in an aside too. Remember when Trayvon Martin got killed by what's his name? There was a group down there that some white feminists actually went down there, right? And they went to the black men. They didn't go to the black women. And then there was a big group of black men. They're trying to get together so they can actually get something done, right? And then some black women asked us, "How come you went to the black men?" She said, "Because we know it's men that get things done. In their culture, it's men that get things done. We can speak out, we can support, but at the end of the day, that's what they're saying. We, in our culture, we know that it's men that get things done." Yep. But go ahead, Miss Gigi. Where's Gigi?
Yeah, collaborating. Miss J, maybe this person is just a bad apple. It happens. And I remember the last hangout on GBS Woman on Friday sometime, I guess. You were saying that you did not travel. I bet you if you go to Africa, you'll find a nice black man who's going to take in charge.
I'm sure I would.
Black women date Africans. for that
I
reason.
mean, they're like on top of it. You just have to choose well. You know, Senegal. Well, they speak French. Just find a, you know, make some research. I mean, it is much more fun up there.
You know what? You know what? You know what, Gigi? To think of it, there's a YouTube channel called The Grapevine, right? And it's called The Grapevine, and the women that run it are Nigerian. And I was wondering. I said, okay, you got 3 African women that are basically regulars on the panel, right?
Oh, nice.
No African men.
Wow.
They no African men because they're feminists. They're feminists, and African men are patriarchal. They would close this down in a heartbeat. They're all African American men.
And that's why most African American black women don't date African men.
Yeah.
Because they're not compatible.
They're not compatible.
No, that's not true. I was asking Miss J what she thinks about that. I mean,
feminism would not go if you're a feminist or a feminist mindset. It would not go well in Africa. I can tell you that.
And somebody, white black women, how do they white men? They're not willing to let that go.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question for the
go ahead.
For all of you guys in here in this hangout? And this is just piggybacking off of what you said, BGS, when you asked which men are not acceptable of dating outside of the race. Would you guys agree or not, or disagree that Latin men or Latino men, they're like neck and neck with white men of dating their women? Because I read an article and I saw a couple of videos. A girl, she was like 17 or 18, I believe. They threw acid on her. Like, she was coming home and these guys jumped out and with hoods and they threw acid on her, and then they spray painted nigger all on the house. But I just wanted to know you guys' take on that. Do you think that the white men are more gung-ho in protecting their own, or do you think the Latino men or the Latin men are in a close second or a photo finish, or they're gaining more ground?
It depends on whether they're immigrants. Okay, immigrants don't stand for it, or whether they're second generation. Okay, by second generation or third generation, they've gone to school with black guys, they hang out with black guys, and so they're far more accepting of it. The new immigrants, no. Okay.
However,
they're really colorist. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah. However, in Costa Rica, for example, the white man is super welcoming. You know, he's just like the whole economy is with all the Americans. They go retire.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're American. That's a different story, though.
Right.
If you're coming down there, you coming with that blue passport, then it's a whole different.
That money card, that green card.
Yeah, that money card comes down with you. Who? Somebody else want to get in? Was 41?
Most men keep their own, except
okay, hold on, Miss J. 41 first. He wanted to get in, and then you.
Okay,
Miss J, you're gonna get plenty of time, baby. Trust me. I'm gonna make sure you get plenty of time. Go ahead, 41.
Okay, I'm a person who lives in Addis Ababa for about 4 months out of the year, and the other time I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna be really blunt with that whole Black American women going to Africa. I mean, anywhere in Africa, don't go unless you're visiting. Unless you're visiting. Look, ma'am, I'm just telling you the truth. Look, I have 6 immediate family members because I married into the family, and out of their own mouth, this is the first day I met them. Out of their own mouth, they said, we don't like African Americans, and then they specifically said, we don't like African American women, and we don't want them in our country. They said this to me. They weren't talking about other people. They said this to me.
Wow.
I had to go through. I married into the Oromo tribe. Okay, now that's a really strict tribe out of Ethiopia, and I had to go through 3 basically judgments just to get approved to marry their daughter. I mean, listen, I'm just telling you the truth. Feminism, you better bring some guns with you. They ain't trying to hear it. They ain't trying to hear that mess, man. I'm just telling you the truth. I just had to put that out there. Don't gas up African American women's heads about going to Africa.
I think I said West Africa,
if
Ghana.
you go to Cape Verde,
Yeah.
it's not welcoming.
I would say Ghana. I say West Africa, Ghana, in some parts of Nigeria. Ghana, I would say Ghana, maybe Senegal, are more accepting of African American women because the culture is close enough to where they can actually come in and they can be accepted because there's certain kinship. But the rest of Africa,
That's
I'll say be careful.
52 other countries.
Yeah,
52 other countries.
man.
No.
That's deep. That's real deep.
It's true.
Oh,
He's telling you right. He's telling you correct.
Mali is finished. It used to be the land of music. I mean, Mali was offering so many beautiful tribes and tradition. It's all gone. But the stupid.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, I know you guys haven't heard this, but you may have not heard this, but I'm going to tell you the truth. In Ethiopia, these beautiful tribes are killing each other.
Mm-hmm.
They're slaughtering each other. I know that, and I can't speak out at all. I work for a major news network. I can't speak out at all because my family still lives in Ethiopia. The government will go right into their house, take them out the house, and execute them if I say anything about them. I mean, that's how bad it is. I'm not exaggerating.
It's an authoritarian country.
Anything about what they're actually doing or what you know? I mean, can you?
No, it's like BGS said, it's an authoritarian dictatorship.
Mm-hmm.
And when they ended the Menelik dynasty with Selassie in 75, they wanted to make sure that never came back. For whatever reason, I've been told this like several times. The Ethiopian people are so close-lipped about what's going on in their country. I was there almost a month asking this question, and nobody would talk to me, not even my own family. They said, we don't even want to risk anybody hearing us. That's how bad. When I say they're slaughtering each other, I'm talking about Apache helicopters gunning people down.
Yeah.
The part of Ethiopia.
And helicopters gunning them down, like gunning down villages and stuff.
Yes. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, there's a whole big difference between a liberal country like the United States and most of the world. I would say most of the world are authoritarian countries. You think Thailand? Take Thailand for instance, right?
Oh my
Thailand
God.
is a welcoming, open. Thailand is not a liberal country; it's a monarchy.
Yes,
and if you go against the monarchy, go against one of those rules, you will be under the jail bars really, really quickly. So what I'm saying is, men are used to. Basically, a man is pretty much, his role is pretty much the same all over the world. Pretty much.
Yes.
I mean, with differences, you might have to have an adjustment here or there, but your role is pretty much the same all over the world. Women really have to be embedded in the culture. They really do.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I had to be put into the culture. Oh, go ahead.
I'm
Sorry, go ahead, please. No, go ahead, please, ma'am.
I would say that's why I left sometime when I was very young. In an Arab country, I was a little bit threatened. The men are really big.
They're finding it out in France really, really quickly. Parts of France. If you come wearing the wrong thing in some parts of France where the Muslims are, they're harassing you. If it's at nighttime, they may tear the clothes off if you're wearing the wrong thing. In other words, and that's in a liberal country like France.
Yeah.
So
and that's why when y'all was saying to Miss J that she could find her African man, I say, that relationship would last all of 2 weeks.
Well, you never know.
Africa's a continent, so
not necessarily.
Right. You don't have to necessarily
Not
date.
necessarily. I'm sitting here, I'm having a conversation with this woman.
But you can date.
I
You can date Middle Eastern. You can date Iranians. They are very attracted to black women.
Oh, very much.
It's not about attraction. It's not about attraction. That's not what I'm talking
They
about.
will marry black
I'm
women.
not talking about attraction.
Will you follow their rules?
I'm talking about the attitude. That's what I'm talking about.
A lot.
Can with the rules that they're going to impose on you, can you follow them without degrading against you?
It's not just the women. I remember back in the day, we had a guy from Kettering from here in Ohio. He went over somewhere in China or somewhere. I forgot his name. he was spray painting cars, and I know all of y'all seen it. They was all up in throes here in my city. Oh, free him, free him. They didn't release his ass until they caned his ass. They hit him across his ass with that cane,
Singapore,
split his ass, and sent him right back here.
Yeah.
To he lived in like Kettering, so wherever you guys live, imagine where you live, like 10 minutes outside of your city. They sent him back, but they didn't send him back until they put that discipline on his ass because he went against his rules. So it just doesn't go for women. That goes for anybody coming into their home, disrespecting.
And my guilty pleasure is Locked Up Abroad. And there's almost it's more men than women. Like this idea, men. But here's the thing, men are going to be more cognizant of those rules, it's particularly black men, because black men are cognizant of the consequences because what we suffer here. So we have a certain eye for that. Versus on average, women will because that's our kind of disposition and culture. Versus women, black women in the United States have a culture of getting away with a lot of shit. So the reality is they usually take that over there. Now, sometimes the fear will keep them in check, but a lot of times they'll try it. Like I've seen plenty of chicks, oh my God, I was treated like a prostitute in Morocco and I was dressed very conservatively. Well, that's how they see black women there. You want to go get that light skins? Hey.
Edward, that depends. If it's a classic lady, she'll be classic all over the world.
I mean, plus, you got to respect people's cultures, too. Like, and black men do stupid stuff overseas, too. Like, that tricking is not something I particularly like, but,
Yeah. Go ahead, Miss J. She hadn't spoken for a while. Who else? There was somebody else, another woman that wanted to speak up. Was it, who was it? Was it Yep? Is Yep still in here? Or she bounced out?
Oh yeah, Yelp is like the teammate. That's like suicide.
Oh, good. Well, she needs backup. Miss J needs backup. So Yep was your backup.
I don't need backup. I'm just listening to y'all.
She's a bad girl. Go ahead, Miss J. Go ahead.
Typical
No. Go ahead, Miss J. Go on with your bad self. Come on.
I'm just listening to y'all say some stuff.
But see, here's the funny thing.
It's real, though. I'm not kidding. It's real.
It's not about being real. It's just when I say something, then you guys act like whatever. So
you mean we don't shut up and just let you dictate
no, you just put
what
words
it
in my
is? No, we're having a conversation. That's the whole point of a conversation or a dialogue.
I understand, and y'all guys are talking, and you're talking and talking, so I'm listening.
I just started talking.
I mean,
Here's the thing about it.
You notice how the women see, Miss J. This is one thing you need to observe. This is why when I say I'm not talking about thuggish or not productive, but black men are intelligent. Because I separate street dudes from thugs. Because street dudes, technically your dude that owns a mechanic shop can be a street. You know what I'm saying? Like dudes that are not necessarily college educated but are very smart. Angry Man's like that. And the thing, and my point is, Angry Man can have a conversation with Val, Woman of the Past, and Gigi, and it'll be fine. Because if you come at us with some logic, we're going to listen to what you have to say. Black men are not going to say, unlike other cultures, or say, I'm a man, so even if I'm wrong and you're right, like even if an obvious person will say, wow, that woman had a point, and that dude is stupid. A lot of cultures, I'm not saying all, but a lot of cultures will say, I have veto power over you because I'm a man. Most black men, even the more patriarchal ones, are very egalitarian. If you submit a bid that is a legitimate point, even patriarchal African-American men will say, damn, okay, she's got a good
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk junk to you.
I swear to God.
One at a time. Go ahead, Valdez, and then you, Miss J.
No, I'm not gonna. If you have a point, you have a point. Now what you said about somebody jumping the fence and then still complaining about dating somebody of their same race, you had a point about that. If you jumped the fence, what's the point of you still complaining about? You had a point about that.
Yes.
Now the only thing about it is it's a bit hypocritical because let's just face it, in America, black women have more of a problem with men of their race dating outside their race than vice versa. And the reason you know that is because whenever you have a situation like Tyrese Gibson or any of these other dudes date women that are considered non-black women, like there's like a whole movement against it. Like, oh my God, I can't believe that he did that, or I can't believe. But on average, if a black guy sees a woman that's swirling, it's just like, okay, she's swirling, you know, it is what it is.
Angry man, you was on the hangout, in the More hangout. I literally had a girl in my car. She was a very nice looking black girl. As soon as I heard her voice, the Valley Girl voice came out, and then I'm talking out in my head. I'm like, okay. And then she said, yeah, I date white. And I'm still steady and having a conversation with her. And she said she dates white men because it kind of just came out. I didn't interrogate her or anything. We were talking about traveling, and she was gonna go to Morocco, and she's traveled with her mom, and she's a dark skinned black woman too. So I know her parents are both black. And she was like, yeah, I'm going with my boyfriend, and he's white, because we were talking about the dynamics of traveling to Morocco and blah, blah, blah.
She's a swirl. Of course she was dark skinned.
Well, my point is, she said that she said she dated white men because a lot of black men don't really approach her like that. And I told her probably why they don't is because they, you sound white. And I said it just like that, and she didn't get mad. I just told her, I said that's what it is, and I can understand that. But and honestly, she said that black women judge her more than black men. She said as far as her dating white men, which was interesting, and I believed her. And we had a very cordial conversation. Yeah. I mean, she actually gave me a $10 tip, so I know she was happy. So. But women, my point is in her. But see, that's a black woman in America, but she has a different hard drive in her, though. So it's not because you're black or because you're dark. It's the feminist bullshit. Yeah, and that's what a lot of y'all don't understand. Yeah. It's the hard drive.
There's two people. There's two groups. There's the two groups that get the hard when black and white. Black men get a hard time when they date white women, and white women definitely get a hard time when they date a black man. She loses a lot. She has sacrificed a lot.
She was also petite.
I'm dyslexic.
She was really petite. That's another thing, and that's another reason I said black men might not be checking for her.
Yeah. Okay, Gigi, go ahead.
I'm dyslexic, GBS. You just said something. You went backwards in my brain.
What did I say? I was saying, okay. In America, in fact, was Pure Butterfly Spirit was saying the same thing. Okay, a white woman dating a black man. Okay, a black man specifically is called a mud shark. There's amongst other names that they call white women that date black men. Yeah. In other words, she's considered dirty in the white community if she dates or marries a black, especially if she has multiracial offspring, right? Back in the day, if a white woman didn't want to be in the black community anymore, she had to literally give those children to the black family, and then go move out of town and go someplace else. And that's happened more than a few times.
That's a good idea. Thank you so much.
She about made me spit my tea out of my mouth.
But why would think about this? Because when white women like slut it up, white women know, okay, I got to go to a different city and restart. Yeah. Black women be like, oh, but you need to take me as I am.
Yeah, that's true.
You know why? You know what, BGS? What you said though, back in those days, I was born in '74. And so I know what it is. And the last job I had, I worked in a restaurant. I know y'all probably heard of it, Old Charlie's. Now, when you come out in the dining room, you would be amazed. Or our major grocery store chain is Kroger's. I never would have dreamed of the day I see women, older white ladies, like in their 70s, maybe pushing 80. Biracial children in the grocery carts. It may be a black man with their granddaughter and they're together and they have biracial children.
Yeah.
And about 20, 25 years ago, if someone would have told you that, you would have said, you're crazy.
You're crazy. And the only exception is if one exception was back then, I say in the 70s, was if the guy, if you saw a black guy married to a white woman, you would say, okay, he came from the military.
Or he's a pimp or something like that. He's pimping her or something.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, but most biracials nowadays are raised by white people. Well, black-white biracials.
They're raised by white people.
I agree with that.
It's true. It is true. Most of them are raised
the parents are already biracial, so therefore
no. I'm talking
the parents are biracial and they're dating either a black or white person. Therefore, it's like, I don't know if you want to call it triracial or quadracial, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you are right about that, but it just blows my mind. And you know, when I go and help my mom with groceries on the weekend and we go shopping, we trip off of that because she was born in 55. Okay, so she knows about, you know, riots in the city and stuff. We had a big riot down here on 3rd Street, and back then, BGS probably know what I'm talking about, when the whole country was burning down their cities. And she even trips off of it to this day. But
no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that does happen. I see that all the time.
Because times are changing. People are constantly changing. And, you know, there's nothing no one else can do about it, but do what we're doing right now. Sit down like grown people, listen to one another, have some dialogue, and maybe we can get our hands wrapped around this thing and really get a better understanding of what we're dealing with out here.
I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that's the norm.
Yeah.
Getting upset with it because that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say it was the norm because I didn't want it to run jumping up and down on me like a trampoline. But I've been accepted it about 20 years ago.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That is the norm. Everybody should accept it. I don't understand why people are getting mad either way. It's like you can't do anything about it. It's going to happen even more. You might as well just accept it and move on.
Yeah, with the majority, the biggest opponents of it, the biggest opponent of it are black women. Cynthia, that's what we're saying. The biggest opponents of it.
Say it again, angry man, and who? White men.
So ergo, if the United States policy is to blend and to blend the two races together. And the two biggest barriers of the joining are black women and white men. Who do they have to sell it to? You have to sell it to who? White men and black women. That's how come you see it a lot more on TV. They're trying to
exactly.
I'm saying black women don't have the ability to stop it. I don't even understand why it's even a conversation.
It's called social pressure.
Like BGS said. Even in cell phone commercials, insurance commercials, the so-called family, they are interracial. If they have children in the commercials, the child, you know that the child isn't one race or the other. You can tell. My neighbors are interracial.
So let me ask Ms. J a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask Ms. J a question. So are you saying that black women don't have any power in the black community?
Black women have the ability to stop black men's penis from doing what's going to do? No.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
They don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. So hold on.
One at a time.
Okay, so what you're saying is black women do not have the ability to change the fact that black men are more attracted to women outside of the race. That's what you're saying?
We don't have the ability to stop black men from dating who they want to date, being attracted to who they want to be attracted to, marry who they want to marry. At the end of the day, it's up to that own person.
So what do you call?
So
Okay, what do you call?
upset about it is pointless.
So what do you call? So what do you call power? What do you call power?
If we had the power, why are you guys dating the most out of interracial out of almost all men except for the Native American men? If we had the power,
no. In fact, they're the second least. The two at the bottom are black men and white men. They're at the
I'm
bottom.
talking about percentage wise. Percentage wise,
I'm just telling you, percentage wise. If you think about it, okay, think about it, because we're gonna go by marriages, right?
Well, y'all don't get married, so we're not talking about dating. We're not talking about marriage. 50% of you don't marry.
Black men aren't in the top 3 on the totem pole. I can say that for sure.
We're at the bottom 2 because a lot of social pressure from white America and plus your own community is frowned upon, and all people respond to social pressure.
More often than
not.
Are
really saying out here that black men are not dating interracially.
They are,
the second least.
But the second least, you can look it up.
More than often, black men choose black women.
86%.
That's for every race across the planet. Every race does that.
Except for Native Americans.
That's not true.
No, that's not
practically instinct.
That's
more black men are marrying black women.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing with this. I don't know how long there has been this narrative to spread bullshit propaganda about black women. I mean, about black men. And you black women have just ate it up. And you've gotten to the point where you actually run around repeating the shit. And there's absolutely no proof. There's no empirical evidence that shows any of that.
The census says it.
The
census does not say that.
Well, the census says that black men are marrying more black women than in damn near any other race, because more white men divorce their wives. They divorcing their wives 2 times and 3 times more than black men would divorce a black woman.
That's what the census says. The census shows, because I actually did a show on it where I showed the numbers. Black men more than often still choose black women, even though for the most part y'all give us pure TL.
Yeah,
that's the reality.
Every race does that. White men marry white women, Asian men marry Asian women, Hispanic men marry Hispanic women. That's
Asian women are the second most women to marry outside of their race.
I'm talking about men.
Men have to marry Asian
black women.
Excuse me. Somebody said something and we're trying to get what you said. You spoke, but you
it was yep.
It was yep. Come back. Yep. Finish your thought.
I have bad connection.
Oh, okay.
I hear you clearly.
You learn.
Hello, Miss Linda Johnson.
See, there's something that needs to be said, and I hate to have to be the one to say it, but when you see black men out here getting in relationships with white women, there's a reason why. They actually have something in common. They actually have something in common. For some reason, say what? Say what, Miss J?
I'm listening to you.
They have something in common. They're both dealing with the same thing. Black men deal with the same exact thing that white women deal with. Because for some odd reason, as America has grown into what it's grown into, black women and white men are damn near the same. Y'all have turned into damn near the same creature. Now, culturally, there's a lot of differences, but as far as behavior, there ain't too many differences.
This is interesting.
Ain't too many differences. Think about it for a second. White men and black women can pretty much get a job anywhere. White men and black women can get away with all types of shit, including kicking a nigga's ass.
Yes.
Literally.
Black women And white men are very dominant and oppressive in nature. Y'all are damn near the same creature.
I can say this. The jobs that I worked in the past and everything, like I always say, I like to be a fly on the wall and just observe because you learn more. And I just see like a white dude may have a chick and she's built like the quintessential, like how black men like the hips, the thighs, you know, and the white dudes will sit back and relish the fact that the black men are oogling hand over fist over this chick. And then they're going to go back and ha 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 and laugh and hee hee hee. But what the white dude's woman don't know is secretly behind the door, he's going out there after the black chicks. Because that's the reason why he picked that white chick that's built like a black chick in the first place. Because he already knows whether he got the mouthpiece or the game to do so to get that type of chick. I mean, that's just what I observed. Now, maybe that might be generalized where I'm at, but I know in all different parts of the country, like if it was Miami, women with thick hips and thighs, they come dime a dozen. I don't give a damn if their complexion was a checkerboard. I mean, they're going to do that, but I'm just saying where I'm at. But generally, like Angry Man said, the white man and the black women are basically like one and the same. And people need to take note of that because for real. And so for all the black dudes that want these white chicks and they chasing after these white chicks, the white dudes are sitting back laughing at your ass.
We gotta be honest about the dynamics. You gotta understand, especially within the confines of slavery. Here's the thing: black men have the highest tolerance when it comes to weight. White men at the average level have a very low tolerance when it comes to big women. They don't. This is one of the things that white feminists tend to try to fight against, although because white men exert the power that they exert when it comes to who gets promoted, who gets, you know, the deals, the actresses and all of that. I mean, look at the Victoria's Secret model.
What's going on with your mic, Linda? Speak up, Linda. See if we can hear you. Because are we getting a static from your mic? Speak up, see if we can hear you. Because I want to get more women in on this.
She might be on mute.
Okay. Because what we're doing is what we're trying to do.
We still get nothing but static from you, Linda.
Yeah, but you know, the reason, to be completely honest, you know, a lot of times black women want black women. Oh, another thing you got to keep in mind too is black women not black women, but women in general tend to take on the personality of the man is dominating them. When I say man, I'm talking about like in an individual relationship. You see this with a lot of celebrity women. You see this with other women. If a man acts like a thug, then the woman tends to start to gravitate towards that. Like the man is a center of gravity a lot of times, especially if you're dealing with women that are more of a submissive nature. So a lot of times black women have been imprinted psychologically to view white men as superior. And the way black women view black men is through the same lens as how white men view black men, which is something to be controlled. So this is why it seems like black women and white men are very similar. They both have the same to control the black man dominatrix type mentality.
I think that's why it's best for not only black men and black women. They need to really sit down, look at themselves in the mirror and take a look. And I'm telling y'all this from experience. My mother just got out of a relationship with a white man like a year and a half ago. And ever since she put him down, he's been trolling her. Throwing false court cases against her and all like that. We as black people need to understand, listen, they are doing nothing but trying to make fools and big asses out of ourselves. We got to take a bigger look in the mirror and understand the bigger picture. Don't just look for tomorrow or today. We got to look down 10 years, 20 years, 30 years after we're gone. We got to keep this thing moving, because see, if we don't do it now, we'll never have any traction under our feet to keep this thing going. Go ahead,
41, hold on. 41, go ahead.
I'm commenting on the last comment that was just made. In the culture that you're in, a technologically advanced culture, even I live in a traditional culture, meaning the older generation tells the younger generation what to do in Ethiopia. But here, because of the technological advancement, the younger generation tells the older generation what to do. It's completely opposite. You can't, even if you started right now, it doesn't matter. The younger generation coming after you, 2-3 generations after you, they're not going to care. I'm sorry to say that. They're not. Like, these problems that you're talking about.
Yeah, they're going to be worse.
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to happen.
Let him finish that.
There's nothing that can stop it. You have to completely change your culture.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I got on a plane and went all the way across the world. I mean, to be blunt.
Yeah, because we got to change the environment, and you can't change the environment. And
I applaud you for saying that. I was just gonna ask old dude before he talked, or one of the things I was gonna ask, like, did she leave that white dude?
Well, yes, she left him because, as Angry Man would always said, white men like to run things like a patriarchy. But it got to the point of he was running it so hard, I suppose, to where it overstepped. Because, see, my mother, like I said, she was born in 55. So she's like in the baby booming age. So she's more of a traditional black woman.
Yeah.
She's not a Gen Xer. So once he did that, and my mom, she's a sweetheart. I mean, he never wanted anything. Hell, I was low-key pushed to the side and behind him. You understand what I'm saying? But when she got with the dude, I felt a certain kind of way about him. And I used to try to tell her, and you know how your mom is, and she's like, nah. So I just fell back, and as you know, time is undefeated. So everything is tight between me and my mom and everything, but I just hate, like the old saying goes, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. And this is the reason why I said this all across the airwaves for anyone to hear. We as black people, not just black men, but black women also, you have to sit down and take a look at yourself and understand what the hell you're dealing with. I mean, it goes all across the board, from Colin Kaepernick to all of this other shit, because you got black women right now and black people in general going up in throws and behind Colin Kaepernick and behind a woman that really isn't black.
Yeah.
So if he turns around, puts her down, and messes with someone that isn't black, they're going to throw him under the bus. But then on the flip side of the coin, you have a lot of black women supporting some fool like Amber Rose, who denounces her blackness and says,
she's not
people
black.
from Philadelphia aren't that beautiful. But you black.
She's not black.
Okay, go ahead, Miss J. Y'all fall back.
Amber Rose is not black.
Okay.
Her mother is biracial. She's 3/4 white.
So why are black women behind her?
Some black women are behind her.
Somebody had to be black because her carpet or her drapes don't match the carpet.
I mean,
everybody saw that picture.
But see, you got to realize
here's the thing.
You got to realize
one at a time.
Let Angry Man say something.
You got to realize she's not. You can't say a woman that has some black in her is black, because every woman that is the same complexion as what's the old girl's name? What's the African chick's name that's been in a lot of movies lately? Lupita. If the woman isn't the complexion of Lupita, she's not black.
I'll give you.
Can't say that.
Exactly.
No, your parentage decides whether you're black.
You say what? No, your genetics decides whether or not you're black.
You get your genetics.
Exactly. It's what's in your genes.
Whether or not you're black.
Yeah, you get it from your parents.
It's one drop rule, baby.
But I forgot.
It's the DNA. Why does that? Why does the one drop rule only apply? The one drop rule. See, one drop rule is all a bunch of bullshit. It only applies to when someone wants to apply it to fix what they want to say. I was always raised and taught and said like this: regardless if your daddy is black, or if your mama is black, or somebody was black in your family, part of you black. But if your immediate parents, like your mother and your father, like your daddy could be black or half black or something or so much, and your mama could be all this, that, and the other, you're black. And what these people fail to realize, the media, show business, if you in that limelight, you're gonna have your nigga moment when they want you to have it.
Yeah, because just like
period. That's period, point blank.
Amber Rose is black, just like Tiger Woods is black. Okay,
that's right. She's just as black as Tyrese is.
3 out of 4 of her grandparents are white. She has one sort of black grandparent.
She's considered a black woman. She's considered a black woman.
Let me ask her a question, because I get so tired of this same thing over and over again. So you said her grandparents were what? Say that again, please.
3 out of 4 of her grandparents are white.
Okay.
Her mother is biracial.
So what about the one?
Hold on, Pat. Hold on, Gemini.
How can you be 75% white and be black?
Let me ask you a question. I just want to answer this question. You said that 4 of her grandparents,
3 out of 4
grandparents, 3 of her grandparents were white. Okay.
Right.
Is the white race the original race on this planet?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. No. Here we go with science and reality. You're right. Here we go. So just answer my question, please.
No. The original race was black.
Okay. So you're already dealing with a race of people who have dominant genetics. So what you're doing is you end up with a race that is basically a what's the word for it? It's a mutation. So then you put the genetics of this race that's more dominant, because we've already proven in science that dark skin is dominant, light skin is recessive. There's a reason for that. Mm-hmm. So what you're telling me is that, see, this is what you don't realize. The white race is a created race. And the only way that race can stay pure is if they continue to mate with other white people. If they mate with somebody black, that contaminates their race because they're not the original race. And the funniest thing about it is every time y'all make these little distinctions, this person's not black, this person's not black. When they decide to give you that nigga wake up call, you're gonna find out real fast who's white and who's black.
Amber Rose she just said it. She grew up in the black part of Philly. She went to black school. She grew up in the black part of Philly. Okay, she went to black school. She's culturated black. She stripped at black strip clubs. They accept her as black. The black men,
period.
The black women do. Period.
Yes.
So,
period.
Go ahead.
Can I drop a bomb real quick? Because I want to address what the problem really is when it comes to that argument. This is what the problem is when it comes to that argument. We live in a society that is a white-dominated society. So because of the fact that it's a white dominated society, anything that's white is considered the top of everything. So when you're dealing with beauty, the lighter a person's skin is, or the whiter a person is, that's considered the standard of beauty. The reason why these sisters do not want women they consider biracial to be labeled as black, because that puts them all in the same boat and they got to compete with them. And they don't want to compete with women in a society where whatever is light is considered better, because ultimately if they have darker skin, they're going to lose that battle. Now, what they don't want to understand is that there used to be a time where when sisters had something that was considered a disadvantage, like if they were overweight or something like that, they compensated for it by having a better attitude, by being nicer, by being sweeter. Right. But see, because of the fact that we live in this day and age now where black women have the same mentality as white men, they feel that they should have the right to dictate what the society should do and how the society should be. So in the white culture, white men, they dictate, okay, we don't want fat women. So guess what? Women can't be fat. So in black culture, black women say, you should accept me the way I am, regardless of what I do, how I act, and how I am. And that's the way it should be. That's why I said white men and black women act the same.
One and the same.
But does bi mean half?
Does bi mean half?
Bi.
Yeah.
Bi is a word. Bi is something that applies to numerous things. But when you apply it to a race, when you apply it to genetics, it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply. Do you realize there are dudes out here, like there are people out here that will call me biracial, and I have more African blood in me than some dudes that are darker than me.
Check the video he done on this genealogy test.
But no, bro,
hey, how you
you
guys
can't even
doing,
say that.
esteemed ladies and gentlemen?
By showing a birth certificate.
Hold on, Cerulli.
I said Amber Rose, she can really answer that question by showing a birth certificate.
Yes, she could.
So she's accepted as a black woman. She's been accepted as a black woman since they know. She was stripping at a black club when what's his name found
she
her.
grew up in a poor neighborhood that was majority black.
I agree with.
But I'm saying on her birth certificate,
I agree with BGS. I agree with BGS. Listen, she was accepted as a black woman in the strip clubs, wherever. The same thing with Mariah Carey. A lot of people don't even remember when she was on Star Search before the boob job. She was singing. She's the same woman that she is now. Black people put Mariah Carey up on the map. She made millions of dollars off cassette tapes before CD. Black people was listening to Mariah Carey. It wasn't until once we got her up so high, other people start gravitating to her. Now, all of a sudden, fam, she don't want nothing to do with the black men. Because after Nick Cannon, I just saw something on American Idol. And they had or one of these news programs, and her kids was on tour with her, and she brought the kids out on stage and everything. So they pulled her to the side, and the boy, Mariah, said something that her son says, like, yeah, something. So the reporter said, oh, he got that after Nick. You know what she said? You know what she had the gall to say? No, he's not like Nick. He's his own person. He's his own person. Are you fucking kidding me? Like they son just decided to make himself. It's like she denounced even having sex with the man, even having kids with him. He's his own person.
Yo, BGS. Charwillie asked a question in the chat room.
I'm sorry if I was going off. I'm sorry, y'all, but that just disturbed me.
Okay, what did Char say?
She said,
come on. Okay, can she mic up?
I think she's up. Charwillie.
Go ahead, mic up, Charwillie. Ask the question.
She might be doing something.
Okay.
I'll ask it for.
Well, what's the question?
She said, question for the panel. How many generations does a person's blackness go back before they're considered other?
Good question.
Normally goes back to the great grandparents.
3.
Yeah, it's about 3.
Yeah, 3 strike rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what a lot of people don't realize? You in this, like, if you want to be more.
Hold on a second. CD. If the women want to speak up, they have. I give women priority on this panel, and we have women we have women here on the call. They get priority. If they want to speak up, they can speak up. I can't not make them talk. Now, if you want to get in, you want to come on, and you can make them speak up and make them engage, I will be perfectly willing for you to get on. You can moderate. Okay.
Hello. Why don't CD get up here and talk? Is CD a woman?
I don't know.
Hello.
See, that's the thing. It's always these faceless trolls. The same shit Angry Man always talk about.
CD's not a troll. What I'm saying is, go ahead. Who is this?
Women does not have inspiration tonight, so we're listening to you boys. Thanks.
What I'm saying is, you guys can change the topic. If you don't want this topic, you can change it to anything you want, but you have to speak up. Because I keep hearing this stuff. How come the women don't? I cannot make women talk. Okay, I cannot force you to talk. Char Willie knows I go out of my way to actually get questions from the women, get women on, get them in. If there's a woman that wants to get on, I give them priority. If I can't make them talk.
There's a woman, Kiki Brown. What else we got there? Hello, is any woman? Charlie too.
If they have a subject, they don't have to get in with what we're talking about. You can change the subject. Yeah. You can change it to something else that you're interested in. Ask questions. Miss J. I've given Miss J more than enough rope to hang herself. Okay.
Remember, ladies, this is the BGS channel for women. Keyword women.
I can't make, because I hear this complaint all the time. Well, the women weren't heard from. Like, I can reach out, I have my belt and say, you better talk.
That's because they're more concerned. They're more concerned with being perpetual victims instead of speaking their concerns. It's like if you have something that you want to say it.
Yeah.
Like, don't sit back and not say it and then complain about the fact that you wasn't heard. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. If CD wants to come on, there's an open channel. I post the link. If you have something to say, you have a complaint, get on and say it. Get on and change the topic. Get on and ask a question. You know how this works. If there's guys on here, if there's too many guys, I will ask them to drop off. If a woman wants to come on and say something.
And I would graciously bow down if more women want to get on here and talk. I mean, I don't have any problem. And like you said, Master Teacher, this channel is open. Y'all didn't even know if it was me for real or not. I'm using another device. Yeah. So that's not even an excuse. I back up the statement Angry Man said. They may just want to be victims and have pity parties and tissue parties, but this is y'all channel. The women are supposed to build this channel up the way that they want it to be. This is the channel for the women. This is my first time being on here, and I've learned a lot. Hopefully y'all learned something from me. I mean, I don't get all in deep, but I'm enjoying it. But if more women want to come out, and Master Teacher, you need some spaces open up, I graciously bow out and I continue to listen.
Yeah, because last week we spent I forget the young lady's name. We spent about 2.5 hours discussing her problem and what she was going through with her parents. We spent 2.5 hours. I mean,
that's good stuff.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Do y'all want me to go ahead and sign off? They probably scared to talk because I'm.
No, man, you cool, man. Stay on, bro.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot. See if they just.
I'm gonna drop off real quick and see if that's what it is. I think that's what it is.
Okay.
No, Angry Man think he's slick. Okay. He think he's slick.
Okay. Let's do this. All the guys drop off for a second. We're gonna have none but women on the panel. And if they don't want to talk, then you guys can jump back on. So all the men drop off for you guys fall back for a second.
All right, cool.
All right, Master Teacher. I know how to follow orders.
All right.
All right, cool. About to drop off.
All right. All the men drop off. And we have nothing but now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women on the panel. Nothing but women.
I'm no more afraid. I'm just kidding.
Huh?
Well, I had two things I wanted to say.
Okay.
The first thing, when I first came on here, y'all were talking about being like black first versus like, I guess, black woman, and I forget the other lady's name.
Hold on a second. See, I'm gonna get ready to cut. CD, goddamn, get your ass on the channel. Stop complaining. I'm running this. You can hear every week, and I'm you know, you want to hear women talk. This is a hangout. Period. This is not content for entertainment. It's a hangout. People have to engage, including you. You could have got on the channel and voiced your opinion. This is not entertainment. Okay, it's a hangout. All right, and it flows the way it flows. Now stop complaining. Okay, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that when the Black Power movement was going on, I felt like black men were fighting for power for like all black people, whereas a lot of black women today, they mostly just want to focus on black women. They don't really care about the children or the men. So when that other lady was like getting really defensive about
which other lady?
I guess
was it Miss J? Miss J?
Yeah, Miss J.
Okay.
When she was being defensive about somebody being, I guess, pro-black woman. I guess it was Chrissy or something.
Yeah.
That's just what I wanted to say about that. But everybody kind of moved on to the interracial thing.
Oh no, no.
And,
what I'm saying is, okay, this is okay. You haven't been on my hangouts before, okay? Especially for this particular hangout. My hangouts, if you can change direction. You know, you don't have to get in with the flow. You can change direction of the commentary anytime. You jump in, you ask a question, we'll change direction. That's the way it works. It flows that way. Especially if women have concerns, they want to ask the question. You guys get priority because it's your hangout. If the guys want to do their thing, I have a hangout for them like tomorrow night. So women get priority, and I encourage women to come in instead of being in the chat and not getting your point across. Come on and change the direction of the channel. Well, go ahead. What's the second thing that you wanted to bring up? Unless you want Miss J to respond.
The second thing is, as for the interracial thing, I feel like more black men date outside the race because I don't think they feel like black women are attracted to them. Like,
okay, it's two things. It's two things. It's one, they're being encouraged. And the second thing is you see a lot of that. You see, okay, it's three things. One is they're being encouraged. Two, that white women, because are being more receptive and being more, how can I say it, forward. In other words, white women will actually seek out black men and give them more indicators of interest. So that's the third. That's the second thing. The third thing is proximity. Anytime you see black men dating white women, normally it will be because they've gone to school with them, they're in a mixed neighborhood, they're going to college with them, and something like that. There's very few times where a black man will leave all black neighborhood, nothing but black people around him, and go cross town and find him a white woman. That is highly dangerous. Okay, for a black man to do. Trust and believe. I know, because I went to a white school and I lived on the other side of town. For me to date a white woman and go all the way across to White Town, and especially at night, is not recommended. Okay.
Oh yeah.
She basically has to meet you halfway, because you're not coming to her house or to her neighborhood, especially if it's an all-white neighborhood. Normally, it's like in a mixed environment. If it's in a mixed environment, basically white women are more forward. So, and black women are, how can I say it, are not as forward, or not as, how can I say it? Black women have lost the ability to court for whatever reason, and white women still retain it, and they're just better at it. So that's another reason. And even then, it's still I think it's still, if you just go by marriage percentage, it's still about 3%. You know, as far as black men marrying or dating white women. It's about 3 to 5%. It's really not that. It's only high in certain areas where it's actually mixed. And a lot of times, like in California, the majority of who black men will out marry or out date to is not white. It's Hispanic.
Yeah. I think it was Edward. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Gigi.
I was just asking why Hispanics, since we're there.
Because they're in your neighborhood. Because I have.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, I mean, you're in California. The majority of, if you go to a black what's left of black neighborhoods, it's very well mixed with Hispanic.
Hispanic, that's true.
Yeah, and Hispanic women are more engaging. Okay, well, they're more docile, and they're more docile. Yeah, they're more docile. So. There's a lot of different reasons why that is, and still at that, the majority of black men wind up with black women.
Yeah.
Even in a mixed neighborhood, the majority of black men still, we just notice it more when you see a white man and a black woman. You don't notice it that much when she's Hispanic. Go ahead, Kat.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was Edward who was talking about Luke Cage earlier. And what a lot of people fail to realize is that the guy from Luke Cage has done several interviews talking about why he married his white wife. He said that she was basically holding him down, and he felt like the sisters at the time weren't giving him a chance. So it's like a lot of black women weren't paying attention to him until he got famous, so it almost makes us look opportunistic in a way.
Because since it's a female hang, we can get into it. It's the dynamic is that because of their culture, white women do support their men more. Okay, they push their men more. In other words, white women more likely to send their children, their man to school, because it's important for him to carry the family. Where in the black community, it's the opposite. We tend to send our girls to school more, for whatever reason, and that's been identified through over the last 60, 70, 80 years of people writing down about the black family. I've encountered that with all the women I know, even the men that I know. Okay, it's always important to get the girls educated. So you have a different outlook and culture. White women, believe it or not, actually push patriarchy way more than black women do. So it's natural for a white woman to actually marry a man, a man of any race, doesn't matter what color he is, but actually try to help his career as much as she can. She will sacrifice herself to get that man's career going, because his career is more important than her career for most white women. Whereas black women, it's not the same. Black women, her children and the safety of her children are far more important. It's her first, her and her career first, because there's an innate distrust of black men. Okay, in other words, that black man could leave me, somebody could kill him, he could go to jail, and I have to be able to support my family no matter what. So it's a different. I'm not saying it's their fault, but I'm saying that's the culture.
Okay, then. Well, that was really all I had to say. Were like those 2 points.
Okay. I mean, what are your thoughts? What do you see?
In terms of interracial,
any of the questions you asked, what's your opinion on the question, any of the topics that you brought up?
Oh, well, I don't really know. I have to think about it more.
Yeah. Well, because I was just going through some things on the grapevine, and they were just emphasizing the exact same thing that I was saying. I mean, it's just like, okay, You know, and these are Nigerians. They're coming from a different culture, and these are like not the immigrants, but the children of the immigrants, right? And it's like I said, it's like I can't believe it. I said you couldn't separate them from any of the African Americans in the country because it's the exact same thing. So after a generation, they get absorbed in the culture, and then all of a sudden, the same thing spits out of their mouths, just like every other African American woman. Exact same thing. It's me first. This is what I want. This is what, you know, on and on and on and on. So it's a cultural dynamic. And the thing is, I don't think, me personally, I don't think we shouldn't change the culture, because it's almost impossible to change the culture. We need to find an environment and a way to work with it. Okay, like say as far as women, they keep saying that men control the sexuality of black women. That's not true. Women are going to have to decide. Okay, if either we're going to be sexually free, and that's the way we're going to live our lives, and we're going to the whole female culture, black female culture. This is what we're going to do. Okay, what rules are we going to put in place to make sure that there ain't a whole lot of out of wedlock births, that children get what they need, and all that kind of stuff? Because black men can't control you. No matter how much women jump up and down and scream that's black men's fault and black men doing this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, everybody knows that what black women decide in the African American community is basically what's going to go. And black women, what I would love is for black women to take responsibility and take the bulls by the horns and say, okay, this is what we need to shut down. This is what we need to do. If you're gonna be a breadwinner, then you're gonna have to take the responsibility of breadwinner. You can't, in other words, if you're gonna be in charge and you're gonna be the most educated, the most dominant, make the most money, then you're gonna have to put up that responsibility. You can't. You can't put the education of the children on black men that are either kicked out of the homes or whatever happened to them. If you raise them, you got to be responsible for them. You're gonna have to make sure they're educated. If you want better men, then you're gonna have to raise better men. You can't, in other words, you can't point to, okay, even if all the men in the African American community are defective, okay, in this generation or the last two or three generations are defective and they're no good, what are black women going to do to make sure that the ongoing generations are better? Somewhere along the line, you got to be able to take your own bull by the horns and do something. And that's what I encourage.
Yeah, that's a problem.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. The whole holding each other accountable thing, that's a problem that I have, because I'll see several male YouTubers, they'll hold other males accountable, but then they'll tell us that we have to hold each other accountable. But if I ever try to hold another female accountable, I usually get a lot of backlash. So I don't really know how to handle that.
What I'm saying is either there's one or two things. It's going to be one or two things. Either you're going to give men the power and do what the fuck they say. Because if you give them the power and you do what they say, then they have no excuses. They have to make it happen because you're in control of it, buddy. We're following you. You're driving the car. We following you. You have the power. You have the kids. You have to make sure they're educated. You got to make sure we're taken care of. You have the power. Then the onus is on them. The onus is on the men completely. There's no question about it. And no black man will say, okay, I can guarantee you, no black man that has power over his family will point it off and say it's the woman. So either you're going to give the men the power, shut up and get behind them, or you're going to assume the reins and take responsibility for what you do. There's no middle ground. Either they had the power and you're going to follow, or basically if you're going to lead like you want to lead, then you have to assume responsibility for your people and for your community. There's no two ways. You cannot have power and not have responsibility. There is no two things. If you're a grown woman, because I have two daughters, I hold them responsible. If you date a bad dude, there's two things: either it's your parents' fault because they didn't train you right, or you made a decision. If it's not your parents' fault, you know, if you only had one, if you only had a father or a mother, you had both. If they trained you properly, you know right from wrong, and you get into a bad relationship, you have to take responsibility for that. Same thing with if a guy, you know, if any man on my channel has 15 kids, he ain't got no money. Sorry, son. Okay. Sorry. You know, basically you got to do what you got to do. Sorry. What you expect us to do about it? You know, we wasn't having fun. We didn't make you have 15 kids for 5 different women. What was you thinking? Because if we had known you were getting ready to do, we'd have put a foot up your behind before you even got started.
Right.
Dudes, you know, them dudes don't. At least on my channel, people in my even angry men, we don't make excuses for them dudes. You know, the people that went hardest on R. Kelly were not the women. Them dudes in Chicago, man. Them dudes in Chicago, man, they were the hardest on R. Kelly. You know, if R. Kelly wasn't protected, man, then R. Kelly would get beat down in the street. And they were talking about that. The dudes in Chicago despise R. Kelly. Okay.
GBS.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm so flattered that you say it, sir. Sorry, but so you said like a man who had more 4 kids, it's considered in your community something like somebody who really went out of hand.
I was talking about if a guy has a bunch of kids by a bunch of different women. Is that
no, two women, you
know. It depends on whether that happens all the time. Okay, if you're in a relationship and you're in a long-term relationship, you have a couple kids, y'all break up, you find another woman, you have 2 more kids. Okay, 4 kids by 2 different women. That could happen to women, that could happen to men. Women have been doing that for eons. Okay, men have been doing that for eons. It's no big deal. But when it gets out of hand, when you have 3 or 4 different, you have 3 or 4 concurrent girlfriends and they're having babies for you. Like like I have a cousin and I had to have a talk with him. He's got 6 kids by 3 different women. I said, dude, when you gonna stop? He said, when you gonna stop? And he can't have a regular job. You know, he's got to have a hustle because he can't, you know, state would take all his money. He can't have a regular job. I said, dude, when you gonna stop? And he said, I'm gonna have as many as the Lord made me have. I said, dude, come on now. Come on now. I said, you're not taking care of the 6 that you have.
Yeah, because like I wonder what is the number, like what is I had no idea of the scale.
If you have 2 that you can't take care of, that's too many.
That's right.
If you
have one.
if you have 1 that you can't take care of, that's too many.
But typically, I know here you go to high school, you find a girlfriend who already has 2 kids, and you take care of her because she's a little bit in a trouble, and then you have 2 more kids with her, and then you divorce or whatever, and then you move on and have maybe 1 more kid or 2, you know.
I mean, that does, if it's a long term.
There is 1 round at 20 years old, and there's another round at 30 years old. Sometimes, like
if you get married early, or you got to get a relationship early, depending on whatever it is, and you from 20 to like 28 or 29, you have 2 or 3 kids. That can easily happen. Okay.
Yes.
And then then hopefully you stay together, because the way the state works, man, they're gonna rake your money. But if the woman decides to splinter off and go elsewhere, then you get in a relationship in your 30s, you have 2 more. Hopefully you will work hard enough to take care of all your children.
Yeah.
But that can easily happen. That can easily happen for a woman.
I mean, if the state wasn't boosting, like giving women all these layers when it comes to kids as much as they are, that's why Trump.
Hey. Real quick, Edward, because I had all the other guys fall back. But
my bad. No. In fact, I was saying wasn't important. So
okay.
So what? They're off to hang out.
You know what I'm saying is the complaint was we didn't have enough female voices, and evidently the women didn't want to talk while the men, or weren't encouraged to talk while the men were on. So I said, okay, we're going to clear the board, and if the women decide to engage and talk, we'll keep it all with female hangout. But if they don't talk, then men can come back on.
But at least we got a good side of the men tonight in the GBS channel.
What I'm saying is, I mean, I know
funny.
When it's a hot topic, men it'll go back and forth. As long as people are okay with it and we get a nice flow, then I'm good with it. But
yes,
if I always say if the women say there's too many men and they want to get on and talk, then I will clear the board and have all women on, which I have, basically right now. And as long as you guys are engaged, you guys keep the conversation going, then the women will stay on.
Okay, there is one quick thing I did want to say. This is one thing that men do have to be mindful of, because that is true. This is a women's hangout, and it's like I do be thinking about sometimes, like, man, I'm talking and this is a women's hangout. A lot of times we got to think about that and say, okay, like kind of how you asked, do y'all want to talk? And sometimes we just got to know to fall back, because you all are not gonna interrupt us. You know what I'm saying? Because we expect, in Black, we expect Black women to just start talking and talk all over. Okay, now we know to shut up because it's a woman's hangout. And if that doesn't happen, we assume that you all kind of co-sign and listening to us rather than waiting for us to completely stop and then y'all do that. Does that make sense?
What I found, Edward, is that if it's if it's not recorded, and two, if it's in person, women will completely dominate the conversation. But for whatever reason, if it's recorded and it's on air, women all of a sudden have nothing to say. We got to pull it out of them. It's a strange dynamic. But go ahead. Anything else, Edward, before we boot you out of here?
Yeah, as women, another good show. I'm not trying to cross promote, but you all should listen to Jason Black's After Hours, because he has a panel of women as well, and how he dissects, like, when he gets a woman on the phone, it's very respectful and everything, but he's BGS level player, BGS level in the dissection game. Anyway, all right, I'm out.
All right. Okay. Okay, you ladies are running the show. So anything else? Miss J, you had a whole lot to say, man. Come on. You're supposed to be bringing the heat.
What I do, y'all cut me off, so.
And ain't nobody cutting you off, Miss J. In fact, I bogart so that you will talk. I'm running interference for you. All you gotta do is keep talking.
Oh, you talking about how you give me rope to hang myself? So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's called, Miss J. It's called a joke. Ha ha.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay. I mean, I didn't know. I thought you were saying I was talking too much, so I was like, okay, I'll just stop.
It's called you're an educated woman.
Okay, I didn't know you were joking.
It's called humor.
I didn't know you were joking. Sorry.
I thought you would get it. If you were 87 basic girl, I might have broke it down a little further, but I thought you were like at least an 89. Thought you would get it. But anyway, go ahead, Miss J. Jump in. You got a lot. You have a lot. You have a lot on your table. You got your list out. You ready to go?
No.
The board is clear.
No, I mean, I guess the last thing I was saying was just about the race thing, and I pretty much said everything I think.
And there was one video I had was on an alpha male, which is I was talking about my son, the alpha male, and you had questions about that, about was it female sexual choice or something like that? You're trying to mix it up with Amber Rose.
Amber Rose has a beautiful DNA. I mean, she has the body of African American lady, yet she got the golden blonde of a white woman. Yeah. That's what's so cool about her.
Yeah, she's a beautiful woman. No matter no matter how you slice it, she's beautiful. I don't like all the tats, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, the tats is a little
Yeah, but she's basically she's culturally black. I don't care what nobody says. She's culturally black.
Yeah, she got the black structured body for sure.
Yeah.
She got all the mix. That's why it's nice when you mix. It could be interesting sometimes.
Yeah, no, she's a beautiful woman. There's no question about it.
And it's okay to have a courtesan. Seriously, I wish there was more courtesan houses because.
Well, as long as it's okay if you pay the money and it's done safely.
Correct.
Yeah, and I don't mind Amber Rose. People like Amber Rose and anybody in the entertainment industry. Okay, that's the way you make your money.
Exactly. What the heck?
Yeah, that's where you're making money. For the regular folks, and why would you take a chance with your body like that just to get more attention? Just that's the only thing that I would say about that. As far as a male or female, if you're getting work because that's how you make your money, that's how you make your money. And unfortunately, people, women, American women, black women in particular, take their cues from the celebrities, like the weave, actually the lion's mane. How weave became popular is because Diana Ross back in the '80s was wearing the lion's mane weave down her back, and and women actually went crazy over it. So they always, all of them from the mid '80s on wanted a weave like Diana Ross, and they started wearing them. They were paying tons of money before it was only. It was only celebrities that could afford it, but as they brought the price down, then it filtered down to the black woman on the street.
I like Tina Turner. She was amazing.
Yeah, she wore wigs, but the weave.
She looks great.
But she has the body for it.
Yeah. I have no problem with the fashion. I have I don't know enough about the history. I will read eventually when I take a long train or a ride. And read about how the relationship was before the fashion.
I think most black men, we might not always like it, but the thing is, their weave and all that kind of stuff has gotten way, way too important.
Too much, I can see sometimes.
And black women have a special relationship with their hair. I can tell you because I got 3 daughters. And I got a couple of sisters, and my my grandmother, she had 7 girls, so I know the relationship that black women have with their hair. It's like sometimes it's like, okay, especially where I used to work, it was lots and lots of black women, right? It's like you hear them talk about their hair, talk about somebody else's hair, talk about celebrities' hair, talk about whether that hairstyle was good or not. I said, my goodness, can you guys find something else to talk about besides hair?
So boring.
Besides hair? Jesus Christ. Find a style that you're happy with and stick with it. But that's just like, it is what it is. But go ahead, Miss J.
It's funny how you say it. That's all.
Yeah. It's just it is what it is. It's like sometimes you hear so much, the themes about black women and women in general get to repeat themselves so much. Sometimes, man, I just want to take a rope. Like, please, no more. No more. Not that again. No, like my daughters.
I had the same thing in North Africa. I mean, women talk about cakes and what she's wearing tomorrow. Ezra Jalaba is going to be ironed this way. The same thing with other colors and other culture.
Yeah,
this thing is just boring.
It's just Well, that's. I mean, that's just women hate it when I say that's just female nature. Men talk about different stuff.
Right.
We're into inanimate objects more than we are. We're into things and that kind of stuff. So it's just different.
Yeah, and there's just certain topics that women can talk about without other people getting offended. So you tend to stick to those in polite conversations.
You're not gonna offended. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who gets offended?
There's a lot of things you can get offended about. You talk about what kind of man they're with. You talk about whether their kids are ugly or not. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff you have to not talk about. So you just talk about safe subjects. I'm saying women can get offended about a lot of things. So you're not trying to get in the fight.
Yeah, well, kids normally are off limit, but with your group of friends, with a group of friends, they'll talk about you. Yeah, they'll talk about your woman, man.
I'm saying with your friends, you got to be the most careful about. They never forget the stuff you say.
Oh no. Well, we normally if it's your friends, we didn't discuss your woman before you got married. You said, okay, I'm with her. Okay, well, that she's not that attractive. Yeah, man, I know. She's been around. Yeah, man, I know.
I mean, guys can do that. Women can't. It's like they're very sensitive about stuff. So
women are very sensitive to criticism. Yes, they are. And I post this kind of stuff, and the first group will get mad is women. Okay, you know that you're sensitive to criticism. You know that you are. And when I say that you're sensitive to criticism, no, we come on now. Even I bring on, and a lot of times I actually bring women voices in. They said, okay, see, I'm not just saying it. Women are saying it, and they've written books about it. Like women as breadwinners. In fact, I got to put that video up about because we were just talking about women as breadwinners and the difficulty that these authors were seeing about women accepting the role as breadwinners. And then they have a whole, like the grapevine trying to say the exact opposite. They say the exact opposite in one video, and then they contradict themselves in the next video. In fact, she's a Nigerian woman. She was saying that they're pushing modern women to excel and push ahead and stuff like that, but the society doesn't offer them mates. It's like, okay, society's not supposed to offer you mates. Okay, it's a free society. You're supposed to make your own way, make your own choices. It's not an arranged marriage. So they don't groom men to your specifications, so that when you get a high-powered job and high-powered position, okay, now we're gonna give you your man to go along with it, and it doesn't work that way. And they never figure out. Have you asked the men what they wanted? Because you're asking him to be with you. Did you ask him what he wanted in a woman? That doesn't matter. And I don't want to be. I want a man. I don't want to be a breadwinner. I want to be a man that's equal to me. And they were going right down the list. I want him to look good. I want to be educated. I want to be nice. I want equal sharing, and I want him to make as much or more than I do. And these are supposed to be feminist, staunch, stomp down feminist women. I said, in other words, but gender roles are bullshit. Okay, it's like, come on, y'all. You don't even relive that in your own life. Why are you even saying that? But there was something that you were questioning about as far as women choosing alpha males and not being in control of their sexuality or sexual choices or something like that.
Oh, I mean, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, in the dictator and like Arab countries, you cannot choose the man that you want sexually. That's for sure.
No, yeah, they're strict about that because because they don't trust. And I said that in one of my videos. Most cultures do not trust young women with their wombs. They really don't, because your wombs do not belong to you; they belong to your family.
Yeah. So that's a little bit of a dark side, because the indigenous were not like that. This is new. What the heck?
Yeah, because your womb your wombs do not belong to your family. Because once you produce with the wrong children by the wrong man, and
no, you cannot enjoy yourself. If you enjoy yourself, it's a wrong thing. It's like bizarre.
Well, you enjoy yourself. The thing is, it's the result. Say if you enjoy yourself and you have if you have a 3 or 4 kids by a no good man, who does the responsibility fall back onto? Not it's
No
back
one.
onto the family. No, but the family has to
No.
support you. Are they going to let you starve, or
I
they're going to
saw
support
women
those
who
children?
I saw women with my own eyes that was starving out in the street.
Yeah, I would say in other cultures, yeah, they really do. They will if you don't follow the dictates of that of your family, and you do something outside of the outside of it, they will disown you. You starve in the street. You really will. Yeah, it is. It's that. It's tough like that.
It's morbid because, like I said before, the old world was much more yin and yang. I don't know what's going on up there.
It's always been that way. You know, that kept women and men in line. You know, okay, you get ousted. You know, you get excommunicated from the group.
But
and,
the marriage was with attraction and more romantic. I mean, in those countries,
no, that's new. No, maybe in Europe, maybe, but most of the world, no, the range. You go outside of the family, and it don't work out. Okay, it's not the family's problem. Okay, you have kids by them, and he's not taking care of you. You're starving in the street. You are starving in the street. In Europe, I think in Europe they said that started with the manor where after the wars kind of died down. I think it was like the 17th century, and they had a series of manors. Then the peasants or the serfs weren't locked into a particular manor, so they were able to go with permission from one manor to the next. So if a man grew up in a woman grew up in one manor, then she could go to the next manor and work, or wherever she was accepted. She didn't have to stick to her own little kingdom or group, right? So that allowed a little bit less rigid because you're away from your family and you could support yourself. So you were allowed more freedom to choose your own mate. But that was in was it West? That was in Europe during the manor system. Yeah, I think I was reading a book about that. Yeah.
Yes. I felt like the American Indians, the Eskimos, people like that used to be much more.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But the thing is, you still had, even if you were attracted to a man, you still have to go in front of the elders.
Absolutely, that's true.
To get their blessing. You couldn't just do it willy-nilly.
No, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I think women like Chrissy they only think of one side of the situation that black women are in. They don't think about the other side.
Well,
that's just want to live like that. If she's so stuck on promotion, it's like, okay, promotion is one thing, but what do you give up for that? Is it worth it?
Well, she hadn't thought that far, and two, it's harder to sell. Yeah. At the end of the day, you're in business, so, and you are selling to black women, and black women respond more to emotion than to logic, for the most part. Not everybody, but for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can understand what, one side of where she's coming from, but every time I think about it all the way through, it's like, I don't think it's as big of a deal the way she's talking about it.
Yeah, and I've heard that from more than one woman about you need to go out and fight this white man, and said, okay. And we always say your son first, your son, your brother, your husband first.
I just think if you actually look at the numbers, it just doesn't make sense. Black people are not going to fight white people because we don't have the numbers.
Or the military, we don't control enough, so it doesn't make sense.
I mean, all the way around, money, fire weapons, people, you just don't have it. So it's like, why are you focused on that? Just do the best you can and move on. But this idea that black women are going to defeat white women and black men are going to defeat white men, no, that's not going to happen. Just give it up.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I know she's selling a product, so I understand. Same thing with Cynthia G. You're selling a product because I'm in the conscious community, so I know how it works. Boyce Watkins.
Cynthia G, she's funny. Cynthia
Oh,
G is hilarious to me. I don't believe that what she's saying is actually going to work, but she's hilarious. Christy's kind of depressing.
I think she's repetitive. I understand where she's coming from, and I do think that colorism is an issue, but it's not, But what is the solution? And the solution that she has is it's not going to happen. Okay,
No, at all.
It's actually it's going to get worse.
Yeah, if you keep being your feelings about it, it's going to get worse. Just leave it alone.
Well, the thing is, it's going to get worse because the nation, the society, and people that run it are pushing it the opposite way. So, I mean, they'll throw you.
People who care about it, who keep going on and on about it, they're going to get hurt the worst.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's just your feelings. Just like stop.
Because I was giving her some suggestions when I used to subscribe to her. I said, why don't you get behind the shows of the people and promote the people that are actually what you want? Like I said, like being Mary Jane. How come black women don't get behind it and really push that show so you get more of it? Okay, because money will talk. If they see that this is what you like, they're gonna give you more of it because it makes money, right? Oh, but no, they're too old. I said, what difference does it make? If she's a dark woman and she has a show, she gets promoted. How come you don't push it? If you look at Insecure, it's a small show, but they're dark women for the most part. Most of them are brown to dark women that are headlining, right? They're wearing fabulous clothes. They're doing interesting things. How come Chrissy doesn't push that show? She should be doing reviews on the show because this is what you want. Instead of explaining the victim narrative. I understand the victim narrative. I know that makes money. What I'm saying is, why don't you promote the things the people that actually doing what you want? And she doesn't, but it is what it is. That's the way Hollywood works. You get behind it, you promote it, you put money behind it, they're going to give you more of it.
Yeah. I just think the best way forward for black women is to stop emphasizing the black part. Just live your life. That's the way the country's going. That's the way the world is going. So just stop expecting everybody else to just see you as whatever she's trying to have the world see her as. Just live your life, and you'll be fine.
If it was logic, that may be, but it's emotion, and it's how a lot of it is how black women see themselves, and a lot of black women see themselves as inadequate, and they want to see some external validation so they can feel better about themselves. Because at the end of the day, it's about feeling. And instead of correcting that, really internally correcting that, it's easy to do it externally. It's easy to blame somebody else. Blame the white man, blame society, especially blame your black man, because you wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for him. Because basically, if you listen to some black woman, he's the one that captured you, drug you over in the boat, and put you in slavery. It was your black man that did it. You listen to Brooklyn Blue.
I don't know. I just wish at one point in time we can kind of like get over that. Like, I understand that slavery is a bad thing. It still affects us, but we just keep marinating it. You're always seeing all these movies and TV shows, and people just keep going over and over. It's like, okay, it happened. At what point in time can we like digest it and just move on to the next phase? We just keep picking at that scab over and over. It's never going to heal.
Because the after effects are still going on. Jim Crow basically ended in 1950. Well, really 1960. So that's 60 years ago. It never really ended though, because with the drug war, they just renamed it. Well, actually, the drug war going on now is amongst white folks, so they're getting their dose.
No, but I'm saying, like in the 80s and 90s, that was still primarily us. So really, it didn't really end to like the millennium change.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're still getting the after effects, so I can understand that. And the other reason is that black folks and white folks really don't want to mix, so they're forced to mix. And this is what gentrification is about. They're forcing them to mix, and neither side
want different things.
Huh?
I just think personally that white people and black people, we just want completely different things.
Not really.
We go about it a different way. Put it that way. I mean, everybody wants life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, but we just do things completely different.
Well, because you have two cultural patterns that are opposite each other.
Yeah.
And I think William Julius Wilson, he said the same thing. He said that the one of the biggest impediments that happened in the 60s is that Moynihan mentioned the matriarchy, and black liberals and black women didn't want to admit that there was a matriarchal pattern in the black community, and so that basically stalled any kind of progress. Because they had already identified that the reason that what they had to do was change the cultural pattern so that these two groups can actually come together and blend. And what you have is an opposite cultural pattern that's getting more and more ingrained. Feminism just made it worse, because feminism is basically trying to get rid of the cultural pattern, which is patriarchy, right? And so they have to push patriarchy out. So basically they have to tamp down the male so you can get rid of you even out the playing field, right? So you tamp down the males, you have the black males that are already tamped down, you're beating them down further. So you're exacerbating the problem that you had in the black community. So you have a remedy for the dominant society, but for the African American community, which is running on a different system, you're exacerbating the problem that you had before, and you're making it worse. So in other words, when in the 60s, it was basically black men and women went to college basically at the same levels. I think in 1970, and since then, gone down. So they're pushing. Basically, they start pushing black males downward. So basically pushing them downward. Then now they don't have the power to affect their families like they used to, and you have a mess. You have a worse mess.
What is the way to fix that? Is not have black women have jobs or something, or what?
The way to fix it was take the goddamn jobs that white women took from your man. That's the way to fix it. But that's not going to happen. I mean, white women took the jobs from your men. So now your men don't have jobs to support your families.
I mean, but black women can't fight white women. We don't have the numbers to do that any more than black men can fight white women.
Well, basically now it's too late because they can really end all that stuff anyway. White women don't need you.
I'm saying even back then, that's.
Oh yeah, you did. All you had to do was say no, because white women didn't have the cover to fight for affirmative action because they're not a minority. They didn't have the cover, but black women gave them cover. In other words, without
black women back in the day, they were fighting for black people. White women just bogarted it. I mean,
so why did black women join the feminist movement?
Because we're women.
Okay, so you made it.
So this movement was about women. So
you made women a class, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you made women a class, and so basically a minority class, right? So who did you bring into that class?
What I'm saying, the black women back in that day weren't thinking that way. They were.
Yeah, they made a mistake. They made a mistake.
Everybody made.
No, well, that was the fatal mistake. as far as the black community is concerned. The fatal mistake.
You don't think integration was a bigger mistake?
Integration was going to happen. Integration was going to happen anyway. Because the alternative to integration, you don't want to think about, okay? Trust and believe, you don't want to think about that. And I had to come to that conclusion. It was going to, that was what was offered. You know, unless you have power to do something else and forge something else, which black people definitely did not have. That's the only thing that was offered. So you had two choices. You had either integration or extinction. Because really what America wants is the African American community to be about at 3%, just like in the UK.
So we're kind of on our way anyway, huh?
Well, in other words, they decided to do it a different way.
Yeah.
In other words, integrate you out. In other words, basically make a new class, which is the mixed class and the mulatto class. And
they're gonna bring us out instead of shoving us in ovens, huh?
Well, yeah. Well, what's your preference?
I'd rather be bred out.
Well, why? Smart girl. The college education does you well. Zyklon B is not healthy for your lungs. Let's put it that way. But the Fabian socialists came to that conclusion right after World War II. Okay, this is not the way to do things. So basically, all your disabled people and all that stuff all cut a break right along with black people.
Right. It's now every other halfway melanated people from around the world are considered minorities, and they get all the breaks too.
Well, we fall down for that. Okay, we fall down for that because the country does not listen to black men. Let's put it that way. They listen to y'all.
Why do y'all say that? But okay.
Because it's true. I know it's true because in the conscious community, you can't do business if black women don't want you to do business. Look at Shea Moisture.
Shea Moisture is business.
Any black business cannot survive without black women. Black women can shut down a black business in a heartbeat. The only the reason LeVar Ball can get away with what he gets away with is because it's not a black business. He's not catering. He's not catering to black people. He's catering to sports fans, and the majority of them are not black. So he can care less what black women say, and black women know it. So even though he's married to a white woman and he has mixed race kids, and he's a chauvinist, you know, even though black women do like that because he's got that alpha male appeal. But they could.
I've never heard any black women even talk about him though.
Some like him, some don't. But the thing is, they can't. Basically, they don't have any power over him anyway, so it doesn't matter. But he's an alpha male. He's an unabashed alpha male, and black women do like that. So in that sense, and he shut down a white woman. They really like that.
So BGS, is a black business a black owned business, or is it just a business that caters to black people?
A black business, I consider a black business to be black owned, but even a black business that caters to black people will not survive without the blessing of black women.
Okay.
Why is that bad though? How is it a negative thing?
I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. Okay, black women won't own up to it until they get mad. When they get mad, they tell you, "I'm gonna shut you down," unless you kiss the ring. When they get mad, okay, when they get mad, and mostly they get mad, they get heard big time because their wallets are getting ready to come out.
Well, I wish they'd get mad at some of these Korean beauty supply stores.
What? And Mr. Weave? Are you kidding me?
They don't need it.
Girl. You blaspheming here. This is a woman's channel. You get ready to get blasphemed. You know better. You black woman.
You better learn how to work that stuff out.
You know better. You better not tell a woman, black woman, about her crown. Are you kidding me?
I got a cousin who wears a weave just as long as her hair. She's got hair that's long. I guess it's not as silky. I guess that's why she wears the weave. But I'm like, you stupid, because I wouldn't waste my money on that if I had long hair.
How often do they replace that? Is it every 2 weeks?
2 weeks? No, hell no. They can't afford that.
She does it every month or so.
Yeah, every month and a half, 2 months, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see him patting about the second.
Oh yeah. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Oh, I hate that pat. God, I hate that.
My sister's a licensed beautician, and people overstate the price of weave. I mean, most women are not getting $600 weaves and stuff like that. I mean, they get like hair bundles for like $9.99.
Yeah,
like,
but the artificial stuff. Yeah, the artificial stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but most people they're not getting the super expensive weave because black women don't have that kind of money. So it's like, it's kind of overstated, the price and stuff.
No, not the natural. In fact, there was good grief. It was about maybe, remember back maybe 6 or 7 years ago where they were actually the beauty supply houses that dealt in like the expensive weaves and stuff like that. They were getting robbed.
It is expensive weave, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying the vast majority of black women don't get that type of weave. That's for like people who have money.
I'm saying
even
if you take a woman that's buying inexpensive hair, right, and she's on a budget, if she gets it done monthly, she's going to spend at least what, $100, $150 to get it put in.
Wow.
Huh? Something like that. If you want to
sew in on the hairdresser.
No, I'm saying a lot of them, they don't. They're people. I mean, black women, they be going to the hairdressers' houses and stuff. They not. A lot of them don't spend that kind of money. I'm not saying that they don't spend nothing, but they don't be spending the kind of money people.
Well, hell, a press and curl is $40. If you get a wash, press and curl, that's $40. And that's without the extra work. If you talk about other stuff, you're getting into the hundreds easily.
Well, I haven't found anyone I can ask that didn't seem like they would bite my head off. So
my ex is a beautician. Okay, my daughters wouldn't have their hair done like that if she wasn't. You know, she was she's licensed. And freaking press and curl, even if you done it at her house, is $40 because it's like an hour and a half of your time. And if you're doing something else, then to actually do it right. If you want to do it right, you don't want like a yaki that's kind of like half off your head. You're talking about 2 or 3 hours. That's $100 easy. That's easy $100. So you can't get that done every 2 weeks. If it's done right. And that's not even that's just the labor. That's not even including the hair.
I think I'm gonna camp out at a beauty supply store, find out, investigate.
Yeah, just all you gotta do is walk into a beautician, man, and regular old what we call a beauty shop. Okay, and ask. They'll tell you. My cousin does it, and when she does a discount, she's in Louisiana, which is not she's not a rich state. When she does it, it's $145. And if she wants to be generous, like she needs money because she's going to like the Essence Fest or something like that, and we need a lot of people in, then she'll drop it down to 100.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's like
Mardi Gras, they get the craziest weaves around that time.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people, they're not even having a weave; they're having wigs. Like people who have them crazy colors and stuff. They're not. That's just a wig.
Well, wigs are different. When I'm talking about we're talking about weaves.
I'm just saying, a lot of people. People look at people with the rainbow color and crazy colored hair, and they think that's like weave and stuff, but that's just a wig. People just. I think it looks ridiculous. Personally, every time I see black women with them crazy colors, it makes me like severely embarrassed.
That's ghetto. Yeah.
The best part is when they match the eyeshadow up with it.
Or they match their nails to. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? You look so ridiculous. I hate it.
It's just flamboyant. Yeah. You gotta show your style.
Another thing is a lot of them be overweight, and I'm like, how do you spend that much time on your looks, but you overweight?
I wouldn't go. I mean, I won't even gonna go there.
It's overweight, but with the bright colored tight clothes, and then the crazy wigs and the nails. I mean, I just literally like, wow, you are making us look so bad right now. I really want to go up there and say that to them, but I can't because they'll kill me.
I remember my partner's wife. She was continuously trying to set me up with her sister, right? And her sister's overweight, and she's telling me, okay, she's not the same when she gets dressed up. I said, what do you mean? I said, she'll get her hair done and she'll squeeze into that dress and you won't know her. I'm like, no, thank you. But women will do that, boy. Women will do that. It's when they look in the mirror, that's what they see. You know, I'm 300 pounds. I'm overweight, but I'm gonna get this weave done down my back and get my makeup done, and nobody can tell me any different. Here's what it is.
But they be getting attention like that. That's the thing that like I don't get it, but I mean they do. Those are the kind of people that be having men, which I'm like, how did that?
Do you want me to explain it to you, Miss J?
No, I don't. I don't want to know.
Okay.
Yeah, they have dudes living off.
It's just.
You want me to explain it to you?
I'm good.
All right.
Some things you just shouldn't know the answer to.
You asked the question why. I can explain it to you. It won't take very long.
No.
Go ahead and explain it for the playback.
Okay, explain for the playback. It's called Easy.
Easy like Sunday morning?
Easy like Sunday morning. There's pretty. There's pretty, there's cute, but the thing is, after midnight, it's called easy and cheap. Even the players, even the max.
A lot of times, the guys they're with just want a place to stay too. And
that comes in the financing. One time, we're leaving those guys out. It's called easy.
Yeah,
and that's how come black men have the reputation for having no standards, right?
That's true.
Black men, because black men will take the path of least resistance, and I've seen it amongst my buddies. Okay, and my thing is, no matter how you look, if I don't like you, I don't like you. Okay, if I don't like you, I can't have sex with you. You know.
I have a question very quick. Since you're right there. So what is the thing like when you meet somebody online, it asks you automatically to kind of like show, your body. And
talk about unclothed?
Yes, like, can you take off your clothes and show me? I'm like, what?
Yeah. I mean,
what the heck?
They'll ask.
Everybody, and like, I'm so surprised.
Yeah, well, that's called that's.
You said GBS. When I like the person, that means first you want to see the quality and then the friendship. How?
No. What I'm saying, I have to.
And then you see the sex. I mean, no, I mean, then you see the rest. Come on.
What I'm saying is, with me, I'm not saying I'm atypical. Now, a lot of my buddies have told me I'm atypical.
I appreciate that though, that you said that.
Yeah, I'm atypical. I can't, you know, I don't care if whether she's a 4 or she's a 10. She can be a 10. If I don't like her, I don't like her, and I'm not gonna sleep with her just because she's a 10. I genuinely have to like you.
Right.
Okay. But most guys, you know, I have best friends. I would say 99%. Okay. If she's willing, they're ready.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just not. It's so not romantic, or you know, it doesn't show any interest. It shows
about men.
Yes.
Men don't care about romance.
And also, women don't care about
script. I literally have to I made a video about that. I literally have to you know, prepare a video or something. You know.
Yeah, men love there's 2 things men love other than sex. Is the chase. The chase, depending on the guy. The hunt is what men like. If romance, they use romance as part of the hunt.
Okay.
Now, if you're with a significant other and you need to spice things up, then that's where the romance really comes in once you get into a relationship.
But yet, if you do that, if you show a part of yourself, then they're gonna say, "Oh, she's a whore."
What they're trying to get freebies they're trying to get freebies wherever they can. Okay.
I'm kind of lost there. Sorry.
In other words, okay, it's a challenge. It's part of the hunt. What can I get her to do?
I see.
Okay, if I'm online, and what can I get her to do? Okay, can you show me your body? Okay, she showed me your body. Okay, she's willing to do that. What else is she willing to do? So we're gonna ratchet it up. She's willing to show me her body online, then she's willing to have sex with me.
Yes.
So it's how, in other words, it's an envelope, right? You know what called pushing the envelope?
Yeah.
It's pushing the envelope. Okay, what can I get away with? What can men and women the same way with money? Okay. If I'm online, can I get him to take me out to an expensive dinner? Can I get him to wine and dine me before I have to give up any? That's pushing the envelope for women. For most women, I'm not saying all. For most women, but it's just basically what is each party resistant to, and what can I get each party to do? Because if I can, it boosts my self-esteem and my self-worth if I can get a woman to do X. For same thing for women, if I can get a man to do a certain thing, it will boost my self-esteem. Offer me a drink, buy me dinner, buy me clothing, whatever. Right? It's pushing the envelope.
So now we're gonna put the envelope by doing some sexy stuff, showing the best out of her curve or whatever, and then that's it. Okay.
It never ends.
Yeah.
It never ends. So.
Wow.
No. It's part of it. The game is the game, right?
Okay.
It's a game. It's a game.
Yeah, so once you give in, it's like it's over. You're gonna end up like Tiny and T.I., where no matter what degrading thing that child did, he always wanted more. And she always kept, and that's why it is what it is. So if you decide to go down that road, it's a long road.
And then I was trying to tell Alan Roger Curry that's the reason that women don't do really hardcore kinky stuff with their significant other, a man that she thinks that she's going to have a future with, is because she keeps having to top herself. She doesn't want to go down that road. So it's easy to do it with a guy that's on the outside that you're not connected to. Okay, I can do whatever wild kinky stuff that I want with him. When I leave, it's over. I'm going back home. But if you do it with your husband, okay, we don't have to have a conversation. How come you don't want to do it again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It never stops.
It never stops. Same thing with a man. If you marry your wife, okay, you have to keep tight control, because whatever you let her get away with, okay, it's you're gonna continue to have that discussion.
Yeah. Buy that cheap Mercedes, and then you have to buy her that $100,000 Mercedes.
Yeah. Work 3 jobs, you knave.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's called keep. Well, in the PUA they call it keeping alpha frame. In other words, keeping your position.
Yep.
So that's yeah. So online. The few times I've done it is because I don't really like it very much. But a few times I've done it, text back and forth. If we get a good feel, then email. You get a better feel, then okay. Now I want to talk to you on the phone, and get to know each other on the phone. Okay, then the next thing is okay. Let's meet in person. See if the vibe is right. Meet for coffee. Meet for lunch. See if the vibe is right. So by the time it gets down to dinner or sex or something like that, I've known you for anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. So you've gone through the pipeline. And any woman that doesn't want to engage with says, okay, let's meet face to face now. Okay, you're out. You're off the pipeline. Drop out. Next. What I'm saying is she's willing to go through the process to get to know me at the end. Okay, well, she's something or someone that I can go further with.
That's how the dating should go. But people be using these dating apps like almost putting prostitution out of business. It's like, geez.
They're hooked up apps. They're not dating apps.
Yeah, they're hooked up.
Basically, it's like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and women want shortcuts. I want my goodies. I want the dinner, and I want all that stuff right now. And the guy
They're not
says,
even getting dinner. These folks are just like, it's crazy. I mean, it's like,
yeah, they're
they got
lonely.
problems.
Yeah, they're okay. Sex for women is a shortcut to relationship.
So they think
we have to. We have no choice.
Okay. Like I said,
your boobies.
I said with courting. Okay, let me. Okay, with courting, if women didn't give up sex, if modern women, millennial women didn't offer sex, what else could they offer?
A conversation where to see if we have a flow, and then when it flows, maybe. It's like giving you a flower. I mean, you just have the first step.
How many millennial women can actually have a flowing conversation with men?
You can have a monologue.
I mean, if you know video games and sports, you can.
I want to say, if that's the case, that's what you have to offer. If you have video games, in other words, if you can talk to him about what he's interested in, then you have something to offer. Then it's something other than sex, is it not?
Yeah.
I'm talking online, baby. Just people online, they ask you stuff like most men. Basically, you talk a little bit, and then they ask you immediately, "Can you show me a photo?" It starts like that. Oh, can you show me this? I'm like, wait a minute. We didn't even like.
Yeah, because men, I've even heard people say this online. It's like women know within 10 minutes when she meets you whether or not she wants to have sex with you.
Oh my gosh.
But no, literally, and people like literally believe this. Like,
yeah, I mean, give it a chance. Have a conversation, or
not that she. Not that she will have sex with you. That she could have sex with you.
Hello, it's part of the hunting. You don't just ask anybody to just.
Yeah, it's not that she will. In other words, if things go further, I could have sex with him.
Yes.
Not that I will have sex with him tomorrow or this minute.
No, I want to, but not now. I mean, of course, I won't even talk to you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, people get offended. Like, if you actually want to get to know them, they get offended. Like, how dare you? It's like, geez.
Because the culture doesn't support it anymore.
I know, it's like ridiculous.
And I saw that because my son is 31, and I saw he was like 13 or 14. I said, "Oh shit, this is coming." I knew this was coming.
But they get mad when you like women have different sexual partners. Like, oh my God, she has had 15 sexual partners. Well, because
there's a very good reason why the more sexual, huh?
What is it? About sex, and like there is like no essence. And then I'm talking about people that are a little bit older now. hello. I thought that was like for younger people, I guess, but no.
Yeah.
Because it was down to the 50s.
Okay, because women, what I said about women, you know, I played that. The first video I put up on this channel was the lady talking about women having sex with many men, and she explained exactly to the T why it was bad for women to have sex with a lot of guys. It's
very bad.
Huh?
I said it's very bad. All the bad benefits and none of the good benefits.
Well, no, it's not. What I'm saying is, for a man to get a woman that's had a lot of partners, there's a very good reason why it's bad if she wants to have a long-term relationship. Is because women have bonding hormones,
right?
That are like drugs. In other words, when a woman bonds to you, it's a drug. It's a chemical. It's a chemical reaction that she gets with you, and that she has with you that bonds you to her, bonds her to you, right? So that she will be more faithful. She'll be more accepting, more open, all those things, right? It's literally a endorphin boost drug that goes through her body when she's with you, right? So just like any drug addict, take a drug addict for a chance. For instance, excuse me, if the first guy, basically the first guy, she can get 100% hit, right? First guy she's attached to, she bonds to, 100% hit. Okay, the second guy, what it would be, 95 or maybe 90, and so after 30. What kind of effect attachment is she gonna have to that guy that comes along? That's the 30th guy. Is it gonna be the same as the first guy? It's gonna be way diminished.
It's way diminished.
Well, a woman who goes with 30 guys, she's desensitized. I mean, how you can go with 30 guys?
Exactly. All the bonding hormones that's in her body, even though it can't give her the same kick.
I mean, might as well call it courtesan.
One at a time. Go ahead, Gigi, and then Miss J.
I was just saying, well, then a woman like this is considered to me a courtesan, and that's it, because then she doesn't care about her feelings anymore.
Well, you know, in some societies, then it doesn't matter. Okay, she's get with him. She's gonna do her job. He's gonna do his job. On and on and on. So it doesn't matter. In this society, attraction and all that kind of stuff really makes a bigger difference, because now it's basically liberal, and basically the arrangement. Yeah. Well, you know how it is. You know, depending on who you talk to, sometimes it's not liberal enough. So in other words, that modern women said, if I don't feel attraction for you, I'm going to leave you. So the thing is, if you know that this girl has had 20, 30, even 50 guys, and you're going to have to marry this, and you're going to have to make a relationship last for 10 or 15 years if you have children, right? At the bare minimum, 10 or 15 years. How long will it be before she loses interest in you?
It depends in the friendship, and it depends also on the physical attraction.
But if you're getting married simply because you're physically attracted to someone, that's like the worst reason to get married.
Well, when I'm saying physical, in my words, another word that means to always find something sweet about your husband, or something you pick up your mind, yeah.
I'm saying the reason why the Western relationships don't work is because it's based on physical attraction, and that's like the worst reason to have it. Because eventually, your body is going to change. You're not going to be the same that you were 15 or 20 years, even 10 years before. So if you're only basing on how someone looks, of course it's going to fail. Because
he has to have a minimum. He has to have a minimum of attraction, whatever that is.
I mean, minimum, but I'm saying people nowadays, that's their main thing. And that's why it fails. They don't have anything in common. I mean, it's just like, I like the way this person looks. I'm going to get with them. And then they end up either having kids or getting married. And then they're surprised when it doesn't work. Well, you don't look the same. And they base their relationship on how you looked.
Well, that's not cool.
Oh, men? You're talking
I'm
about
saying
men?
men or women. If you do that, your relationship is not going to work because nobody stays looking the same.
What I'm saying is, okay.
I'm trying to figure out what planet you live on.
I was about to say, are y'all gonna let angry
live on?
Yeah.
Wait,
Well.
Oh God, you guys have
I
Edward
know.
going. Oh my goodness.
If you get into a relationship with somebody, number one, physical attraction is a major part of it. And as you grow older with that person, the relationship turns into something else. It starts out from physical attraction and things that you could consider frivolous. But as time goes on, if you're in a real relationship, it changes from something else. It doesn't, by the time, if you've been in a relationship with somebody for 10, 20 years, by the time you hit that 20th year or that 10th year, it's not about physical attraction anymore.
Okay, I did say for the record, it's the main thing and the only thing with physical attraction it won't work.
Hold on, Gigi.
That's you're having a whole different conversation than what I said.
No, that's exactly what you said. You said
on
physical attraction.
Well, let her clarify, Angry Man.
I said it's the main thing, which basically means you have nothing else pretty much in common, just on how someone looks. Your relationship is going to fail. I mean, that's like common sense.
Yeah, in other words, you're talking about modern relationships, what they're based on. We're not talking about.
We're not talking about you had let me ask you this. If you're only having attraction.
Let me ask you this, Ms. J. Is this a theory of yours, or is this based off of your relationship?
It's based on the internet. We were talking about how quick people just look at your butt first, then they decide if they get along.
Ms. J.
I guess it's her opinion.
No, it's called, if you look at modern day relationships,
I'm not talking
about. Your eyes and see.
I'm not talking about.
Hold on, Angry Man. Let her finish.
I mean, if you think differently, that's cool. But I'm not saying you can't be attracted to someone. Obviously, attraction is part of it. But if your main thing is based on how someone looks, you're not going to have a long-term relationship.
So what should the main things be aside from that?
It should be based on friendship, respect, having common goals, having a common culture, having things in common.
You already said something.
Actually, grow together sexually, like try to find the cuteness that you're gonna live for a long time. Like,
you already said something that's incorrect. You said friendship.
Okay. Why is it incorrect?
Men don't have women as friends.
I disagree.
Okay. Why?
Okay. You just want to be contrarian, so
okay.
I'm not being contrarian. I'm just stating the facts.
Okay. Okay.
Well, husband and wife can't be friends.
But the husband and wife.
Okay. What do we have? Women that disagree. Go ahead and say, why do you disagree?
I think they could be friends.
Okay. Another young lady said she disagreed. Okay. Why do you disagree? Who was that over there? Bronze Beauty.
I answered already.
What was it? You said
I said they could be friends. I have plenty of guy friends, and that's all it's been. I've known them since I was 15 years old, and that's it.
Okay.
Can I
respond now?
Go ahead.
No, I have a question.
Okay, Gigi, go ahead.
I don't. If you're not friends with your husband, then what kind of bond you have together then?
Male-female relationships are not friendships. It is an entirely different thing. You know something you're never gonna hear in life, ever. You're never gonna hear a dude out with his buddies having a good time and say, "Hey man, we having a great time. You know what would make this better? If my wife was here." You're never gonna hear that. You are never gonna hear that.
In this situation, we talk about a man and a girl. I mean, a man and a woman in a relationship.
A man and a woman in a relationship. It is not. It's something different than friendship.
Okay.
It's not. it's not when a man gets into a relationship with a woman, he gets in a relationship with that woman for feminine companionship. It's an entirely different thing. The type of friendship, what you would consider friendship, women develop that, and men develop that. But when men and women, like, see, this is where the problem comes in modern society, because we live in this society that teaches us, oh, men and women are the same. We're all the same, so we must interact with each other the same. So we get this misconception that men can interact with women the way men interact with men, or women can interact with men the way women interact with women. It doesn't work that way. If you've got guy friends that have been your friends since you were 15, you may look at it like, oh, these are my friends. They're looking at it like you're a chick they haven't got with yet. They're in the friends.
Okay.
Exactly.
I do. I'm a contrarian. I do have female friends that I would have never had sex with or would never have sex with, because I differentiate between my women, my partners, and my friends, and I don't cross that line.
BGS?
Yes, yeah.
Hi. Would you then consider those women non-select?
No, some of them are select. Some of them are quite beautiful.
Okay.
But you can have different type of friendships.
BGS. Yeah.
Hold on. Can I say this?
Go ahead.
I was just piggybacking off of what Angry Man was saying. A lot of if you have male friends and they haven't made a move on you, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not thinking about it. It can be various reasons why they haven't made a move on you.
Yeah, with majority guys, that would be correct. So he's talking, for the majority of men, Angry Man is absolutely correct.
Yeah, I'm talking saying.
Oh no, I'm not. Oh no, in no way. Not BGS. And no.
Go ahead.
In no way. I wasn't calling you a liar or anything.
No.
I was just.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm like I said, I'm unusual. Okay.
Hey, can I put something down real quick?
And especially if they're young.
Yeah, because I know we hit on a spot where men want to jump in. It's still a ladies hangout, and so you guys can come in for a few, and then you guys got to fall back. As long as the ladies were carrying it, we're good. But go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, this is the typical reasons why I deal with a woman. Mm-hmm. Either I'm having sexual relations with her, in which that's building up to something else. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I'm doing business with her. Mm-hmm. Either she's a client or there's something I'm hiring her for. A client, meaning I'm working with her, or something socially. And when I say socially, I'm talking about somebody she knows, whether it be a woman or a dude as far as business. So social capital reasons. Those are the reasons why I'm dealing with a woman. And then within that, the game of interacting with people, we can be cordial, and you build up that rapport and that relationship with that person. And a lot of times women will interpret that as friendship, but I don't have dead weight women around me. There's something they're contributing to me. You know what I'm saying?
But see, here's the thing, and I wanted to point that out about BGS. You gotta understand, BGS is he's not the average dude.
No.
So he thinks differently, and he thinks on a different level. So I'm not saying that it's not possible.
Yeah, it's not
for a dude to have a platonic sort of relationship. What I'm saying is the relationship between a dude and a chick is never going to be the same as the type of friendship or the type of bond men have with each other.
Yeah, 90% of your friends want to fuck you.
No. In other words, a man. What Angry Man's trying to say is that you will have a friendship, but that woman will always be your partner. She is not your friend. She is your partner. In other words, your female partner is elevated above your friends because you're responsible for her. You take care of her. She's in a different position. She is not your friend. She is your partner.
Exactly. If my friend slips and falls, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna laugh at his ass. if my girl slips and falls, I'm gonna try to catch her, or if she falls, I'm gonna be like, "Damn, you okay?" It's just an entirely different relationship.
Oh, that's a good point.
And like the average guy out here is like, okay, the average chick is like a gazelle. The average guy is like a lion. Sure, you're gonna see times where gazelles are walking across the freaking African plain and lions aren't chasing them, but that don't mean they ain't never gonna chase them or they don't want them that way.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So in other words, a lot of women, because I remember my ex saying, "Well, I'm not just your woman, I'm your friend." And I told her, "You'll never be my friend. You're my woman, and you'll become my ex or the mother of my children, but you'll never be my friend because we don't have that relationship."
But here, you know what, BGS? Here's the funny thing. Because women are such social creatures, they value friendship in a certain way. So a lot of times they think that, oh, I'm not your friend. They think that that's less. Like the type of relationship you have with your woman, that is an entirely different thing. Sometimes it gets elevated above your friends.
It is because
they don't understand that.
Because you're not responsible. You're not responsible for your friends. You are responsible for your woman. Yeah, so it's a different thing. Also, I know women interpret that as friendship, but men do not interpret that as friendship.
But see, like with me, I'm mode one. I'm not gonna sit here. Here's the thing: if you ask me something about male-female interaction, I'm not gonna tell you what you want to hear. I'm gonna tell you what it really is. Like I'm gonna tell you exactly what these dudes out here are thinking. Exactly what their motivations are, the average dude.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. I mean, you might not like the answer, but
that's why
conversation with people who were actually married and they said friendship was the most important thing.
Because there's no other word for that. There's really no other word for it. That's the best word for it.
The best word is companion.
Yeah,
you're right. Companion.
Whatever, but you have to at least like the person. But put it that way.
You know what is because my parents have been married for, good Lord, 9 years.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, they don't even sleep together. But the thing is that their companionship, they're so used to each other that there's no way that he get used to another person because
it's not. The word isn't like, the word is tolerate.
Tolerate, yes.
Yep. And another thing that I'll add in there is if you've been with a woman for 10 years and she betrays you, it could be infidelity, it could be whatever. Usually once you've got that much time in, you're more likely to see deal with it if it's possible to just stick it out or whatever. But when you deal with a friend that has betrayed you, a black man can have a friend for 20 years and he betrays you like that, something big,
he's gone.
So it's not, and women operate the same way too. Women, if you've been with a woman for 20 years and she betrays you, women will throw another woman under the bus real quick. Versus it's a dude, it's about the value of that relationship. So I mean,
look, and I'm not even talking about someone else. Like in a relationship, I know for a fact I am loved and tolerated, but I'm rarely liked.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And that's why I can't deal with dumb women, because I need women that are capable. Now I don't think I'm the smartest person in the world, but I need a woman that can actually go back and forth with me when it comes to the sarcasm and stuff like that. If you deal with a chick that's in her feelings and insecure,
she's either gonna kill herself or kill you.
Yeah.
No, they usually try to kill me. I've had some Val can appreciate this. I've had some Bolios thrown at me from the freezer, and them things are like bricks. Bolio. They're bread. They're like artisan bread, and they're like brick.
Bread, yeah. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But not everybody's meant to have a long-term relationship, so
that is go ahead, Miss J.
I'm just saying, different people, they're gonna have different things that they want in relationships. Not everything's meant to be long term, and from what you're describing, you're probably not going to have a long term relationship.
If he picks the right woman, he had to have a woman that fits his personality.
Oh, shots fired.
Oh, I mean, I'm not insecure. I'm not insecure. I mean, Miss J's the one in Alabama talking about ain't no good men around.
Okay.
No, I'm not trying to be mean, but what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I'm trying to get your shot in so we can tone it down.
Well, it's not even about a shot.
No,
the reality is
she fired.
I'm a shorter. Here's the reality of the situation. You have to be honest about yourself as to what you want. Because I'm gonna tell you, I said if you got more than 15 penises in you, I'm not marrying you. That eliminates damn near 90% of black women.
How you will know, Edward, if the 50 people?
She's over 20, she's over 25.
You have a special formula?
She's over 25.
So I'll give you an example.
Or something when you're, I don't understand.
Well, we deal with 72% single motherhood.
Yeah, well.
So, we start with no single mothers. Okay. Then we start with, women. I'll give you an example of how women tell on themselves. If you talk about, so what do you do? Well, I'm just out here dating. And I ask a woman, what does that mean? And they can't tell me what dating means. That means they're fucking on the low. There's hell. There's hell.
All right. Okay, let's finish the conversation so the fellas can fade back. Okay.
Can I ask something else?
Anything you want, sweet. Oh, I'm trying to finish up this conversation so the fellas can fade back. Angry man, get your last word in.
You want me to get my last word?
Yeah, because if it's a woman's hangout, if it's a man's hangout, you can stay as long as you want. But I'm trying to. It's a female hangout. I'm trying to get the with female voices to be included. So you can come back. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to get I'm trying to give the women a chance to carry the hangout. So it's an experiment right now.
Okay, I do got one more quick thing I want to say.
Oh my goodness!
I got a visa and I got a passport. I got a visa and I got a passport, so I've expanded my pool. Okay. So trust me, I'll find somebody. I'll be all right.
Okay. Here's my last word. Here's my last word before I go. My last word before I go.
Down, Bruce.
Is even with my statement about being loved and tolerated and not liked. I've only been single collectively 1 year in my entire adult life, so I stay in demand. I'm out.
You're welcome to come back and drop back in. I'm trying to get the women to actually. You got your last DC native. Your last shot.
I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm about to hang up.
All right. You're welcome to come back in. I'm trying to get the women to actually come in and carry the show.
Oh no, I understand. I hope that that other woman, I want her to come on. What's her name? The St. Charles chick or the King Charles? Wisdom?
Kendall St. Charles. We're talking about the women of the past. Or what are you talking about? Is she in the chat?
I think that's her name, Kendall St. Charles.
Is she in the chat?
No, I don't think. Anyway, I'll speak on it later.
Okay. I doubt if Brooklyn Blue or Kendall St. Charles, whatever her name is, going to come in on my hangout. But she's welcome.
All right. I'm out.
Welcome. All right. Okay. Now, Rihanna, go ahead.
Hiya. So I saw like a meme the other day on Twitter, and it was 4 pictures. So it was a picture of a little girl, so that was supposed to be your child, a slightly old woman who was supposed to be your mother, and then 2 women. One was supposed to be a girlfriend / wife, it was put, and the last one was your baby's mother. So I guess your ex-girlfriend, whatever.
Mine? Talking about mine?
No, not yours. Oh. Like in general, it was supposed to be like a hypothetical. Okay. Yeah, and basically, people were asked to, or men specifically were asked to rate them in terms of who should be prioritized first to last. And I was really shocked to see how many guys, and I suppose it was supposed to be aimed specifically at Black guys, who had kind of put their mums first, and then their girlfriend, then their child, then their baby's mother. I just thought,
really,
The order was all kind of backwards as far as I was concerned, because my thought process has always been that your child comes first because you've brought them into the world, so they're your responsibility and your obligation to take care of. And then your wife, if she is your wife, because from what I've been taught, you leave your family in order to start your new family. But I don't know. I wanted to ask why so many people had opted to go for prioritizing mom.
Because they're disconnected. They're disconnected from their role. It just shows you. Okay, their mother does things for them, and their mother is still who they're connected to, because their mother is your mother's gonna love you unconditionally. So in other words, they don't see value in the others, or see lesser value in the others. So in other words,
the mother never cut the apron strings.
No. The society is emphasizing different things, because
that a lot of times the mothers have a hard time letting go, and so the sons feel. Because this happens in my family. Sons feel like they are almost betraying their mother if they don't put her first. It's just
and the society allows for that. So I had the same problem with. Well, I had the same problem with my son and his grandmother. He's a wonderful, wonderful father. The one thing I say about all the men in my family, my son in particular. Okay, nobody comes between him and his son. Period. Nobody. Nobody. His wife could. Now, if it was in order, he saved his son first, and then his grandma, then his mother, and his wife would probably be last. So I'm still working on that. Working on her and working on him, for him to actually, because I wish I would have gotten him when he was 13, like I was supposed to get him. But the black women, they, especially with boy children, they really sink their claws in deep. Keep their boys. And so I understand what you're saying, but as far as the men that I'm engaged with right here, their kids come first. But I can understand what you're saying, because the order is all screwed up. The order is all screwed up. It's a mix of millennials and feminism and all this stuff. Basically, men have lost. They don't have that role anymore. They don't have that role anymore. And I think it has to do not only the mother, but also the mother of the children.
And I think also when people were criticizing a lot of people's preference to prioritize their mother, people were responding saying, oh, well, that's the Christian point of view, that your wife should come before your mother once you get married, if you get married, and also your children come before her too. But I think just in terms of maturity and understanding that you now have new responsibilities as the man of the house or the leader of your family, and so I agree with you that they aren't realizing that there is a certain obligation that you have towards the people that you choose to have as part of your life.
There's no reward. What reward is there for a man to actually do that anymore?
Well, true. There isn't really.
Human beings respond to punishment and reward. They still do. So if you don't reward him for doing that or taking that position,
but also, if their mother or whatever older woman in their life, it could be their aunt, grandmother, whatever, if she herself is single or in a vulnerable situation, he's not gonna put her last or second.
What I'm saying is, there's a reward because that mother has done things for him.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that it goes even beyond just reward. They feel a very strong connection to that person because they're rewarding the loyalty. And like you try to break that up, you're pretty much banging your head against a wall. If you're the wife, you just have to kind of accept it as long as she's alive. That's pretty much what's happening.
And it used to be that the children belong. There's a very good reason that they made the rule that the children belong to the father, so that he would find value in them and protect them. What happens when they say that the children don't belong to the father anymore and belong to the mother? What kind of over time, what kind of reaction are you going to get? Human beings are not altruistic. Sorry.
No, they're not.
There's a real good reason that the children belong to the father, because he needed to because he was the one that would ensure their survival. And the reason that you didn't have to do that with the woman is because the child came out of whose body?
It came out of the woman's body. So.
The women have instant connection to their child. Do they not? Do they not?
They do.
Do the men have the same connection?
No, not at first.
So if you don't emphasize that connection, what value do the men have for those children?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. So thus you see the exact order where you say, well, okay, how come he doesn't value the child? The women say, he doesn't value the child. Why do women say that? Because their child is the most important thing in their life. Why? Because the child came out of their body.
True.
Sorry, that was funny.
That's true.
It's not, and we're saying it's simple. It's not rocket science. Women try to conflate this stuff to where, oh, this mystical crap and this bullshit that's up in the air, and then men should think exactly the way I think. No, if he birthed that baby, he pushed that 8-10 pound baby out of his body, he have a connection to it too.
That's true.
If you're in the stirrups and you scream for 10 hours to push a baby out.
Oh God.
Yeah, well, my daughter had.
I'm sorry, I hate hearing about this.
My oldest daughter, to have her son, she had to have 5.5 months bed rest. She couldn't walk around. She couldn't work. She couldn't do nothing for 8 months. She gained how much? She weighed 140 pounds. She weighed 220 when she finished. Wow. And she was in labor for 10 hours. She said the most painful thing she ever went through. She has a vested interest in seeing the survival and the well-being of that child.
True.
But she was telling, well, how come his daddy doesn't see him the same way? Because his connection with his son has to develop over time. He has to see worth in that child, and it takes time.
I always wondered why a lot of mothers have this thing where when they feel as if they're losing their child in terms of the child is rebelling or something, they opt to tell the story of the child's birth. And I always wondered why they did that, but you're kind of explaining why they do, because
this is the sacrifice I had made to bring you into this world.
Oh, my mom does that all the time.
Mine too.
My mom does that to me too.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. Some things women try to explain to men, and men cannot get, because we didn't push that baby through. We didn't sacrifice to bring that baby into the world. We sacrificed to make sure that baby grows up to be an adult. That's where we come in. But as far as that initial sacrifice, we don't do that. So we don't have that instant connection to that baby that women do. That's how come it's easier for a man to take on a stepchild than a woman. If a woman takes on a stepchild, there's a natural division. One I gave birth to, the other one I didn't. Where a man, it doesn't matter, because as long as that child, he gets a bond with that child, because he's going to bond to his child almost the same way he can bond to a stepchild. They won't see any difference. If I raise that child and the child bonds to me, I bond to it. That's all we need. A woman will always see a difference between those children. It's natural.
Is that why you typically hear of the evil stepmother, but never the evil stepfather in fairy tales?
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Exactly. That's how come it's much easier for a man to accept a woman with children, but if a man has his children, it's much harder for a woman to accept a man in that has children in his household.
Right.
Much harder.
So would you suggest then that neither childless men or women enter relationships with people who have children, or just more so women?
I say if you're childless, if you're childless, and let's say you can enter in any relationship that you want to. What I'm saying is, if you can find a bond with that child, and especially because bonding with that child, if you're gonna get in, if you're childless and you're gonna get into a relationship with one partner of the opposite sex, if you do not have a bond or relationship with that child, then things can go south really quickly.
Right.
So Delmatia says, not from what I've seen. I don't know what he's talking about.
What's
what it probably? Go ahead.
I'm not reading the chat, so I have no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, I wasn't. Okay. Easier for both a woman and a man to get in a relationship with someone who had children if the other parent was not like involved? Is it just easier to?
No, it's actually okay. It's for a man. From speaking from a man, it's actually easier if you get the cooperation of the other parent. If you guys can get together, like I think is another hand, we talk about dating single mothers, and I said at some point, if you're going to get involved with a single mother, it's going to be serious. Then you need to meet baby daddy and sit down and have a chat.
So it's easier if the baby daddy's involved?
It's if he's on board, it's easier because then
I know it's not for it. It's bad, but I mean, it would be better for him just not to be involved at all. It's better for him to be there
because you don't have the abandoned daddy syndrome or anything like that. Basically, if I'm having a problem with the kid, hey man, look, you know. Charlie's over here acting up, man, and he's pulling this rank and shit. Okay, put him on the phone. Put Charlie on the phone. You better get your ass right, otherwise I'm coming over with my belt.
Okay, that makes sense.
Get right. And there was a code that we used to have. I used to talk about it. There's a code. In fact, I think I talked about one relationship that I did have where she was single and daddy's and baby daddy was cutting up. I said, do you want me here? I told her, you want me here? And she said, yeah. So which one do you want, him or me? She said, you. So you need to get him right. And so she talked to him, and then he came and we had a powwow. Okay. She chose me. It is what it is. If you can do better, if she wants to choose you, she's welcome to have you. But right now she chose me, and we need to get this shit straight. So we don't have this stuff, and we have no more problems. But that's the way you need to do. Same thing with if he's got children and baby mamas doing whatever she is doing whatever, you need to meet her. If you're gonna get serious, you need to meet her. You need to have a powwow. You need to have chit chat. This is the way I raise. Okay, how do you raise your kids? This is where I'm raised. This is the kids are in this house, and this is how we do it. And we need your cooperation. And if we don't have your cooperation, then I need to talk to your ex, and we need to. I need to bow out because I don't need this kind of confrontation. If you want to go through that confrontation, you can. I'm saying you need to get everybody on board. Otherwise, I don't suggest you getting into it. I don't suggest you getting into it. People are so crazy right now that I don't suggest you getting into it anyway. But because a lot of people don't want to give up, and they don't have no understanding. Okay, so and then they try to do something like sleep with, try to sleep with the ex and all that other kind of crap. So, so I don't suggest. I don't for this day and age, I wouldn't suggest it because there's too much flakiness going on. But back in the day, that's what you would do. And even if you do it now, if you're childless, if you really dig this guy, and this guy is really pushing for you, and he's willing to do all the things that you really need, then at some point, if she's still around, you need to have that chat. Yeah, if he's really that important, you need to have that chat. Rihanna, have you seen something, Rihanna? Or are you seeing something in the background? 'Cause I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's in the background. Yes,
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Oh, okay. I just want to see if you can say something. Bronze Beauty, you typing? Are you in? You know, you're in the call. Say something.
Oh, I mean, it's too. I already.
Okay.
Put it in the chat.
Okay.
It's too late now.
Okay. Well, I have another question, if that's
Go ahead.
okay. I don't mean to hog the chat or anything. Well, I was wondering, do you have a lot of single-sex schools in America?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. We have a fair few in the UK. I went to one from the ages of 11 to 18. Well, I finished just this summer. So I went to an all-girls school.
Which do you prefer?
I would say from the ages of about 11 to 16, because our education system is a bit different in terms of, we do something called GCSEs, which is from 14 to 16, and which is compulsory, and then you can choose to leave school if you want to or continue. So I would say in that age bracket, single sex probably is quite beneficial in retrospect in terms of, personally, I would say going through growing pains, if you want to call it that, and coming to grips with the fact that you're maturing physically and behaviorally. I think it is probably best that you are with people of your own gender so that you can also get to know them more and understand your gender, if that makes sense. But I would say once you hit a certain age, like 16, I would say that it is best to start integrating, if you haven't already, with the other sex, because what's happened now is that I know a few people who, for example, there's this one girl I know, and she's been in single sex education from the age of 3 up until now. And you can see the results of that, the consequences of that, in terms of her being quite socially, I don't want to say inept, I feel like that's quite severe. Awkward, yeah. She doesn't really know how to talk to boys or differentiate between just being friendly and potentially him being flirtatious. But I just wanted to, know what your opinions were of mixed or single sex school and education.
Because why it's better, it's actually better for boys than it actually is for girls. But the reason it's beneficial is the education will be tailored for you, because boys and girls are, especially when they're younger, are different. The needs for boys in the classroom are different than girls, and there used to be a lot of single-sex schools, but women actually want to be around boys more than boys want to be around women, as far as is concerned. And they always preach that boys need to learn to be around women. And so that's how come they killed most of the single-sex schools. Boys will always find a way to be around women, socially, outside of class, if they really want to. But girls, I guess, don't have that same opportunity, for lack of a better term. So they found out that socially, mixing boys and girls is more beneficial toward women. It actually hurts. I think it hurts boys more than it does women.
I think so too. I think especially from what I've seen, because my brother attended an all-boys school, that they're very strict with them, even when it's potentially not necessary, I should say, that they expect them to fall out of line. They expect them to misbehave. So from the jump, it's very, they have a disciplinarian approach towards them. Girls, there was a lot of hand holding, a lot of, we're going to talk about our feelings. They did push feminism a lot in my school, at least, but I went to a school in London, so it's a liberal city. But yeah.
Yeah, well, you can see the difference. You can see the difference where from a boy that went to a single sex school and a boy that went to a co-ed. You can see the difference. As far as education, and the reason that basically feminists wanted to end single sex schools was because they said boys had an advantage, and they wanted to end the advantage that boys had.
But that advantage doesn't so much exist as much anymore, I'd say.
Yeah, it does. Boys learn faster in a single sex school. If you want to tamp them down, you put girls in and you give them a girls' education.
I mean, in terms of, for example, going to university, I don't know if it's the same statistic in the US, but it's been found out now that a baby boy that's born in this year in 2017 is 75% less likely to go to university than his female counterpart. And girls have certain advantages in getting a job in STEM, for example, because it's still believed that women aren't wanted in STEM or women are discouraged from being in STEM. But personally, the school I went to, you can stop people from suggesting you try a career in STEM and pursue a degree in STEM. So I don't know. I think it's a lot of post-truth or post-facts arguments that are being put forward now with feminism.
It's just propaganda. They want to tamp down the boys. It's all it is. They want to tamp down the boys, and you have three things you have to do. You have to tamp down the boys. Number one. Number two, you have to encourage the girls to actually do it and give them a boost up. And third thing you have to do is protect them once they get into the field.
Okay.
Because they're going into a male-dominated field, so they're going to be hit on, they're going to be approached, they're going to be all those different things when you get mixed men and women together. And to protect them, there's laws you have to put in place. So if you want women to rise up and actually catch up and overtake men, you got to tamp them down, especially in certain fields.
They did a study for women on STEM, and they found out the women who did it actually hate working there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Because it's not. I mean, you always going to have some women, a percentage of women that can take to it like a duck to water, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, and it's vice versa for some fields that women dominate, right? You're going to have a small. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of you can tell. They did an experiment in Sweden where they gave the boys and girls equal educations. They didn't prefer one over the other. They didn't guide one or the other to whatever. They found out that the natural pattern is that STEM and construction and those kind of things, boys just take to. Girls don't.
There was another experiment that was done actually with two babies, well, not two babies, but the two different genders, and they were unsocialized, so they were babies. They obviously couldn't have been taught anything or conditioned to think certain ways yet. And what they did was that they had the boys and girls separately, and they would show them first a small machine doing some kind of menial task, and then they would have a picture of a face, and the facial expressions would change. And what they found in conclusion was that the girls paid far more attention for far longer to the face, and the boys paid more attention to the machine. And I think that pretty much sums up everything that we need to know about how the genders think and why we have certain preferences.
You have your bodies are designed for a function, okay? Women have to talk more. Women have to pay more attention to feelings and emotions and facial expressions because they have babies. Who's going to have a baby? The baby can't talk, right? How do you know what the baby wants?
You have to just interpret their
emotions, their feelings, their facial expression. It's functional. Okay. Men are designed for their bodies are designed for different things. Now you can socialize them to a point.
Right.
There's a point you can socialize men to, but like I would not like to see a whole bunch of male teachers teaching women. Okay. The coolest coach. That's how come men even in women's sports, 90% of the coaches for even women's sports are what? Men.
Yeah.
Because it's a male activity. And to get the best out of a male activity like sports, you need male coaches that will drive those women to actually excel, because if most women, if a woman says, "Oh, I'm tired today," or "I'm cramping today," and blah blah blah, oh, poor baby, hand holding us up. But the thing, you have a lousy girl team, right? You need a man that's gonna make them women run till they throw up.
Yeah.
Because you need to push them beyond their limits to make them get better. You know, and men have that mentality. They don't care. They don't care about your feelings. You know, fuck your feelings, cupcake. Get out there and run.
That kind of reminded me of, it's completely different, but Beyonce's relationship with her father, how they don't have the best one now, but in retrospect, if he hadn't forced her to run while she was singing and all those different things that we found out that he made her do, would she be who she is today? Probably not. So
yeah, he's a genius. He's a marketing genius. He actually is. He's a marketing genius because they didn't have that. They didn't have enough talent to get where they got. Man, he's a marketing genius. She's lucky to have him as a father, even though she hates his guts. But she's lucky to have him as a father. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, he doesn't care whether she hates his guts or not. I got you where you need to go. That's what a man creates is far more important to him than whether that woman, that child or that woman or whatever likes him or not. That child would not have been where she is or where he is if not for me. And that's what he takes pride in. Women, oh, does he love me? Does she love me? How is she gonna remember? Men don't give a shit about that. And they tell you, like my grandson, I'm mean grandpa. Okay, yeah, but little critter, you're gonna see. Here's the switch. Sit down here. We're gonna read this book. Okay, I don't care. You're mean, yeah. Okay, yeah. You read another page since I'm mean. He's 4. I don't care. You know.
So, in terms of sorry, I really don't mean. Does anybody else have any questions?
Keep going. You guys have to carry the conversation, so carry it. Come on, keep going.
So you were saying about men don't mind so much being mean as much as women do. So do you think that children who are raised in single father households are lacking in maybe as much affection, direct affection?
Yeah, of course, yes, of course.
Because
but if you can tell a woman that was raised with a father, with a stern father, or without a mother. You can tell there's a difference in her. She's much more driven, much more direct. That she might be less sensitive, but 9 times in 10 she can be more successful.
I agree.
Gigi can tell you there's a difference. There's a difference being raised by a father because their thought process is about an end goal, less about your feelings, more about functionality. Can you take care of yourself? Can you read and write? If I need you to speak 3 languages, can you speak 3 languages? In other words, I don't care. You need to get out there and learn and acquire the skills that I need for you to acquire. That's what he cares about. Well, Dad, I don't care. Get out there and do it again.
So would they be the ones most likely to become 92 octanes then?
Yeah, more likely. Yeah, they'd be more likely. They're more likely driven, than most women.
Right. Is there any way that a 92 octane can avoid the not so glamorous fate of maybe staying single because her expectations for a partner are quite high?
Oh, it's easy if she's good looking.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. The thing is, what 92 octanes have to do is manage it. One, they have to be honest with themselves. And it's hard for women to actually be honest with yourself. 92 octanes have to be honest with their looks. Number 1. Okay. That's number 1. They have to be honest with themselves. You got to look yourself in the mirror and rate yourself just like a man would. This is what you have to work with. And this is going to limit the kind of man that you can get.
Right.
Because if you're a 4 and you're 92 octane, you are not going to get 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get a millionaire. Because a millionaire is going to look for what first?
Like a bula chick type?
Yeah, looks first, right? So in other words, if you're 4 and you're making mid 6 figures, and you get a chick that's a 10, that's a natural beauty. If you two have a race trying to get this millionaire, who's gonna win?
The 10.
The 10 is what it is. You gotta be honest. You have to be honest. Like I said, just like a man has to know his limitations, so does women want to lie to themselves that I want this. If you want this, because women want one equality, right? Because they want a masculine man that's at their level, that can take care of them, right? Okay, no matter what they say. Okay, no matter what they say about this kind of stuff. Okay, when they talk about settling, that's when they start going down, right? Okay, because internally they're not wired to be a provider. Okay. So in other words, if you're 4, you want a good looking man, most a dude that's a 4, he wants a 10, he knows there's a certain amount of money he's gonna have to pay to get her, right? Here's what it is. If I'm 5'6" and I'm not conventionally handsome, then I'm gonna have to lead with my wallet. Okay, then I'm gonna have to give her a lifestyle if I want her. Women do not like to do that because women are receivers and not givers naturally.
Okay.
So in other words, if I it's just like what's his name, Jesse Williams, okay? She had to buy him. Okay. She's a 5. She's got money. She got Ivy League education. Your Ivy League education is not gonna get Jesse Williams. A young Jesse Williams, not gonna happen. Okay. You literally have to buy him.
What's wrong with that?
Ask most women, do they want to buy a dude?
You should do it.
Huh?
There's a difference between bossy and boss. If you're a boss, you do what you need to do. If you're bossy, you're just gonna
and that if the women that can do that can get what she wants. If she's willing to accept, most 92 octanes don't want to accept that.
But also,
C. Williams' ex-wife. I mean, she did what she had to do.
And because in fact, there's a video on the Grapevine video channel, right? There called Gold Diggers, right? And to say the least, the 2 Nigerian women aren't the most attractive women in the world, okay? But they want a good-looking man that's fit, that's tall, and makes as much or more than they make.
Wow.
Because looks is more, they want more. In other words, and they're saying because they have an education and they may have a 6-figure salary, that is supposed to do it for them. Because they're thinking about what they want, not what the man wants.
I mean, but that's like the old Rolling Stone song. You can't always get what you want.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a lot of your 92 octanes think, okay. In fact, Uchachi said it, right? She said it. Is that she said that society wants women to push hard, push down doors, push ahead, but the problem is that they don't offer them mates. In other words, like society's responsibility to create mates for you that's acceptable to you. And it's not the case. But they believe that because they're taught that. And that's the reason that 92 octanes has such a difference. Where do they settle and what do they settle on? And what are they willing to give to get what they want? And that's the dilemma that women have, that 92 octanes have, because you're going against your nature to do it. It's natural for men to do it. You know, we pay for dates. We pay for dates. We're supposed to take you out. We're supposed to have the car. We're supposed to pay for the room if we're going to have sex. We're supposed to lure you in with it, whatever, right? We're supposed to have all that stuff. Women are not trained to have that stuff, right?
No.
So they have to change their whole mindset. It's a big drawdown for a woman to actually do that. That man has to be spectacular for her to do it.
Okay.
Well, yeah. But that goes the same way with reverse. You just have to get used to it. I mean, there's not a lot of Jesse Williams of the female version, so you have to go above and beyond to get her. So that's just part of it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's equal numbers. It's equal numbers. It balances out.
No, but I'm saying.
What I'm saying is
available for men. There's not enough. There's not that number of quality, that type of women available for all the men that want that. So
no. Yeah, you have to compete for it. Yeah.
Everybody has to adjust. You can't get everything you want. So.
But the 92 octanes the 92 octanes, six-figure girl, educated six-figure girls see that their male counterparts have attractive women on their arm and that kind of stuff. So they figured that,
because they bought them, so just go buy them.
Yeah, but the thing is, they go against their nature to do so. That's the problem. That's the limit they have. That's how come they have a lot of 92 octanes that are single.
I'm just saying they just need to adjust their mindset.
Needing to, because we've been talking about that, going over this stuff for 40 years about a man on my level and settling.
A lot of women say that and they end up with someone that they end up settling. So I mean, everybody settles.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't like. They call it settling, right? The guy that's six figures, whatnot, he buys what he wants. End of story. This is what I can get. They don't call it settling. Men, hardly ever do you hear men call it settling. This is the best that I can get, and it is what it is. They don't call it. Women call it settling. They have to take a step down in ego. They complain about it constantly.
Okay, but I'm saying they just have to get over it.
Well, Miss J, if you can write a book how sophisticated, well-to-do women can get over it, you can make $1 million. Trust and believe. Especially black women, they'll buy it because it's change. You just got to get over it. Now you got to give them steps how they can get over it because they have a heart. In fact, I was listening to the Grapevine. I was just listening to them, just laughing. Because I'm not willing to settle. I'm not going to settle. You hear it all the time. I'm not going to settle until they get 40. But go ahead, Rihanna.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to ask that because I was watching Insecure. Excuse me. I was watching Insecure, and I thought the character of Molly. I would consider her personally to be an attractive woman, but I was listening to your kind of recap, or at least your take on the episode that's just been aired about magical thinking. At what point does magical thinking become toxic or counterproductive? Because I think there is a level where you're planning for something and you're working towards something. When does it become magical thinking?
When you're bitter because you felt you were owed something that you didn't get, and you become bitter about it. Like she said, I should be further along because the guy earned more money than she did. Now she doesn't know why the guy earned more money than she did, but he did. Because I think I work harder. I think that I do more. I think that I do this. I should get what he makes. Okay. In other words, where I think I should be doesn't match up with my reality because it's just not matching up. Okay. Regardless of whether you think you should, when does reality kick in and say, okay, I'm where I'm at for a reason, whether it's luck, whether it's hard, not working hard enough, whatever it is, I'm where I'm at. Am I okay where I'm at? And then build on that. But a lot of women, black women especially, get bitter because they think that something should happen because according to whatever formula somebody cooked up. I did the formula. I should get this result. Like a lot of 92 octanes think, okay, I studied hard. I went to the right school. I got the right job. So my Prince Charming, I should have my Prince Charming because I did all the right things.
Right.
But it doesn't match up with reality. So now I'm mad at everybody. But I should have. Yeah.
So basically, they're the educated lames of the female of gender. So that song sounds familiar.
Now, what baffles Cat? What are you doing? You adjusted your mic. You adjusted your mic because I get a lot of noise from you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll mute you right now. You can unmute yourself and come back in. What's happening with educated lames is completely different. Okay. Educated lames are complaining that, okay, they take losses when they're young, right? You're not wanted when you're young, whatnot. But when you all of a sudden when you get on and successful, and you moved on to like maybe a different racial group or a different class of women, whatever happens, now they're complaining that, okay, you're 30, you're successful. Now you shouldn't do what you want to do. You shouldn't take advantage of your position. Okay, now you want it. Number two, you should accept us as whatever type of women that rejected you. You shouldn't reject us. You should come back. That's what educated lames are complaining about. And educated lames know the biggest thing educated lames are complaining about is that the women that come after them, they know that those women really don't like them. Okay, you're after them because of their resources.
But aren't all women kind of after men for resources?
Not all.
Most women are.
No, not all.
They're after women for their looks, and so the 92 octanes who aren't hot are mad. Bring all this to the table, but you don't bring the hotness.
There's what I'm saying is they know. In other words, you trying to sell them something. You come to sell them, I'm trading beauty for resources or whatnot, straight up. Then they have the chance to say whether I accept or reject.
Because this is something.
Yeah, but if you sell them like, okay, you're hot, I'm really interested in you now, the kind of person I want to be with, blah, 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 blah. But didn't you date thugs through your teens and 20s? How come you're over here?
True.
Because I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to have kids. It's okay, so why is that my problem now?
But the 92 octanes aren't the ones doing that. That's the hot shit.
The 92 octane. The problem with the 92 octanes is that they want all this stuff in one package. They want the guy with the swagger to have, in other words, they want the guy with the swagger to have 6 figures in an education.
Yeah. And educated lanes want the hot chick to like them in high school. Everybody wants something that doesn't necessarily gonna happen. It's just everybody's unhappy because they're just
well educated. Well, the thing is, 92 octanes are willing, aren't willing to take the L. Educated lambs will take, if they want to get married, they'll get married. If they want to have a wife, they'll have a wife, and they will say, okay, this is what I can get, and I'll take it. But 92 octanes are doing what? I'm not going to settle until I get 40. And said, okay, this is my last chance, so I have to settle.
So is there such a thing as a female educated lame? Or because some people say that there isn't. Some people say there's absolutely no such thing. And I don't know why.
Because black women have emotion.
No, because black women can always get sex.
Well, if she's not very attractive.
There's some good, even if she unless she's like got a hunchback of Notre Dame, there's some guy out there willing to have sex with her.
Quasimodo.
especially in the black community. And I could tell that I could tell you that a lot of the so-called female educated lames. I can tell you personally, okay, is that they might not be they might not be the 9 to 5 girl, but they're the midnight to 5 girl.
Oh,
okay. But the black women really want. I mean, is that something that a black woman actually grows up thinking, hey, I get to be the one that no one sees me with in the light of day?
In other words, that if they want that alpha male that gets their vaginas wet. So either you go without, or you get him from 12 to 5. It's up to you.
I mean, that's the same thing with the other side. You get to either,
Nah, women don't do that. Women don't do that with educated lames. Okay, they don't do that.
Educated lame they can't get, maybe not be able to get the hot chick they want, but they can get somebody. Trust me, there's somebody else. You show up in the right hood with anything. You don't even have to have a job. You show up and just smile at someone, you can get somebody.
The educated lames, the pickings are slim, because who are most of the women? If a woman's going to give it up, who's she going to give it up to? The educated lame or the guy that she wants?
Y'all talk yourself out of stuff. I'm just saying, there are lots of black women out there who are with some people who ain't thugs. They ain't good looking. They ain't rich. They're just breathing.
Oh.
There are black women out there who that's their requirement. You just need to be alive.
There are some. There are some.
Folks, I'm just saying, it's like if you really want somebody, you can get them. You can probably get several.
There are some, okay, but there's a lot of guys that have multiple women.
Because they go for the chicks who understand. I'm saying but they just don't want them. That's the whole thing. The 92 octanes and the educated lanes, they don't want the ones who would be willing to go with them. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, because you should not be hooking up with anybody just to hook up with them. But this idea that you can't find someone, you can. You just
the educated lane problem. The educated lane problem is only educated lame in the black community. A lot of educated lames cross over and get women of other races. They get them. They just don't get them in the black community.
A lot of them clean up nice too.
Huh?
A lot of them clean up nice too.
What's that? The educated lames?
I don't call them that, but yeah.
I'm gonna say they have to.
They can get anybody.
They have to grow up.
Wait till they're 30. They can get someone. I mean, they don't have to wait until
time. I don't get it.
They can get the ones that are not in college.
Well, yeah, either one.
Names in college, they can really rack up, especially considering the fact that there's a lot more women to men.
Yeah.
So this whole idea that somehow, nobody wanted me. Come on. Maybe not when you were 13 in a string bean, but I mean,
Don Calypso talks about it all. Yeah, Don Calypso talks about it all the time. You know, he talks about it all the time. I've seen it myself. Whereas the other women of other races are a hell of a lot more accepting.
So I saw someone called Yep in the chat. She said, or they say, I don't know, that lames don't.
Lames don't what?
That lames don't like black women. Is that true or
no?
They like a certain type of black women.
Huh?
They like a certain type of black women, like the 8, 9s, and 10s. The regular black chicks they were looking for.
No, yeah, lames will settle for 5s. Lots of.
Oh yeah, white still say so for 3.
No, they still don't settle for 5s.
Black girls, regular black.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
I've seen it myself.
You may be a few, but
no, I've seen it myself.
Part,
no. Yeah, I've seen it myself.
Yeah, a few, but for the most part, no, that's not happening.
No, I've seen it. I've seen it myself.
Are you talking about having sex with or trying to marry?
Oh,
I'm just saying. They'll settle for a 5 to fuck, but I mean, other stuff, no. They ain't trying.
$1 question.
No, I'm just saying that's not gonna happen. So.
Your angry man is
He's trying to get in. Well, come on in, angry man. Jump in.
He said, what planet is this?
Jump in, angry man. Go ahead. Come on in. You need a link? Yeah, stir. Down, Bruce, down.
He's about to go off.
Well,
he's gone off. I don't want it to boil over.
I'm gonna ask my question.
That shirt rips is gonna go. Go ahead.
Well, it's not a question. It's just a post I saw on Facebook. This newly married couple, they're a natural couple, like natural hair, I mean, and they work with natural companies. So he shared an article, I think, and it's the tip. This article has been written more than once. You know, pretty much the Africans, and the idea of African Americans wearing like certain clothing.
Okay.
From there, or at least that has meaning from there, like certain Ghanaian shirts or Nigerian shirts with specific patterns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they've been arguing about it. It's not an argument, but it's more of a debate since yesterday, and it seems like a lot of people were angry when I said I get it, but I also get what the Africans are saying, and
the Africans need to stop selling the shirts.
That is what the original poster did say too. He was like, so why are they selling it?
Yeah,
that is true, but at the same time, you can't be mad when people that are directly from that tribe are voicing their opinion that they're not fond of you wearing it. Now, of course, some don't care, but I'm just
yes, we can. We can be mad because every bit of our culture that we had to create, because we've been slaves over here and we had to recreate a culture, they adopt that. Yeah. They running around wearing our stuff and listening to our music and adopting everything that we do. So if they can do that, we can do it too.
Yeah, that's what some people said in the comments too. Like I said, I get both sides. I mean,
culture belongs to nobody. It doesn't belong to anybody.
The black people that black African Americans are wearing the shirts.
Well, yeah, because let's be honest, most people do not Google what things mean. They just wear it and that's it. Not all, but a lot of people do.
Yeah.
So that's the second problem. That they're wearing the shirt, but they don't know the meaning behind it.
So, well, then you need to educate them if it's that important to you.
They do not mean. That's not my job.
And that's why
I'm talking about them, the people that are getting upset, because when they want you to come over there, they want you to spend money, they want you to visit them, they want you to bring money into their economy. They sell you the shirts and then they get mad because you wear the shirts. Get out of here.
I think they're mad at the ones who are buying it from like the US, not over there. To me, that's different if you actually visit over there and you buy it, but they're buying it from the US. So I guess,
Yeah, they've been imported.
See, that's why I don't get into the whole Pan-African thing. Like I acknowledge my African roots, but I'm not stupid. I do realize that Africans do not view us as African. They don't. Like nobody ever wants to address that or talk about it, but they don't view us as the same as them.
No, they view you as a different tribe, just like they would view anybody as a different tribe. Because I've been over there. They do consider you. In other words, if you black all over the world. Because if you walk in the middle, you don't open your mouth, they can't tell the difference. They acknowledge that you're American. What they don't understand, Africans don't understand, said you are African people over in the land, in the empire. How come you're not doing better? That's their biggest thing.
But you and I both know, BGS, being black and being African is two different things.
If you get on the continent, not really. You're American, so that means you have money. But other than that, if you ain't got no money, they treat you just like any other African. I can tell you that. Anybody that's been there can tell you. O'Shea D. Jackson can tell you that. But they treat you just the same because you look just like them. So, in fact, there's a lot of similarity. If you go to West Africa, there's a lot of similarity between black women, well, black people, period, and the people in the continent. There's differences in culture. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, they do. They actually do. But they look at there's disharmony between tribes there on the continent. So in other words, Africa is not some big, humongous state or country said these are black people. They have different tribes, and they have different cultures. And when you come over there, you're just another African or black person that has a different culture. That's it. They know that you're not Aberuni unless you act like one. Aberuni means white person. Okay, they don't treat you like white people. They treat
I agree.
That's how come they copy. Because Rihanna, she's you're Nigerian, right? Rihanna. She's Nigerian.
I think she's muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she's Nigerian. And if you go there on the continent, once you get hit the ground, okay, and they look at you, they look how you walk. Oh, okay. And they start telling, okay, you look like you might be with this tribe. They look, you're African to them. You're African to them. That's because they don't know anything. We got to remember, Africans don't see themselves on the continent, don't see themselves as Africans. They, whatever tribe they came from, say like Rihanna, you're a what, Igbo, or what are you? What are you?
My mom's Yoruba and my father's Ibibio.
Okay. See, they know the different peoples or cultures that they come from. See, we in America thinks, okay, all Africans don't like us. Okay, but they're not all the same.
Well, pretty much I just brought it up because I thought it was weird how when I said I get both and I agree that they can voice their opinion about it because it is directly, people wanted to get angry that, I didn't take the American side, and they started asking me, where are you from?
Well, you know what black American women started this cultural appropriation crap.
Oh yeah, they called it that in the article, which I do not agree with. I don't think that's what it is. I do think certain things you should not wear because you don't know what it means. That's not your tribe. You don't know what tribe you're from. So yeah,
There's certain there. I'm sure there's certain religious symbols.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the religious symbols that in their culture that they wouldn't wear out in public on certain occasions.
Yeah, it's reserved for like a certain time.
Ceremonial and stuff like that. Like the Native Americans, we like to wear the war bonnet with the feathers and stuff like that as an ornament. But to them, that's sacrosanct because it's
exactly.
So we don't understand it.
Exactly, which is I guess why they're kind of saying you shouldn't be wearing it unless you know what it means. And also with I don't know if you've seen this because it's on Instagram. Like women are starting to do photo shoots with it. Like it's tribal markings, but it's done with like paint.
Okay. Yeah, if you
photo shoots, like
if you want your culture recognized, once it gets out, especially in this global civilization, once the idea gets out, and all culture is just ideas. Once they get out, they can go anywhere. So if you waste your time getting upset,
true,
because you're gonna have Chinese wearing a symbol, like Florida State with the widow's chant. Now that chant goes all over the world, right? And Florida State has the permission to use the widow's chant, right? But it's a sacred burial ceremony, a sacred ceremonial chant that they do. But it's been adopted all over the world since it's gotten popular, right? It is what it is. They're upset about it, but there's always people gonna be upset about you using whatever. You know,
That's true.
black women getting upset that white women are braiding their hair. Idiots. Okay. I said you encourage them to wear their braids in their hair, that kind of hairstyle, so that you can wear it during when you go get professional in a profession. You can wear it now because they're wearing it. If Susie comes to work wearing it and nobody says anything, guess what you can do?
You can wear it too.
But I want to be unique. There is the culture. Nobody. A culture is just that, culture. It cannot be. It can be passed, but it cannot be broken.
Well, yeah, I agreed that that's not the right name. But I don't know. I feel like tribal markings should not be used on people who are not from that tribe, because you don't know what it means. You're just painting yourself for the sake of a photo shoot, which you're probably half naked for or completely. Like, I don't know. To me, that I agree. Like, they should not be doing that.
Well, they can get upset, but you know, you have black people putting Chinese characters on their bodies.
I think that's kind of stupid too. I don't agree with that either.
Yeah, it's fashion now. So
yeah, now it's trendy. That's the problem.
Yeah, it is. Idea. You cannot. This global civilization. You can't. Once ideas get out, you can't control them.
And
hold on. I got to speak on that.
Go ahead.
I got to speak on that. You said it's funny that people are using Chinese symbols.
Yeah. They don't know what they mean. Yeah. Chinese characters on their bodies, it's tattoos and stuff like that. I have no idea what they mean. Because it looks
Japanese. Here's the whole thing with that. Like everything in culture is passed around.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, you might have people that's using Chinese symbols, like in reference to black people. Like, let me not go that deep.
What I'm saying is people. Okay, it's an idea. It's an idea. Long time ago, they were kept secret, so nobody could actually use them unless people knew what it meant, and somebody had to do it for you. Now it's an idea that can go around the globe and instantaneously. Why get upset about it? You can't control them anymore. Basically, live and let live.
Alrighty, I'm finished.
That's all I was saying. I'm not saying that body. What I'm saying is people should.
What is that?
That's I can't pronounce her name. Farhia, yeah. She's adjusting her mic.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you guys?
I'm tired.
Who's going?
Hi.
Char Willie's probably sitting up with the. She probably finished her wine. She's got the half asleep listening to the cast on her iPad. Yeah.
Funny.
I'm surprised Angry Man's still up.
Yeah, I'm winding down.
Okay.
What time is it for?
For us, for me, I'm on the West Coast. It's 1 o'clock. So where I'm at.
Wow.
Okay. And I guess everybody else is on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's 4:10.
It's 9 a.m.
Oh, okay.
9 a.m.
Okay. Saturday morning. You've
Yep.
had your tea already, right?
It's brewing.
What do you have with your tea?
Well, usually I go for green tea with lemon. So, I just put 2 sugars. I'm pretty basic like that.
Okay. not Earl Grey hot, huh?
Well, I do. I mean, my father likes that. My dad likes that. So sometimes we have that together, but he's away at the moment, so can't drink.
Okay. But yeah, I hate that culture.
Are you Somali?
I was talking about Fahia. Are you Somali?
Oh, I am.
Okay.
Are you Haitian? You said, I remember you mentioned that.
Oh, yeah, but I'm asking you, are you Somali?
I am.
Got it. Huh? Figured when you were talking.
She's probably moving away from the Wi-Fi. She needs to move closer to the the router.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're. It works now. A bit more.
I guess in Mali it must be not very easy to have the Wi-Fi.
Well, she's no. I think she's in Australia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they should be working. Come on, man.
Yeah, she's at the good Wi-Fi. Yeah, the high speed stuff.
The fiber optic.
Oh yeah, yep.
Hmm.
She said
My house is weird.
Your house is weird, right? Oh, because you're away from the router. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the connectivity. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I had to put in a repeater. So.
A repeater.
Yeah.
What is this?
Excuse me.
What is a repeater, GBS?
Oh, basically, what a repeater is, they call it a Wi-Fi booster sometimes. But the thing is, what it does, I see. It basically it takes a signal from your original source and repeats it, and back and forth. So basically, it extends the range of your repeater.
Oh, it's not helpful.
Yeah, but I hate that cultural appropriation stuff. Because it's a waste of time, because everybody appropriates everybody else's culture. Because the people complaining about it, okay, you scoop up American culture and all that kind of stuff in your country, or shoes, clothes, cars, all that kind of stuff. You go ahead.
Yeah, but BGS, it's worse when somebody appropriates Black culture.
Why? Oh, okay. your buddy, man. Your buddy got off the chat, man. When I told him it was a silly idea, man.
Angel. Oh, you talking about Angel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes hard with that. I've had debates with him about that, and on personal phone calls, we went back and forth about it. Cause I don't like, to me it's a ridiculous notion, like just all the way around, like especially when it's coming from, like if it's coming from Black women who wear weave, and it's like, it's like, come on, man, like seriously, how can you be mad at, like, why do you care? That's my biggest thing. Is like, if you see a white girl with braids in her hair and she's dressing Black and she's acting Black, wouldn't you rather her do that instead of being like part of the Aryan nation?
It's a waste of. In other words, you have naturally white flowing hair. Why would you mess it up with braids? That's really what they want to say.
It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Well,
it's like, I would rather, to me personally, as a dude, as a Black man, when I see white boys acting Black, it don't bother me. It's like, I would rather for you to be like that than to be a freaking neo-Nazi.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, we just, if you're gonna act Black, do it right. That's all we say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, man, do it right.
At least have some swag about you,
Yeah. If you, because you hear a lot of cool white boys that do it right, and we accept. Oh yeah, you cool white boy.
Oh man, there's this one white kid. He couldn't be no more than 16. He used to come to my barbershop and get his hair cut. I swear to God, that was the coolest white boy. But he wasn't cool in terms of being a white boy. Like, he was cool in terms of being Black.
Yeah.
Like, if you couldn't, like, if you just watch the way he move and the way, like, you know how white boys that act like they Black, every once in a while it slips out and you see the flaw. You couldn't see it with him. That was one cool ass white boy, man.
Yeah.
Like, every time I seen him, I was like, damn, yo, this nigga cool as hell.
Yeah. Because I call him a nigga just out of yeah. He cool, yeah. But it's a silly idea when they call braids and cultural appropriation, because Bo Derek did it back in what 1970 something, 1977.
Yeah, I remember that.
You're late. Okay, calm down. Where you have you with your Louis Vuitton boots and your purses and stuff, like, shut up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
So I understand if it's a religious symbol and you don't like it and all that kind of stuff, you can complain. But Native Americans have been complaining for years and it's gone nowhere. You're wasting your time. Get over it.
Valdez, yep, finally answered a question of yours. Finally.
Oh, did she?
What happened? What'd she say?
Where is it? It's in the chat. She said it's not about appropriation. It's about negative connotations attached to cultural norms like braids on black girls. Pretty much when black girls wear it, it's ghetto, but when they wear it, it's fine. Pretty much is what she's trying to say.
Who makes that distinction?
And like, now she says, I don't know what y'all talking about.
Like, who makes that distinction though? That's my thing. Like, who is the cultural police? Like, who sits back and says, oh, well, you know, when white women wear it, it's fashion.
I'm gonna assume they're going on experience compared to if they were to go to work that way and they tell them, no, take that out.
But that has more to do with that has nothing to do with cultural appropriation. That has more to do with the fact that they live in a white dominated society.
Yeah,
I guess they link the two together because that's always the same thing. That's always the same example.
So in other words, if you're smart, what you would do is you make the braids the norm so that you can wear them at work.
Exactly.
Make them appropriate your culture than rather than the other way around. That's a smart thing to do.
The same way. Like, here's the thing. I actually brought this up in a live stream, and I said black women need to take note to what black men do. If you notice, black men, we don't try to, like, we tried to do that back in the day, but we didn't really fully do it. We don't try to assimilate into white culture. We just do our thing. We just have our own style. We have our own swag. And we kept doing what we do until it became popular. So now you have white guys in all different races of guys trying to look like us. So guess what? Now it's become the norm to be the way black men are and dress the way black men dress. So guess what? Now we get to dress the way we want to dress. And, you know, at the end of the day, just like we was talking about earlier, when it comes to interracial dating, like we don't have to assimilate. We can just be ourselves and be with whoever we want, go wherever we want, because hip hop culture is worldwide. So I can go to Africa or Japan or wherever, dress the way I'm dressed, and they'd be like, oh, what's up, man? You know? But, you know.
I agree completely. You get your own fashion going, and it's unique.
Yeah, because I was at a park concert maybe last week, right? It was Chambers Brothers, right? There was a whole bunch of white dudes wearing dreads. Okay. They share the you in one culture. Ideas can go back and forth. I don't see one woman that would jump out of a BMW or Mercedes. That is not black culture. Is it for here with the Mike? I guess she's adjusting her mic.
Yeah, it's all, everything is mixed. Everything is mixed up. Like that's why, like, see, that's something I really don't understand, because as much as, like, if you go to a city like New York, you know, it's the melting pot. You're gonna have every single culture from all over the world there. And, you know, as much as those different cultures have tried their best to segregate themselves, it still spills over. You know, a little bit of this spills over here, a little bit of this spills over, you know, so at some point you become a society that has cultures mixed together, especially when you start having people you know, getting into relationships where you have somebody that's, you know, Puerto Rican getting into a relationship with somebody that's white, or somebody black getting into a relationship with somebody that's Asian. Like, you're gonna have these, you know, when that person has a child, that child is a child of both cultures. So you're gonna have the mixing of cultures, and man, I don't know. Maybe I'm just
I get it.
Yeah, because basically the hip hop was worldwide before it even got associated with black people. Asians were doing hip hop years ago because they were pop locking and doing all sorts of things way before hip hop even hit. So they just adopted it. It is what it is. Culture is shared. It's not can't be contained in one particular group.
But a lot of the women, it's really, at the end of the day, a lot of this cultural appropriation argument, it's a female competition argument. So they see that the white women get a different reaction, but when they do the same thing, the black women get clowned upon, and the way they interpret that is they're at the bottom and they don't like that. So it's just another form of that.
Who else wants to get in? Jump in, ladies. The guys get in and you guys aren't talking. Come on, ladies.
Well, I don't know if this is such a good argument, but you know, with the Kardashian girls, yeah, especially with, I'd say, the youngest one, Kylie. I think what happens is that a lot of these magazines and blog websites, whatever they are, they see her doing something like wearing hoop earrings or something as simple as that, and they go, "Oh, she's starting a trend. She's starting a trend." And I think it's this reaction of, well, no, it's not a trend so much as it's been happening for a long time, but because she's suddenly doing it, then it's considered fashionable. It's
I mean, that's white privilege. That's all that really is.
Well, the Kardashians wouldn't be anything if they didn't adopt black culture. So the Kardashians have adopted black culture through and through.
True.
Sleeping with black men, black athletes, whatnot. I don't think I've ever seen other than the one with the white guy.
Oh, the short one. The short one. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the father of her children, I think he's white, right?
That's what Amber Rose, honestly, that's the main gripe Amber Rose really has. She looks at the Kardashians and like, I look like them, why don't I get the same results?
Because you are not in their class. The Kardashians are in the upper class and she is not. Same thing.
No, I know why. I'm just saying they don't think about that.
You're a stripper, like you're in the Kardashians would treat Amber Rose the same way they do Blac Chyna.
And you got a lot of black women. I'm not talking about Miss J, anybody like that, but you got a lot of black women in the aggregate that do not see. They see Amber Rose. They don't. That's a distinction without a difference for them. Now I understand the Rob Kardashian element with is that their dad's name?
Which one?
Anyway, but they don't.
Oh yeah, Robert
that.
Kardashian.
They see, well, Kim did a sex tape.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they see it. I mean, I'm just saying how they see it.
Yeah, that's what they see it, but they don't know. They don't remember who Robert Kardashian was. He was already connected to Hollywood.
Yeah, I mean, the Kardashians were pushing.
Yeah. So the name was already there before they made it famous. The name was already famous from the OJ trial. Yeah. They already knew the Kardashians were before they ever even slept with Ray J. They already knew who the Kardashians were because of their father being on the court case. So the Kardashian name is worldwide. Because of
now, Ms. J, you can blame us on Kim Kardashian. Yeah, not black men as a collective.
Because
okay, I do.
I'm gonna tell you what, Armenians have been sleeping with black men for decades. You know,
that's got to be true. They got the black man code.
I remember I think I dated a Armenian girl way back in the day in my teens. They've always, because they're out, as far as white people, they're outcasts, and they're considered amongst white people, they're considered non-white.
But can I ask a hypothetical question?
Yes, please.
Okay. What would the reaction be? Honest reaction be if when Eminem came in with his rap and his hip hop and everything like that, if he all of a sudden acted like he invented it, and renamed hip hop to some other white sounding name, everybody be cool with that?
They'd laugh.
Yeah, but I'm saying they'd be like, "Oh yeah."
First of all, Eminem is smart enough not to do that.
Okay, but I'm saying hypothetically, let's say he wasn't. What would the reaction be of black men?
The thing is, he wouldn't be
seriously.
The white men wouldn't accept him because they know better. He wouldn't get accepted.
And number two, they've already done that with rock and roll. I mean, it's happened before. It takes more time. One person can't do that.
I'm saying y'all are cool with Elvis acting like he invented what he did when he didn't.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, we just came up with Michael.
No, what I'm saying is, the thing is, I remember Elvis Presley in the early 60s, and my black female babysitter loved Elvis Presley. So that tells you, yes, he was cool.
I'm not talking about back in the 60s when nobody had a choice. I'm talking about today. If y'all actually had a choice, and honest, if they went ahead and took everything you did and then renamed it, act like you had nothing to do with it, y'all would be cool with it today.
They couldn't do it.
But
If
they could, would y'all be okay
answer that question? Can I please answer that question?
Go ahead,
Miss J.
We've been doing that for a long time.
We don't take it that serious because we're not insecure when it comes to white men.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No, because if they do adopt it, okay, this is how black men see it.
I'm talking about they actually like
Miss J. Can I finish my thought, please? I know it's a woman's hangout, but can I finish my thought? Thank you. If they do adopt it, black men see it as our opportunity because we do it what? Better.
Exactly. Say that again, please.
We do it better. So in other words, when white boys decided that they love to dunk and they adopted our swag and our dunk, what do? We up the level.
Okay. Black men, let's be clear here, Ms. J. Black people, and I'd say black men in particular, have come up with most of the forms of music in this country. That's true for country music. That's true for a lot of the jazz music. That's true for a lot of the banjo music, the rock and roll, the hip hop, all of it.
Because when
so
black,
that question, the rock and roll, what happened? We moved to rap.
Well, no. What happened was when in the 60s when white people took over rock and roll with the Beatles and stuff like that, all of a sudden fusion, Sly and the Family Stone, and those kind of folks, they all Earth, Wind and Fire, all those people came out and they started to dominate the music industry because you are letting us cross over into your arena. Because once they adopt it and they bring it in, it's like a Trojan horse. Also, black people run to the gates and flood it. Just like hip hop was trying to be adopted by white people in the 80s, right? In the 80s and in the 90s. And once that first white person came over and started rapping, it's like a Trojan horse. All of a sudden, black men said, okay, this is our chance to cross over, make more money. Boom.
Exactly. And Eminem is a bad example because Eminem, just like the Beatles, they have a respect for the art form. Like the Beatles acknowledge, a lot of black people. And I mean from a humble stage, humble point of view. And same thing with Eminem, same thing with Macklemore. Because what happened with Mark Wahlberg.
Right, that's correct. But I'm saying if Eminem did not do that, if he went ahead and acted like he invented rap.
Good. Yeah, good.
Okay.
Y'all would sit there. After all the rappers have been there since the 70s.
Here's the thing.
Let her finish. Say it again, Miss J, because we didn't get you.
I'm just saying, you had all these rappers that basically since the 70s, 80s, 90s, and everything. You're known for this. One white dude comes up and acts like he invented it. He owned it. He did everything himself. He gave no credit whatsoever to the people who came before him. Y'all would be like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be in your feelings.
No.
Hold on. Can I please say this? Go
ahead, Vader.
It is beyond amazing to me how short-sighted like that. Like sometimes black women, sometimes y'all cannot see the forest for the trees. Right now, at this moment in society, there used to be a time where They look down on having a big butt. They look down on having big lips. They look down on all of these things that are traditionally black features of black women. Now, all of a sudden, they want to have big butts like y'all. They want to have big lips like y'all. They want to have all of these things. And instead of y'all just sitting back and saying, okay, make that a trend because we can do it better than you. Instead of sitting back and saying, okay, let that become the norm. See, what y'all don't even realize, this is what black women don't realize. A lot of times y'all don't know when y'all won.
Yeah.
You feel me? So you're sitting back and you're mad. You're like, oh my God, they're copying us. No, what they're doing is they're making the new standard of beauty you. And if you just sit back and chill for a second, before you know it, it's going to go even further from just being big butts and big lips. Pretty soon it's going to be darker skin. But y'all sitting back
they
like,
already get the tans.
Right. Yeah, they're already getting tans. But y'all sitting back like,
but that's
messed up. They're trying to take our image and man, look.
Go ahead, Edward.
I mean, no, all I'm saying is because let me tell you something. An insecure person will never understand a secure person. It's like talking to two different frequencies. And I'm just saying that's why it's like, oh, well, let me keep asking the same thing. We've already explained to you that it's a lot of things black men in particular put into this system that white people took over. Most black people don't really know that rock and roll was controlled by black people. And they created that. Most black people don't know the country music.
Yeah.
Today, like millennials don't know that.
The black man is the most copied human being on the planet.
With his legacy just being erased.
What is that? The thing is, what I'm trying to tell you, and what most artists look at when they copy you. A white guy copies you. He carries that art form into his community and makes it popular. If he does that, what does that mean when you go to that community? You're going to make money. You're going to become famous.
But see, when you're dealing with somebody that cares more about validation, because it's something, what you want is something that you're never going to get. And that goes back to the like 92 Octane things. The way a lot of sisters, it's like you all, not all of you all, but you get what I'm saying. The people that are like this, it's like you're in a situation where you can never be at peace because you're reaching for something that you already really have.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, if you look at
that's some Buddhism for your ass.
If you look at black music would not have become popular. Motown would have never happened if Pat Boone and those kind of folks didn't copy Little Richard and other people. Elvis Presley broke ground so that Motown could actually do what? Come in and make money because, oh, you like this music. You like this rock and roll. You like this R&B. Guess what? We can do it better.
Now here's what black men
I'll take it. BJ, I'll take it a step further. I'll take it a step further. Because here's a reality. If it wasn't for Rick Rubin, you might not have heard you might not have got Def Jam.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Jerry Heller, you might not have got NWA. You might not have got Dre. If it wasn't for Jimmy Iovine. Like a lot of people ignore these things. Like they'll say, oh, these people got into this business and they're raping. A lot of people don't realize there are certain key elements to these businesses that if that hadn't happened, it wouldn't have took it to another level. Like you got to acknowledge it. Like you look at somebody like Eminem, everybody will say, oh, well, look at Eminem. That's cultural appropriation. You know how many white people listen to rap just because there's an Eminem? Like,
first of all, Eminem talked about the trailer park and talked about things that were authentic to him. And Eminem put his time in. I mean, you're absolutely right. But see, when you're not thinking about these details, because it's all about like this kind of childish me, like this hunger that you can't satisfy, then you don't see all these things. You don't see these nuances to stuff.
Yeah, but basically, black women, if white women are wearing micro braids, then you should encourage it so that black women can set up braid shops and start braiding white women's hair and make some money.
Yeah.
Hell,
they don't even break them.
Take advantage of it.
Braids. It's the fact that I said the problem is not even the micro braids or Kylie Jenner herself. The issue is when black women do it, everybody talks shit. When white people do it, everybody acts like they invented it and it's a good thing.
Okay, Miss J, hold on a second.
That's what they're upset about.
Miss J, do you want to be the symbol of beauty around the world?
That's not going to happen because white people have white problems.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you, do you want to be a symbol of beauty around the world? As a black woman. If you want that, you need Trojan horses to make, the people with the power and the money, if they're gonna make you the symbol of beauty, let them do it.
You have to have a vehicle. You have to have a vehicle to take it. If your image or what you believe should be the standard of beauty, which is a natural black woman. You understand what I'm saying? That is a small niche. That is a small group. You understand? If you want that to be nationwide or worldwide, that it has to have a vehicle to take it there. Do you understand that? It has to have the ability. And currently, what is this society made up of? Currently, the driving force in the society currently is white folk.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Miss J. Have white people ever stopped you from appropriating their culture?
No, I don't do what white people now.
They haven't. Why? Because they want their culture to be the norm. So you want people to appropriate your culture so that your culture becomes the dominant one. If people don't take it,
So I should be happy that the majority of black guys are in love with Kim Kardashian because that's going to make.
See, it always comes back to God damn.
No, hold on.
Kim Kardashian is not the standard for white people. Sorry.
White people aren't looking at the standard for black men either.
No, she's not.
Oh, really?
What the hell are you talking about?
Do you realize? Look, check this out. Do you realize? Do you know the reason?
Kardashian and be like, oh,
black men don't even know what Armenian is.
Yeah, Kim Kardashian. If Kim Kardashian wasn't sleeping with black athletes, she wouldn't be popular amongst black people. Period. It's who she's connected to. White people. Kylie Jenner is white people and white women and white girls that love Kim Kardashian and Kylie Jenner. It's not black money that's fueling it.
Check this out. Let me say this. And this is to any black women who feel this way that Miss J is expressing. This shit is chess. It's not checkers. Okay. Right now, you're trying to catch up to Miss Ann, but Miss Ann is 2 cars ahead of you on a one-way street. The only way you're going to catch up with her is to get off that street that you're currently on, where you're behind her, and get on another street. You're going to have to get in another lane. The lane that you're in right now, this always being insecure when it comes to white women. This always, they're doing this and they're doing. Grow up. Jesus Christ. Like, take an example. Take a page from black men. If you look at us, black men back in the freaking, what was it? When was it when black men were perming their hand shit?
Oh, it was back in the 50s and 60s.
Back in the 50s.
Angry Man. You know who's insecure like this too? White men are insecure like this.
Yeah. Let Angry Man see this.
I was saying that's a good idea.
Are they having a party? Are you guys having a party or what?
Party or something. I just hear a bunch of little kids.
But no, white men are insecure like this too. That's why old girl was talking about when our dude was talking about, you did like this. That's all it is. And what happens is it's insecurity combined with always.
Go ahead, Edward. Edward, you there?
No, I was just gonna say, you hear me?
But you know what, Edward, you're right. You're 100% right. That same insecurity is in white men, and that's why, yeah, they may have a certain degree of power when it comes to the premise of white supremacy, but when it comes to fashion, when it comes to style, when it comes to all of these different things, they're on that same one-way street, 2 cars behind black men. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. If you look at a white guy out here, just an average nondescript white guy, he has to do something to stand out. He has to be successful. He has to have certain things going for him. Whereas you could have brothers out here, there's brothers out here that don't even got a job and be pulling mad women. Brothers out here that ain't got shit going for them.
But it's swag, but they're cool.
But they swag.
Yeah.
It's all they got.
It's all they got. And you're riding with it. But it is what it is. Go ahead, Rihanna.
So I hear, I've heard a couple times at least that apparently black women and white men are 2 sides of the same coin.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say the same is true of black men and white women?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in a sense, slightly different, but in a sense,
yeah, it's in a different way, but it's
because black women. I don't know about what it's like in the UK because you're from a different country, but here in America, there's a sense that, and black men feel it, that black men are owned by their women, and women actually sometimes even say that. Okay, you belong to us. Why are you with these? Whatever. And white men say exactly the same thing about their women. So in a sense, yes.
Yeah. And they have the same insecurities, because I love it when a white man will try to say things like, "Oh, that's why your women worship us," and they're like, "That's cool because they go come back because your dick is small." I mean, that's really at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, it makes them mad. Yeah, that would make them mad.
It's the rich, educated, lame argument on the white side, because the reality is, if white men didn't have the type of status that they had because of the position they have in the country, nobody would be fucking with them. Not on the average level.
They be
outside the Brad Pitts and stuff, and they know that.
They be on the bottom of the totem pole.
You don't see no black men cuckolding. I'm talking about like on the other side of that. Seriously. And so black men have a certain, and this is true for light-skinned men too. Like it's a certain acceptance with that. And see, that's another thing too when it comes to insecurity, when it comes to dating interracially. This is why, you hear Ms. J constant coming back to it's black men's fault all these non-black women are being elevated. Like we have the economics to sustain them like that. Like it's like just the anyway, yeah, that's my point.
But you know what, Edward? Like the crazy thing about it is I've had so many black women try to use that as a way to try to get at me, as if I have that insecurity. So they'll say, "Oh, you're just mad because you don't have the same power that white men have." And I'll be sitting there thinking to myself, like, are you projecting? Because I don't have that insecurity. Do you realize the same way Chris Rock was telling that joke, he said there's a one-armed busboy that won't trade places with me because of white privilege. But the funny thing is the opposite is true. Like I wouldn't trade my blackness for riches and money. I wouldn't. Like I'd rather be black.
To a poor low-class white dude that's on heroin. See, black women don't understand that because they look at everything that they're looking at. And when I say black women, I really mean black women like this. So black women in fitness category. They take their cues from social media and the television. And what people don't understand, most of what's on television is complete absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to get geopolitical, but most TV has never mentioned the bricks. TV has never mentioned what really goes on. Most black women don't even interact with other black women from other cultures. Like, seriously. So they think they're so smart, but they don't know shit.
Yeah, they look when black women are looking at the upper class white men.
Yeah,
and the majority of them, you got to go through a gang of white women to get to them.
Okay,
like I'm
saying, y'all are really thinking that white.
Hold on, go ahead, Miss J.
You're really saying that it's white men that somehow like or look at Kylie and Kim and think that's the kind of woman I want?
No, but white men, at the end of the day, folks, the reason why Kylie and Kim, the reason why the Kardashians have money is because they're what I like to call marketing bottlenecks. They're capable of putting a lot of eyeballs on something.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation, and it's kind of like with black men. Like, look at the relationship between Gia Iovine and Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre is a fucking racehorse for Jimmy Iovine. Dr. Dre has made Jimmy Iovine so much money. Same thing with Eminem too. So he's gonna protect that. Now there's certain things he'll code up. That's the same thing with the Kardashians. The Kardashians make a lot of marketing people easy money. That's all it is.
Okay, but you're saying that
if you look at the demographics of who actually,
same thing with Oprah.
Hold on a second. Look at the demographics and find out who actually watches Keeping Up with the Kardashians. It's not black men.
Nope.
Who is it? It's white. It's black women and white women, young, a certain demographic that watch this stuff. Most black men could care less about this. Well, if there's a picture that pops up and Kim is naked, we'll look at that. But we don't watch the show. We don't come to the events. It's white women and black women that come to the events. It's not us.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, ma'am. You sure can ask too if you'd like.
Thank you. So, does being two sides of the same coin then imply that there's a reason for why maybe more and more black men have an affinity for white women?
No, I think well, it's probably different in your country than it is ours. Okay, because the percentage, I think the interracial relationship or marriage in your country is like 50%, right? Or close to it. It's really, really high. It's really, really low in our country by comparison. So the thing is that if you see if there's an outrage over an interracial couple, where does it come from? Does it come from black men or black women? 90% of the time.
Black women.
Black women. If it's an interracial couple and there's an outrage of an interracial couple, does the outrage come from white men or white women?
White men.
White men. In other words, it's really, I mean, it's not even funny. YouTube is full of it. You can actually go back and look at Twitter and YouTube, and anytime there's a debate of interracial couple, you can actually see the volume. If it's a black man and a black woman, it blows up. If it's a white man and a black woman, I mean, you might get a little rumble, but that's about it. If you look at the whatchamacallit, the Bachelorette. You look at that. It's a black woman and a white man. How much rumbling you've had an initial quirk about people talking about it. Since then, how much have you heard about it?
From what I can tell.
Nothing. Because black men don't care. For the most part, they don't care. I mean, you can get some what they call pro-blacks, or you get people in the conscious community. Even the people in the conscious community really don't care, okay? Even with scandal, because I'm in the conscious community. If there's something that's going to go on about interracial marriage and it's going to be an upset, then you would hear about it there first. It wasn't even a rumble because it was a black woman and a white man. 12 Years a Slave, right? Okay. They made the whole movie and whatnot, and they found out that the majority of the British actors were married to white women. Do you know how big of a fuss that was? They had to tone that down. Black women went nuts. Okay, they went nuts.
You know.
So the thing is, go ahead.
You know what black men care about in 2017? Black men care about being happy. And we will do anything in our power to be happy. And the reason why is because we've gotten to the point where the majority of us, we're tired of fighting for a community that doesn't give a damn about us. Like we're tired. Like for 50 years, we have been talked about like we are just the scum of the universe. And Nothing could be further from the truth. Black men traditionally still date and marry when they marry black women. Black men will accept women in our community with all of their flaws more than any other race of men. We'll accept women if they're overweight. We'll accept women if they have children by other men. You know, we'll even raise those children. Like, if you really sit down and you look at the numbers and you really sit down and look at how black men are, we are the best of the men.
Yeah.
But we get treated like we get treated like we're the worst. And so now
that is despite most black women act like Miss J. Despite that,
Edward, calm down. Edward, calm down. I know. This is a woman's hangout, Edward. Remember,
Jesus
okay?
Christ.
That was my shot.
Calm down. Shots fired. Okay, you got your shot in. What I'm saying is that even if you look at it, if Amber Rose could date white men right now? She's been a stripper. She had all this background. Could Amber Rose date an upscale black white man?
No.
Most white women don't date upscale white men.
What I'm saying is, white women that have a clean record that look like Amber Rose did at the beginning could easily, because she's a beautiful woman, no question about it. She's a beautiful woman.
You said, hold on. She said white women don't date upscale white men.
The majority.
Most, yeah.
But I wasn't talking. Well, Amber Rose is not the majority of women, is she? She's in the top, like maybe 1%, right? Huh?
Amber Rose is in the top 1%.
In looks, Amber Rose is probably in the top 1%.
Yeah, you just was speaking French to her just now.
Why don't you stop being snarky for a minute? I was trying to hear what you said.
Okay, fall back for a second. No, Amber Rose is probably in the top 1%. Amber Rose is a baller chick. She's 100 octane. Okay, she's a baller chick. Okay, how many? She's been a stripper. She's been all this kind of stuff. How many upscale white men would marry an Amber Rose?
Not many.
Not many, right? She's had two famous upscale black men marry, well, not married, but actually be with her. One got her on, the other guy married her and had a baby by her. And she's still famous amongst black men. Kim Kardashian, Kim Kardashian slept with all those athletes and she was a nobody, how many white upscale men could she marry? Get with.
Okay, I mean, that's a good thing, or what?
What I'm not saying, it's not a good thing or a bad thing. What I'm saying is black men accept women like that and don't even blink an eye. They don't even blink an eye.
The white men fuck them behind or.
What do you say, Mr. J? Okay, you got a lot of noise. Who's got is Lance, you got all that noise?
Oh, my bad.
Mute yourself if you can. All right.
I'm saying, how many upscale black men marry black strippers?
Well, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
They have sex tapes and it's known that they're strippers around the world.
No, you'd be stunned. That's funny.
I am stunned because I don't know.
You know what I'm saying is, you know how many.
I mean, they're known.
Usher has a song saying, I don't mind if you dance on a pole.
I'm in love with a stripper.
That's not an upscale black man.
Usher's not an upscale black man? Wow.
How much?
Did Usher marry a stripper?
Well, I mean, how many black women are looking for
song? That doesn't mean you actually do it.
What is an upscale? Hold on. Let me ask her. What is an upscale black man? What's your definition?
I mean, someone who's well-to-do, who has a good standing reputation.
So, like a respectable career, not really in the entertainment industry, something like that.
Yeah.
basically educated lane. I mean, let's be honest. Because
what it is those dudes do it all the time. They're not in the entertainment industry, so you don't hear about them or see them.
Yeah, they do it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, Don Peebles, Robert Smith, any of these names ringing a bell that I'm mentioning,
Umar Johnson.
Well, no,
Johnson.
everybody knew they were strippers.
What I'm saying is
the women they married, everybody knew they were known for being strippers. They were known for their sex tape. They wifed them.
I think there was one politician in Louisiana that married a stripper, and his name was Mud from then on.
That's one.
That's a white guy. That's a white guy.
But you know, that's talking about known as famous.
If they're not married to them, they definitely got like deep relationships with them.
Well, babies by him. Who just had a baby? What was his? What's his name?
Paul fucking George.
Yeah, Paul George. Oh yeah, he's famous for that.
We have an entire culture.
Yeah.
Of women who thinks. Hold on. Let me say this. First of all, the educated lames, they're not in the public eye. So you're not going to hear a whole lot of stories like that. But what you do see is that we have an entire culture of women who think they can have multiple children by multiple dudes and still get a top-notch black man.
Yeah, Sierra.
Okay, so, I mean, here's the thing. We keep talking about strippers and shit like that's the gold standard of being a sorry woman. But is it really? Because there's a couple other levels.
Kim Kardashian, that's what they are.
You said what?
I said you're bringing up Amber Rose and Kim Kardashian.
They're two different people.
One's a stripper.
They're not even on the same level.
The funny thing. Let me address that. Here's the funny thing about it. As much as y'all try, as much as y'all try to throw Kim Kardashian under the bus, last time I checked, she has a kid by the dude she married.
2, yeah.
So you're talking about her because she got a sex tape out, but at least she did have a kid after she was married.
Well, the thing is, Kim Kardashian was upscale long before the sex tape. Kim Kardashian comes from money. She's not a poor child. She's not poor. She was hobnobbing with Paris Hilton, who also had a sex tape. Okay, but nobody would say that Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian are on the same level as who?
And like real talk, back in the day, they would have never been caught dead with Amber Rose. To be honest with you, before and another thing is Kanye West had the sense, getting past the racial element here, because we have black women and women of different cultures and different backgrounds. Getting past the racial element, Kanye had enough sense to not get trapped by Amber Rose. What did Amber Rose do? She got somebody like Wiz Khalifa. Now let's look at what Wiz Khalifa looks like and how he carries himself. I like Wiz's music. But she had to get one of them. I don't want to call him a fuckboy, but you get what I'm saying. She had to lower the bar to a low class man that would be willing to do that.
Or lower. He's still wealthy. He's still famous.
Well, you get what I'm saying. I'm talking about he's hood rich.
Okay, he's hood rich. Yeah. What I'm saying is
rich. This is that's not hood.
Well, he's got money. You get what I'm saying. He's got a hood mentality. I like Wiz Khalifa. I don't think he's the worst dude in the world. I don't think he's like a 21 Savage or anything. So I'm not trying to play him. But my point is, her value.
You look at what's his name that had the baby by Blac Chyna.
Yeah, Rob was never marry her.
No, Rob Kardashian. I'm talking about Tyga.
Yeah, same thing. It's these kind of dumb, goofy ass niggas.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that we are very accepting of it. Nobody gets mad that Tyga had a baby by a stripper. Nobody looks down on him for that.
You notice how Miss J hasn't even acknowledged what we're doing.
Reggie, who's that? What's his name that had a baby by a stripper? Played for the Miami Heat. What's his name?
Look at the crazy ass chick Dwayne Wade dealt with.
Dwayne Wade, yeah. Oh, that chick, yeah.
You know, like, come on, man.
Strippers, that's not new.
What's I'm talking about? And what I'm saying is that black men and black male culture is very accepting of a wide range of social economic status, weight, looks, skin colors, do children, no children, whether you have black children or mixed children or whatever, right? But that's how come they say black men have no standards, because we're very accepting, and we're beat up for not having standards. But black women also expect us to accept them in any position,
any
condition.
Exactly. Even a man is quality, and I don't agree with everything he says. But even somebody like Steve, the man mindset, which is, you know, alpha, was like angry man and all of that, had dealt with kids. He admitted it. He said he dealt with women that had children. As much as he's like, it's my way or the highway, bitch, you can take your ass out of my car. Still did that, and is married to a woman, a white woman, but a woman that had a kid in another relationship. So black men, even the higher caliber black men would do that. Like, seriously. But black women live in a world where they actually believe this is how it is supposed to be. And what other women do is what they're doing right now. They get quiet, and in their heads, they're like, "You fucking insane."
In other words, you say black men are the lamest. They're the hardest to get along with. They're the least loyal. They're all this, that, the third. And other races of women say, "What are you talking about?"
Black men are like a house that black women allowed to go in foreclosure. And they're like, this shit is so easy for me to flip and make money on. Y'all don't, in like a rich neighborhood. Y'all don't know what the fuck, y'all. What the fuck? And that's what they think.
Edward, back, ease down a bit. This ain't Saturday night, okay? Ease down a little bit.
You get the analogy.
I know.
And they just, and only thing I want to communicate is they just don't tell you. This is why I keep saying that white women, under the guise of feminism, there is no woman that is stolen more from the black woman than the white woman, because there's a lot of things they don't tell you.
And they're getting ready to steal you men.
Oh yeah, you like was saying in IT. He said every black man he knows in IT, and I can tell you, as somebody that worked in the call center field, that is very true. They get with white women.
They in the gym.
Yeah,
they in the gym working it out, doing Pilates. They getting close to y'all so they can learn how to fry chicken.
Yeah, they are. They're really. In fact, I saw that there was I saw a post where they had there was a post where there were white women were coming in on a black post, trying to figure out how they can attract black men.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
Yeah. I'm being funny, but I'm being dead serious too.
I mean, the black women already know this, so.
No, they don't. No, y'all don't.
So how come you're not doing something to protect your interest?
Yeah,
that's what we're curious about.
Yeah,
we didn't even talk about that.
You know what? Because
the people that should be shutting down swirlers are not black men. It should be black women.
Yep.
Why are you gonna open that door? The people that should have been shutting down that educated lame argument should have been black women.
But we need these people. But BGS, you missing something though. You missing one thing. See, they gotta allow it to happen. That way they have something to complain about.
Oh, okay.
That's what that is.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and lower the pinata. Okay. Stop beating up on her. Okay.
No,
all right. Okay.
I'm gonna fall back.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead and say how you really feel, Miss J. We want to hear it.
I'm just stating facts.
No. We keep on my hangouts. We keep it real. Keep it real.
We can take it.
They're big boys. If they can dish it out, they can take it. Go ahead, blast them. Go in.
How am I gonna compete with white skin?
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
Yeah, that's what you say, but your actions are something different.
No.
Okay.
Hold on, Miss J. Miss J.
What are you talking about?
So in other words, you don't believe anything black men say about black women. You don't believe nothing they say, right?
Just about the
because y'all say.
At the end of the day, no matter what black men say that they like or they want from their women, it comes down to white skin. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying a lot of times, if white women come down and do whatever they do, no matter how ratchet they are, no matter how many kids they have, no matter how fat they are, if they come down to y'all, you're gonna turn your head and accept them.
Okay, hold on a second. Y'all fall back for a second. So those same black men would not date fat black women with 15 kids.
I'm not talking about dating. I'm talking about marrying. Y'all date a lot of people.
Hold on a second. So there's no black men who we call simps marrying fat black women.
I didn't say there were no black men, because like I said, the majority of people, no matter what race they are, they end up with the same. They're the same race. The majority of them.
So if you see a black man with a fat white woman, you probably see, the very next year see that same black man with the same kind of woman, just a different color. So if a black man will date a fat white woman, he'll also date a fat black woman, which they do all the time.
Black men don't lower their standard. Like black men are not gonna set my standard as an 8, and then I'm gonna settle for a 5 white woman. That's not how it works. Now, blackness, you're projecting, because black women will say they want super black man and then lower their standards for a white man. What's that Sperminator? As I submit to you as a perfect example.
That's not true.
Yes, they do all
Miss J, let him finish his statement, and you have plenty of time to talk. I want to hear what you guys say.
Okay. Most black women are not getting top 20% white men. So what they do is they will lower their standards, and so let me say it this way. If you ask a black woman what do they want in a man, and it's a black man, they got all this list of shit. If you ask them for the same thing with a white man, that list is cut by only down to 10%. You want a 6-foot black man, if he's 5'7", it'll be cool. If you want just making 6 figures is black, if he's only making 70,000, it'd be cool. And the actions justify that. So black men are not like that. If we say we want a black woman with a fat ass, if a white woman comes along that's got a fat ass and she knows how to shut the fuck up and actually talk, then a lot of times they'll choose that.
Yeah. In fact, I have a buddy who's dated. He likes big women. And that's what he likes. And he dates, if they're Hispanic, he likes them big. If they're black, he likes them big. If they're white, he likes them big. That's the way he likes them. Same thing if a black guy dates an ex, he's married to a white woman. And basically we look at his wife, black wife that he was married to once, and then his white wife, they have the same body type.
Yeah,
same. They're tall. The only difference is that one had blue eyes and the other one was dark. I mean, really dark.
Being a brother that's currently in a relationship with a black woman, can I please say something?
Yes, you can.
I have been drugged by black women. I've been stabbed by black women. I've been set up by black women. I've been done dirty by black women. I've had all types of shit done to me by black women from the moment I started dating.
I've been hit by black women.
I am still in a relationship with black women. So what you're saying, Miss J, I am living proof to the contrary of that. Because if a black man wants a black woman, he gonna go through what he got to go through because that's just what he wants.
That's what he wants, yeah.
But who did you end up marrying?
Who did I end up marrying?
Yeah, you got married to somebody. Who did you marry?
A black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Black men are married to black women at 86% as of 2014. Miss J, what are you talking about?
And
the stats bear out what you're saying. The problem is black men are saying fuck marriage.
Yeah.
So fuck every race. So why black men like MGTOW so much?
Yeah, because they're not having kids and not getting married. Yeah.
But when we get married, we typically choose you all, and you gotta understand.
Why should a man get married? That's my question. Why?
Oh my!
What I'm saying is, if you objectively talk to a guy that dates both black women and white women, or dates around. If you look at the similarities, they'll be almost other than skin color, they'll be the same.
Okay.
They'll be the same.
I was saying that whole rant that Edward went on about between black women having a whole bunch of high standards for black men and then lower standards for white men.
I mean, that's absolutely true.
The data doesn't bear that out.
Yes, the data does bear that out.
So why do black women project that if that's not true? Because it's not black men projecting it; it's black women projecting. And why do they project this if it's not true?
What I'm just saying, how many black men actually make $100,000 a year?
Wait, no. Answer the question.
I'm just saying, no. I'm just saying you're talking about what black women actually date.
No. I asked you a question. I said, if that's not reality, that's not what they date. Why do they project this narrative? Like this is what they
want.
How
are they projecting this narrative that we don't even date white men?
I'm not saying it. I'm talking about if they have all these standards. Hold on a second, Edward. If they have all these standards about what they want and what they won't settle for, and they do, why do they project this narrative? Because it's not black men doing it.
I am confused now.
Okay, Charles.
Black women don't date white men?
No. What I'm saying is, what Edward was saying is that black women have all these standards.
And he said we have them. We have half of them for white men, which is not true. That's what I'm talking about. He said that we have all.
What Edward is trying to say is that black women pursue the best of the best when it comes to black men, meaning you want a black man that makes over $50,000 a year, when in general, the average black man who's gainfully employed makes around 30-some thousand, 40,000. So what he's saying is when you pursue a black man, a good black man is not good enough. You got to have the top tier black man. But when it comes to white men, you'll settle because
and be happy.
Let's just face this. There are no black women with top tier white men. There's only like one or two examples of that in all of America. Like you have George Lucas.
African American, they're probably from
Edward, fall back for a second.
Edward, you interrupt everybody. What's going on, bro?
Edward gets in a hangout, man. He can't control himself, so I had to pull the leash on Edward.
I'm in the car. That's my problem. I'm good.
But yeah, I understand what Ed was saying. He's saying that the average black woman, she sets the bar so freaking high. It's almost like black women set the bar to a certain extent so that they can complain about black men. But when it comes to white men, they're a little more accepting. That's what he's saying.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Now, can we get into that though? Why is that?
No, I was saying, Miss J saying that's not the reality and that's not true. I'm saying if that's not true, why do black women project that narrative? Because every show, every hangout, every whatever, this is what they say. I won't accept a guy at this level, that level, whatever. Chrissy is famous for that.
But from If you just look at dudes like Donovan Sharp or other dudes, they'll say that the sexual market value for the white man is extremely high, and sisters over and over again tend to prove that they would settle for a white man that has less means than they would for a black man with a lot of means.
Yeah, because the white skin carries a cachet.
And then the white skin carries a cachet. The white skin carries more of a cachet with African American women I'll say African American women because that's what I know, than it does other women. Indian women do not do this. Latin women don't do it as much. But black women will take a lot
because of culture.
I gotta do more research on this.
Culture, they'll stay within their culture. You can't speak their same language, they ain't getting with you.
CG3 said, "I got to do some more research on this."
I'm asking Miss J because Miss J is. I'm asking Miss J because I was just watching the Grapevine and they were saying it's like it's 2017. Why are you guys still projecting this stuff? Saying the exact same thing? Yeah. Sarge,
I remember when Sarge was talking about the Grapevine. Them motherfuckers are full of shit for a lot of different reasons. But I get why you bring them up. But they're proof that chicks can get corrupted when they brought over here.
Yeah,
they on other shit.
Women want money too. That's like a normal thing.
What I'm saying is if the reality is that black women settle all the time, right? It's
right.
More likely than not.
If you go out in the world and say what we settle for, you're going to get even less.
So that's what. Also, in other words,
you get high, you get less.
Let me get this straight. So you say black women are haggling.
Yeah, everybody haggles.
Can I please address?
Go ahead, Valdez. Hey, Valdez. Remember, Bruce, be gentle. Okay?
I'm being gentle. I'm being as gentle as I can.
All right.
But let me just ask her.
Because this is gonna come up tomorrow night, man. On the it's gonna come up. It's gonna come up.
But Miss J, do you know why that is? You said, okay, if you go out there with certain standards, you're gonna get even less than that. So you're trying to basically aim for the moon so that when you do get disappointed, at least it ain't that bad. But do you know why that is? Do you know why that is? I can tell you the main reason why black women are not getting the men they want. I can tell you the reason why. Better yet, let me ask you. If the type of man that you want, I'm pretty sure you have a picture of it in your head. What are you willing to do to get that man?
Not much.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I might give
I appreciate your honesty, but you know what?
One at a time.
But you know what? I appreciate your honesty, but let me just say this, and then y'all go ahead. To be truthfully honest, not only with that answer, not only should you not be able to get a low class man, you shouldn't be able to get a man at all. That's what y'all don't realize. These white women, they're out here breaking their neck to get the man they want.
That's what I'm about to say. Ask me that same question about a woman.
What exactly are they getting?
What are they getting?
Yeah.
Wow.
What I'm saying is they're willing, regardless of what they get, they're willing to go for it. They're willing to put in the work and try to go get it.
And get what?
The man that they want. They may not get him, but they're gonna put in it won't be for lack of trying.
So basically what you're saying is no woman.
Hold on, Edward.
Basically what you're saying is no woman is getting the man that they want. That's what you're saying?
No. I'm just saying. But
she can't believe that.
Hold on, Anthony. Let her answer.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you want me to go out there and do all this competing, all this changing everything, all that, and get what?
So questions.
What is all of this?
Hold on, y'all. Let her finish.
Let her finish, Edward. Did you finish, Miss J?
No, I'm just saying. You're asking me to do all this stuff and then get what?
Okay.
Let me ask you this.
She's clearly down on men. Like having a man is not. It's not a great thing.
Like we're wolves surrounding Eve.
Hold on. Let me ask her.
I'm not gonna be.
Let me ask her this. So let me ask you this. Like, all right. I'm pretty sure you got, you know, decent job or whatever, right? Hello?
Okay, yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, so
hold on a second. If one more person comes in saying that I thought this was a hangout for women, I would immediately block you. Okay, shut the fuck up, please.
So y'all making the Hulk come out of BGS now. But do you agree, Miss J, that if you want a awesome career, you have to work for it, correct?
Right.
So if you got to go to school and you got to work nights while you go to school and do everything that you need to do, wouldn't you say that if you end up with the career that you want, it's worth it?
Yeah.
So how is that any different with pursuing a relationship?
I mean, if you're working at McDonald's, I mean,
Rihanna, does this answer your question?
Okay. All right, fellas. And we get your
I was gentle, BGS. Was
I
know.
One more question about this. Go ahead.
No, I was just being. I'm just saying. I was being gentle.
Oh yeah. I
not going hard in the paint.
Okay.
Ever dive in, I ain't gonna be to say nothing. So let me say some stuff real fast.
Okay.
Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, think about this, and I want you to elaborate on the statements that I make to you. Have you ever heard the statement? And I don't care if I if I break a leg, I'm gonna make it to that concert, I'm gonna make it to that show, or I'm gonna die trying. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna be there. Have you ever heard people make statements like that?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason that I asked you that question is that's how if you want something, that's how most people will react to something they want really badly. They don't care what's going to happen. I don't care if I break a leg, I'm gonna make it. I'm assuming that you don't want to be in a relationship with a man or with anyone that badly that you're willing to go through, correct?
Yeah, I'm not willing to die to go to a concert, right?
No, I'm asking you when it comes to
metaphorically. No, I'm not willing to sacrifice my health, my happiness, my future to be in a relationship. You're right.
Okay. All right.
So that's not something that you want that badly. It's not something that you're really looking for, correct?
But
go ahead, please.
Go ahead for you. Rihanna.
I think it's kind of an exaggeration to say your health and that you're sacrificing. I think when they say, what are you willing to do? I mean, what are you willing to invest in the guy? So, you know, are you willing to find out what his interests are and try to relate to that? Or, you know, at least try and find out something about what he likes to maybe connect with him in that way, or, you know, make yourself more physically attractive to him without obviously going beyond the boundaries of making yourself sick, for example. But I don't think your health is something, obviously, no one's saying that you should have to sacrifice that.
It's like men for, I agree with everything you said. Like, it's like men for a family. Most men don't want to work 2 or 3 jobs, but they're willing to work 2 or 3 jobs to take care of their wife and their children. So
really?
There's a lot of women that I've seen that want to be in relationships with men, and they want the security and the comfort of having a man. But as soon as the man says, "Hey, baby, go give me a glass of water," she's like, "Get it your damn self." So come on now, I'm working 2 or 3 jobs. I'm doing everything. I'm building stuff for you. I'm protecting you. I'm gonna drop you off where you need to go. But when I ask you to cook me some food or give me some water or show me some affection, you're not willing to do that, and then you're angry that a man doesn't select you.
Like I said, foreclosure.
Okay. Last question. You got one more question, Charles?
I just want to hear what Mr. J has to say. I mean, because
you're saying a lot of hypotheticals, but I'm saying in reality, is that really happening?
But it does.
Yes.
It does happen in reality. Let me elaborate on that, because I love that you said that. Okay. It comes down to what people. Okay, look. I could think I'm extreme. I could think I'm handsome, right? And you may not be equivalent to my level of attractiveness. That's in my mind. But you would say I should be happy to have you when you don't. First, I don't find you all that physically attractive. And second, you're not probably gratifying me physically like I want to be gratified. And third, you're probably not catering to me, but you want me to do everything a man's supposed to do, make you look good in public. You want me to take care of you, want me to provide for you. And hypothetically, it is happening because a lot of men are willing to do all that. But a lot of women are not willing. I'm not saying all, but enough women are not willing to reciprocate men on that same level.
Sorry.
Especially black.
Sorry, quickly, I wanted to say
It
goodbye.
doesn't show that, but okay.
Oh, Rihanna, what are you saying?
I just wanted to say goodbye because I have to go to work again. But it was nice to.
On Saturday?
Yep. I
Mm.
work in the shop, so.
Oh, okay. Poor baby. You won't be slumming for too long, will you?
No. So
Okay.
I'll be back next week.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Take care, babe.
The only thing I just want to say is I love these hangouts because what it does is it gets you to really see what's going on. I mean, here's the thing: when women talk about colorism and all this other stuff, that's usually not what's going on. What's going on is society and social media is giving these women such an overpriced viewpoint of what they should get. These are like people that have like $430 credit but think they can get a Rolls Royce. And then they get pissed off when they can't get that Rolls Royce. So they're like, fuck life. Kind of like how like white boys do when they start throwing tangents or getting really angry and start shooting up schools and shit.
All right.
It's
All right.
like that. So,
All
I
right.
mean, you know, it's...
Yeah. Anthony.
Y'all still throwing hypotheticals that don't actually happen. So
I mean,
but the
like
data
this...
doesn't.
What'd you say, Miss J?
I'm just saying the data still doesn't say anything of what Edward said, and it still doesn't show anything about what this dude just said.
Okay, there's 1.5 black.
And you come home and no one's going to give you a glass of water. Really?
Okay, well maybe Bill, Alabama, they ain't doing that. Seriously, though. So you say
the government stats
what?
Don't show that, but okay.
Well, how would the government stat? Government stats on not getting a glass of water.
Okay, first of all,
one at a time. Finish up, Edward.
There are 1.5 million black men that make over $50,000, and probably like 70% of them are all in the top 15 major cities. You're not in there, so that's probably why you're in an environment just like Yelp in Orlando, where everybody around you is like the damn third world as far as black men. That's your problem. It's your environment.
Okay, Edward. Okay.
But I'm saying again, the data shows, the employment data shows, there's not a lot of black men who are working 3 jobs. There's also half of black men aren't even married.
What? Hold on. Okay, Miss J, what Charles was trying to say is that that black men are willing to do that to take care of his family. That's what he's saying.
Okay, first of all, the data is not going to show that black men are working 3 jobs, because they're going to have one job that's on the books and they're going to have like 2 hustles. So what are you talking about? This whole narrative that black men are these shiftless, lazy bums. No, black men will go out here.
Don't even do that.
You say what?
We don't get so
men in general don't in
do what?
This economy. Most men.
Oh wait, Edward, please let her talk.
I'm just saying, in today's economy, most men in general are not working 3 jobs.
Most kids, they can't. It's not that they won't.
So I'm just saying, when you bring up hypotheticals,
hold on.
He wasn't saying that every man does that. He said what he's willing to do.
Well, hold on. Let me ask her something. Where are you at right now?
She's in Alabama.
Poorest state in the country.
No, Edward, knock it off.
Even if we can stay in the country, it don't matter. You're just not doing it.
Hey, where are you at? You're in Alabama. What part of Alabama?
Alabama.
What part? What city?
Alabama.
She's not gonna tell you. So
okay. Well, first of all, okay. So you don't see. Here's the thing. I'm gonna show y'all something real quick, because I'm an expert at having these types of conversations with black women, and this is why I say black women are very intelligent. She knows the point that I'm getting ready to make. And she knows that point is dependent upon which city in Alabama.
I've never said what city I'm in even before I talked to you. I'm not giving out that personal information.
Okay, that's cool. But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
It's not depending on you. I just want
one at a time. One at a time. One at a time. One at a
Here's
time.
the thing. In Alabama, if it's Birmingham, if it's Mobile, if it's any of those areas, because I have family down there and I've been down there many times. No, you're not gonna see black men working 3 jobs in Alabama. You ain't gonna see that. But in other places, like cities like Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, you're gonna see brothers who have multiple jobs. In fact, I can name one brother right now who comes on YouTube all the time, Minister Jap. Minister Jap has 2 jobs and he does YouTube. That's the equivalent of 3 jobs. So yes, black men do have multiple jobs. So what he was saying, what Charles was saying, was a fact. And I'm pretty sure Charles probably got about 2 or 3 jobs over there. The way that brother be dropping donations, he got something going on.
What the hell?
Last round of questions, and we're gonna let the ladies have it.
We're known for having high unemployment.
So, okay, well, we didn't catch the last bit of. Last round of questions for Ms.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this one thing, and then I'm popping off. You have to, in general, and this is with all seriousness, because I try to just lay things as they are. It's not about that I'm trying to be mean. You know, I'm a shorter individual, and you know, I had to have people to say, "You gotta accept you short, motherfucker," and that's just how. So I get it, but you have to accept that you are the causation of your own reality. I can tell you right now, as somebody that's only 5'5", I can easily say black women don't like me because I'm fucking short. So anyway, I'm going to white women or Latin women. I could easily, and I would be technically right, but I understand I'm an uphill battle. But understand that I have had to compensate by offering different things. One thing that women can compensate by, black women in particular, is just by being more feminine. But see, the reality is what we ultimately, the problem is that black women don't think black men are worth it. Black women are told that the black woman is God and the black man is meant to serve her. And they believe that in various degrees within African American culture.
Unfortunately.
So when it comes to losing weight, this is why when we talk about little things, you're acting like I'm telling you to binge. If I say, okay, maybe you need to lose weight. Okay, I'm not going to binge and become anorexic. That's how it processes. That's how you responded to it. It's because anything for a black man is too much. That's why black women have the take me as I am mentality. And black men, like any negotiation, are just choosing to take their talents to South Beach. And just like they're burning circuits.
All right. Any other last questions for statements for Ms. J?
I'll go in if I can. Ms. J is not really going in, but I want to ask her, do you really, without bias, do you find do you admire men at all other than their physical? Do you look at men and say, damn, I really appreciate men? Like in general, I appreciate women. I do. I think women are awesome, especially women that are catering, kind, and nice. I mean, I love women that are about their grind for their family. So, Ms. J, I'm asking you, do you appreciate men in general?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate my brother, my uncle. There's lots of men I appreciate.
Okay, so what qualities in men do you look for in a companion? Somebody that you're going to be physically intimate with?
Someone to get along with, for the most part. Like, I'm not interested in dealing with someone who's, you know, always trying to fuss all the time, who's overly dominant. It gets on my nerves.
Overly dominant?
I got another question. So let's say if you were married, Ms. J, and how important is your sexual gratification? Like, for instance, could you be married and be with a man that you only had sex with twice a year?
I mean, yeah, if we do other things.
Would you call that a healthy relationship?
I mean, not really.
So, okay, how would you describe a healthy relationship?
Get along with somebody. You have the same goals. You're building towards something.
Can you just elaborate on that just a little bit more, please?
Yeah, like you're trying to get a house in a nice neighborhood, or you want to raise your kids a certain way, or you're trying to open a business or running a business or something like that, or just someone you just get along with in general.
So the reason I ask these questions is because so sex is not that important to you in a relationship, correct?
It's not the most important thing, no.
Okay, so and you, I'm assuming, do you have a problem? Like, let's say a man was a leader, would you follow his lead?
If he knew what he was doing, yeah.
So how do you qualify that?
Like, where is he in his life? Does he have good ideas? Does it sound like it makes sense? I mean, like, on this stuff that just sounds like it's just not, it doesn't make any sense.
So I'm asking these questions because first, okay, do you know where you want to go in your life?
I know where I hope to go. I know where I'm trying to go. I don't know if I'm going to end up there.
So where do you want to go?
Hopefully my goal is to live a relatively comfortable life, middle class. It doesn't have to be upper middle class, but middle class. Be able to raise kids in a safe environment, and hopefully retire.
White pick fence and gold watch.
So I ask these questions because from what you're talking about, it shouldn't be hard for you to get a man, because you seem pretty simplistic. Other than I think a problem that a man might have when it comes to you would be a physical situation, because you seem content to not be physical. Like you could go twice a year and be happy. So the average man would never be happy with that situation, I believe. So if there's a reason that you don't have a man, it's something that you have to deal with, because from what you're talking about, it wouldn't be a problem for a man. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, she's got a particular. She said it a couple of hangouts ago. She's got a situation with her mom. That's
I remember that.
Yeah,
I do.
So that's the reason. I think that's probably the biggest reason.
Yeah. So like I'm saying, if she's not getting selected by a man, because if she's going to do what a man wants, because men we don't really want that much. We just want probably love and affectionate women who are supportive and nurturing. So even with, like, a man would take a woman who is taking care of her kids, taking care of her mama. He wouldn't care. Like, that's why you see a lot of women that do have a lot of children or been married more. A lot of times they're being called sluts, getting men, because they know how to be nurturing to a man. I mean, the man will say, okay, I'm gonna take this risk because she knows how to make me feel special. So the reason I say all this, Ms. J, is, do you know how to make a man feel special?
Okay, last question for Ms. J.
That was the question. Do you know how to make a man feel special, Ms. J?
I mean, sure. Give him what he wants. Cook for him. Have a whole bunch of sex with him. Don't talk.
Okay. All right, Anthony. You got a question for Ms. J, and then we're gonna. I think LAR he jumped in, so he must have one. But got a question for Ms. J, Anthony, since she's the object of affection right now.
Not in particular. Not in particular.
Okay, LAR, go ahead.
It's gonna be kind of more so a statement. I just want you to understand that when you're dealing with, like, if you use even top tier men, the women who want quote unquote top tier men, especially if they're black women and they're black men, when they see what it takes to maintain being a top tier guy, they kind of start to resent the guy because it's not that easy. And like when you were speaking about like things are hypotheticals, you could put it in any practical sense. If she wants a guy that's in shape, she's gonna see him going to the gym a lot. If she wants a guy that makes money, she's gonna see him work a lot. If she wants a guy that's I guess ingenuitive, she's gonna see him, thinking about planning a lot of things. But putting in all that effort is gonna start to make her resent him. And a lot of sisters don't realize that when they get what they ask for or what they want, they hate the guy for being that. And when you compare it to non-black dudes, it's just like a commercial. Like, okay, he's not black, he's light, he's white, he's rich, he's this. That just encompasses everything. So that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, ask Trump's ex-wives. Ask Trump's ex-wives; they'll tell you.
I'm saying, but I've never wanted a white dude.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying.
No,
I'm
He said, I think he's making a general statement. He's not making.
Can I say one more thing before I leave?
Okay, one more thing, Bruce.
the only thing that I wanted to say is when CG3 put in the chair and asked her a few questions, he asked her what her goals were. She said that she wanted to be middle class. She said she wanted to be somewhere where she could, raise kids, all of that. What I noticed is that when you start talking about your goals for what you want for yourself, you didn't apply the same standard that you applied when you were talking about black men. When you said that if you want a average black man, you got to try to get the top black man. In case you don't get that, you get what's below. But when you started talking about yourself, you didn't say, well, I'm going to shoot for upper class so that I end up in middle class. And the thing about it is, black women have this unrealistic idea of black men. And a lot of times you don't even realize the dude that you want, you're going to have to build that with him. You can't, like, he's not going to be, it's almost like being one time I put it like this, it's like being a agent, a movie star agent. Black women, for the most part, they want to meet a Denzel. They want to sign Denzel at his height of his career so that they can guarantee that they're going to get a return.
Mm-hmm.
But white women, the reason why a lot of brothers are going towards them is because they're willing to take Denzel before Mo Better Blues and build him into Denzel. That's the difference. You see what I'm saying? So it's a matter of, what it boils down to is whatever you want out of life, you're going to have to work for it. I don't give a shit what it is.
And you're going to have to take a chance.
And you're going to have to, you're definitely going to have to take a chance.
Everybody
Definitely
have
to make a risk.
take a chance. You have to take a risk.
I've taken.
But y'all acting like black women don't, like black women only get with upper tier black men. The vast majority of us don't.
Yeah, because in upper tiers are not available, but they don't get them and they complain about them.
Yeah, black women won't get, they won't get an upper tier black man, but what they'll do is the dude that they get, they make him feel like shit because he is an upper tier. And that's not cool. That's counterproductive. And that's all I wanted to say. I'm out. Mic drop.
All right. All right. All right, fellas, last round of questions. If you want to get in, now's the time to get in, and we're going to go on to other things because I think I think Miss J's she's been a sport. She's been in the chair long enough. So we're going to go to other topics. Anybody else got any other topics?
Hey, can you hear me, BGS?
Yes, I can.
Good evening or morning or afternoon, wherever you all are. Hello, my name is Patrick. I have a question just for any of the women that are on the hangout right now. If any of them have children or if they're married?
I don't.
I don't either.
Okay. And so no marriage, no children. And I guess the reason I'm asking is because I feel like it would be a cool thing in these sorts of hangouts to get perspectives from women who have children or women who are married. Has that happened before on these hangouts?
I miss Val's voice. She's married to a Chinese man, and she's Puerto Rican, and she has a child. So I don't think Char is married or has any children. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think she does. I think she's asleep anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess the reason I bring this stuff up is I listen to a lot of these videos and I listen to other talking heads on YouTube, And some of the content's interesting, entertaining, right? But what I really wonder is how people get so caught up in these narratives and stuff that are coming out about black women this or black men that or white men this, white men that, when like Ms. J just said that she doesn't have that she's not really interested in being in a relationship at the moment, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so why are you even inserting yourself in this sort of dialogue? That's what I don't understand. Not you specifically, but a lot of people online, I feel like, are inserting themselves in this dialogue that they don't really even need to. Like,
because it's emotional and people have something to say. So you have an opinion on it one way or the other, and people, and it's a hot topic and it's emotional. People are interested in giving their point of view, how they feel.
Yeah. I respect that, because I got to be honest, I don't know much about how the data breaks down, the census and the statistics and whatnot. I just know from my own experience as only child growing up in California, is a different. I guess it's everybody's got their thing, but like I didn't grow up around a lot of black women or a lot of black girls, a lot of black people in general. So it's when I hear people talk about, oh, well, black men choosing black women or how they should choose black women specifically or exclusively. Like for me, it was an issue of proximity. I've heard you say that before.
Yeah.
BGS.
Yeah, because you're Southern Cali.
Yeah. Riverside.
Oh yeah. Marina Valley or thereabouts.
Off of I'm right off of University, like right between the college and downtown.
Oh, okay. You're in Riverside. Period. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I work in Corona. That's the thing. Like I live alone. I have my own apartment, my own car. I have a full-time job with benefits and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
But I know at the end of the day, I have to go out of my way to find a woman and to court her and all of that other stuff. And for me, it's all I can do to just keep my shit together.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a matter of density with you because it's kind of thin out there. You come into it's a little more thin out there. Yeah, because you're out there in Crystal Kerosene territory.
I guess the point I'm making is I feel like people like me, we fall through the cracks, or we just not recognized readily, because obviously we're not out there like all these celebrities and stuff like that. And if we're not voicing our opinions and putting our experiences out there, then who's going to know about us, right?
Roger Spice, as far as the matter of government not allowing another black community, we will have to talk about that tomorrow on the Ibmore channel. So table that and bring it up tomorrow. But but I think it's a matter of connected. Because are you looking exclusively for a black woman?
No, just looking for a young lady that's got her head on right.
Well, that's that part's going to be a little difficult, especially you millennials, especially yeah, because I keep hearing that gender roles aren't important and fluidity is more important and stuff like that. But the thing is, there not being roles or standards makes it harder for people to find each other and not easier.
Very true. Some part of me feels like, oh, maybe I should just be going to church and stuff like, and oh, maybe I'll find someone there and whatever. But another part of me sort of just sees it as like, why am I even worried about it right now?
Do you approach women, Patrick?
I'm sorry, sir. Say again.
Do you approach women?
Do I approach women? Yeah, occasionally. Every now and then.
Are you campaigning? In other words.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
You campaign. So in other words, when we say campaigning, that means you approach at least 3 a day. Or you campaigning?
Oh, 3 a day.
Yeah.
I'm not at that level.
Okay, you're not campaigning, but if occasionally you approach it. Okay, just this is not a female. This is a female hang-up.
I'm sorry.
Real quick. No, real quick. if on a weekly basis, how many women do you approach?
Maybe 2.
Oh,
I
okay.
work nights, so I don't have that kind of time. You know, I work from like 4:30 to like 2 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the only women I really interact with are women I work with. Most of them are married or.
And you're out in the suburbs and during the daytime, especially.
Yeah, I live in like Little Mexico over here, man.
Yeah, but basically because you're in the suburbs, so you meeting single women, it'll be kind of thin.
Nope, ain't no single women out here.
Yeah, so basically,
maybe at the college, maybe at the university if I went out there, but I
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
I'm not, well, really, I'm not. I just got to put it. I'm not asking for pickup advice or anything like that. I'm saying what I'm saying is that I've going through the whole red pill rage phase and all this other stuff. I think it's a real thing. And
it is.
Realizing that this is it. You know, I'm 28 and I just gotta live my life and grind and do my best. And I don't know. I guess I'm not completely sold on the idea of romantic love or anything. Just what I've observed with my family and all the dysfunction around me. So when I hear people talk about it, when I hear people talk about it like black men should be this or black women should be that, I'm like, man, we're all just trying to.
Can I interject something real quick?
Go ahead, Eliar.
I mean, I get what you're saying, bro, but you might not have approached enough of women to have red pill rage.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Like,
you're probably right.
Like, if you put yourself out there and I get by your schedule, you probably can't. You can't maximize your rage and minimize your effort. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So don't jump into that just yet. Like, campaign a little bit more.
Right.
Well, I'm saying
don't give up.
If you're happy with your life as is and you're content with your life as is, then it's fine. If you actually evidently you're MGTOW. So if you want a woman in your life and that's what you want, then you got to campaign a little harder, especially where you're at, because you're out there in the burbs and Riverside is not highly populated. And you're working a funny schedule on top of that. So the chance of you really connecting is going to be a little bit more difficult. So, so I'm saying is if you're happy with if you're happy with where you are, that's fine. But if you actually want a family or whatever, I don't know really what you want, or you want a shot at it, like I say, campaign a little harder.
Right on.
BJS,
yes, sir.
My bad. I had to come back on because I noticed something in the chat room. I had to clarify because I know I'm gonna catch backlash for it.
Okay, go ahead.
To all the brothers that's in here listening, that's from Alabama, that's in Alabama, I'm not saying that y'all are lazy brothers. What I was merely stating was the fact that on average, brothers that are down in like Birmingham, Mobile, they don't have to have 3 jobs because the cost of living is low.
It's low. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was saying. It's not like I'm saying y'all brothers ain't shit. Okay. Man, I'm really out. Peace
All right.
out.
All right.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
I know you deal with data.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that sometimes when people deal with data and watching, because Ms. J was talking about data too,
mm-hmm.
people seem to leave out the trends, and everybody's like living in the data like with hindsight. Are people paying attention to the trends as they're going? Because everything has a cycle.
Yeah, I do, but I look at projections because that's, when you look at charts, you got to look at projections, and you can't just go by data alone. You have to see what the data means. A lot of people just look at the data and don't read the reason behind the data. Because you look at a chart, and a chart will give you an indicator. It's all it is an indicator. You have to read, okay, why is the data the way it is? You have to say, okay, in other words, you look at the numbers and kind of say, okay, this is significant. So why are people doing what they're doing? And you have to kind of go in a little deeper.
Is there a way to get the women to understand that if you don't do it like together, that what's going to wind up happening is what the guys are talking about today, when the data shows it 5 years from now, you realize you're 5 years behind now?
I think you know, I think that most people take data on faith and don't realize that it's just number. In fact, I think I did that with I think it was Jacqueline. She found some data, and then we found the study, and then we started reading the study and said, okay, there's actually more to it behind the numbers if you actually read it. And most people don't combine most people don't read enough. Let's put it that way. They'll look at a chart, they'll see the numbers, they'll see a report, and they'll leave it at that. And they don't understand why the numbers are the way they are, or why they don't look at historical data and see where they've come from. They look at a snapshot and say, okay, this is what it says. But they don't look at it like 40, 50 years ago to see where it's come from and see the change over time, which will tell you a heck of a lot more than the snapshot that you see. And a lot of people don't do that. I do that, but a lot of people don't. And I think a lot of you know, because me having the what they kind of say, the cachet of being around this long, right, and seeing the change over time, and I think it's an experiment that's kind of gone awry, where they actually tried to re-socialize men and women to take opposite roles, and I think a lot of millennials especially are exhausted because it's not you know, marriage and relationships and family after 100,000 years is supposed to be fairly simple and easy. Like when I came up, okay, you get together, you know, it's a struggle to, as long as you can work and feed your kids, for the most part, the rest of the stuff was fairly easy. You know, there's relationship problems in all things, but it was fairly easy. It's easy to get together, easy to get married, easy to have kids, easy to have a family, on and on and on. But I think it's so difficult for millennials, especially. It's so difficult because the expectations of each other are so rigid and so extreme. I think is that they don't even know what they're looking for anymore. In other words, they look at all these requirements. Okay, he's got to have this. He's got to have this. She's got to have this. She's got to have that. On and on and on and on. And what I won't do. Okay, I'm not gonna let him take advantage of me as far as sex, or I'm not gonna cook for him. I'm not gonna be a slave. Whatever it is, right? What I'm not gonna be, and then they get lost. They get lost. It makes the relationship so difficult that they never get together. It never happens because they make it too hard.
That's what, like, ironically, I agree with you, and I'm like on the opposite side of that. I don't think it's that difficult. I actually think it's like paralysis of analysis or effort. Because being raised by my grandparents, having a work ethic or putting forth effort was a real minor thing because everybody had to get up and go. I think, you know, not just millennials, but, you know, Generation X and whatever is after that. All this technology has really made people lazy and overpriced what they think their work is. Because I see that all the time. People, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. So even if a person tells you they want a guarantee and they can see the guarantees, they're still getting off a maybe. And it's to get somebody to actually put forth an effort that's becoming a problem.
Yeah, because my mother, God bless her soul, she's almost 80 years old. She counsels my daughter because she loves her great grandson so much. She counsels my daughter constantly about how you build a relationship, how you get married, what do you need to do for men, all this old wisdom. And my daughter's having none of it because she doesn't want to do that. But what she's doing is not working for her. But she doesn't believe that because my mother's telling her, and my mother's been, you know, she's been married 58 years, right? She's been married 58 years. So she knows, you know, if anybody knows how, like I said, my father wasn't the easiest person to get along with. So if anybody knows how to keep a marriage going, what you need to do to keep a marriage going. She does. My aunt, my same thing with my aunt. They're telling her the same thing over and over and over again. And the thing is, it's not what's possible, is what I won't do, what I won't accept, what I won't
I used to have that conversation with my female friends. You can't have a relationship with an effortless mindset. Like, it's not just, you're not gonna meet somebody and it's all just gonna flow and nothing has to be done. I was like, that is not gonna work.
It's not gonna work. Yep.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you, but that's what I'm noticing, and I think there's, like I said, I keep bringing up the grapevine, and I look at what they're talking about, and I said, you hear the unrealistic expectations, and that's why I also put that in with I think my last review of Insecure, about that magical, that magic girl, that black girl magic, that magical thinking. Okay. A lot of people, a lot of people in a different generation, they tended to undervalue their effort a little bit, not completely, but they undervalue themselves a little bit. Whereas the millennials and above, the Gen X and above, they tend to overvalue themselves. Okay, I think I look in the mirror and I might be a 4 to some people, but I'm a 6 or 7 or 8. Okay, and that's not reality. And the thing is, even though it doesn't work out for them, they keep banging their heads. Okay, I have to. I should be able to attract this man. I should be able to have this life. I should. And they keep saying I should, and they keep failing, and they don't sit down and reassess themselves and look at reality.
That's even when I used to watch The Grapevine, but it looks crazy now when I look at it, because it looks like a bunch of magical thinking females and a bunch of either homosexual or halfway homosexual guys trying to talk about manhood. It's like, y'all talking to the wrong guys anyways. But when I go out, I crack up about that same thing. I see people who actually, they concentrate on minuscule things as if they're maximum. Like, look at the way I'm walking. Look at the way I look in my shades. I'm like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, that has no value. But most people don't. That's why I say most people resent other people when they find out that actually hard work and effort pays off.
Yeah. Now, like I said, I keep bringing up my son. He's 31, and it's like playing at the Drew League. Even though you're playing with these guys, playing at the Drew League, and doesn't mean that you're going to get an NBA contract. So yeah, you may have crossed over the dude that's playing for the Lakers or playing for the Clippers or whatnot, or you may cross over and dunked on him or something like that. But the thing is, you're not doing the things that got that guy into the league, because he's playing the Drew League on a pickup game, but you're not in the gym with him at 5 o'clock in the morning shooting hoops or lifting weights like you have to be. And they think just because I'm doing flash on the court, that's going to get me where I need to go, and it's not true. I think that's what's missing. I think we've lost that, like you're saying, we're lost that work ethic, where you actually, I don't, like say, you might not like cooking or cleaning or whatever it is, but I'm saying is, for a wife, that's required. You got to have it. And if you don't have it, then you're not gonna be, it's gonna be very difficult for you to be a wife. Even if you don't do it, you gotta know how to do it. You gotta have it. Just like, you can get married as a man, especially a black man, and not have a work ethic. Okay, but the thing is, if you don't have a work ethic, it's gonna be very difficult to get married, because it's gonna be hard to attract a mate if you don't have some kind of work ethic and some kind of backbone. It's gonna be difficult.
And I tell that to the women I date, or dated now, or dated in the past. I live in the South. I was actually born in the South. I was born in New Orleans. So if I meet a woman, especially a black woman, who can't cook, that's a double negative. And I tell the women all the time, if I cook better than you and I could cook, you got a problem. Because if if I know I can't eat your cooking because it sucks, and I'm the one that has to cook because I'm better than you, then I'm writing you off. But the lady's like, well, I could do other things. No, and normally how that plays out is they can't do those other things better than me. And it's crazy because I'm like, what are you capable? What are you good at doing? And unfortunately, there are a lot of sisters out here who think being good at sex pays is payment for everything.
For everything, yeah. And unfortunately, and that's what I was saying in one of my courting videos. In fact, that the thing about, you know, the video I put up about Tasha, okay, regardless of what you think about it, she might be a basic chick, she might be a chase hoe, whatever you think about it, she might be low class, whatever thing. I said she was doing it the right way. That is the way a woman courts a man. In fact, I had MGTOWs. In fact, MGTOW Universe, who's a firm MGTOW, he said if he was 25, he'd have fallen. It doesn't matter what kind of wife she's going to be. The thing is, she courted that man the right way. She demonstrated her skills as a wife, and that was attractive to that man. So, in other words, if you want to be in a sexual marketplace, okay, in other words, if you eliminate, if women are dating, if you have to assess yourself, if I eliminated sex. If I just eliminated sex and I was a virgin and he wasn't going to get sex until we were married, what other talents can I bring to the table that's attractive to a man, not what's attractive to my girlfriends? Because I'm not marrying my girlfriends. Like if I'm a man and I'm trying to get a woman, I'm not trying to figure out what's attractive to my dudes. It's got to be the jokes I tell my guys is funny to them, but I'm not trying to date my male friends. I'm trying to date her. So I have to worry about what's attractive to her. What kind of husband or man am I going to prove to be to her, even non-sexually? I got to prove that I have a work ethic. I had to prove to her that I'm stable. I had to prove to her that I am good with money. I'm not flamboyant when I'm going to just throw it away. We're going to be broke. I got to prove to her that I can not only take care of myself, but eventually take care of a family. I got to prove all that to her. And if you hear women talk, that's what they want to know. If I am pregnant and I have kids, will he be able to take care of me? I have to prove that to her as a husband. So it's not when women think, okay, why should I prove all that to a man and blah, blah, blah? Because he has to prove that his worth to you, non-sexually, and vice versa.
I like Tasha. I don't know. He's stupid for that one. But the crazy part is, are the women grasping that you have to be Tasha and not like settle for being Tasha when being you doesn't work? And you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. In other words, if you have to embrace the role that you want to be, it's like Heath Ledger when he played the Joker. Okay, he wanted the Joker. He wanted to be the Joker. He had to embrace it, and it came out on the screen. And
right.
if you what you want to be is a wife, if you just want to be a jump off or girlfriend or whatever, then none of that applies. Okay, that's a different thing. But women want to know. How can you build a relationship without sex? And the way you build a relationship without sex is you have to do other things well. You got to do other things well.
I want to jump in because you're saying so much truth, both of you. That's what I try to explain to ladies. What qualities, if you want to be a wife, what can you do? What do you offer that will make a man accept you outside of sex? What do you offer that will say, man, this is a great person to have in my life? You are so great that I would be happy to be with you if there was no sex. And most ladies, I don't think they understand that.
Well, because it's I remember when it happened. It's about maybe 15 or 20 years ago when that idea started to fluctuate. That okay, instead of going through all this other stuff like cooking and cleaning and whatever other stuff that women did for men. I'm just gonna give him what he wants. All he wants is sex. And if I give him sex, then I don't have to do nothing else. And I'll make myself look pretty. I make myself look sexy. He'll take me on 3 or 4 dates, and then I'll give him some sex, and I'll have my boyfriend. But the thing is, it ruined relationships because you don't build a relationship through sex.
I have asked so many ladies just in general, what's your favorite meal? What do you cook? What are you good at? And they'd be like, oh, I'm great at making lasagna or tacos or whatever. I'd be like, yo, make me some. Whenever time you make some, give me a little bit. And every woman who gives me some, like a little bit, I know they have great quality because it wasn't a burden to her. She was like, yeah, I made some. I made you a little bit. Here, try it. That is like a shining light to me. And
every long-term relationship, man. If it wasn't the first date or it might have been the second date, they always insisted on cooking for me. It wasn't that they were trying to spoil me. They were demonstrating. They were always demonstrating. Even my girlfriend, she was 6. She couldn't even cook, right? But she's 16. She's just learning. She tried. She's trying to bake me some brownies. But she was attempting. She was attempting. She was attempting to court me. This yeah.
That's why Netflix and chill became such a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if that means it's that bad, well, all you can do is come over and watch a movie and have sex.
Yeah.
Because even if he comes over your house, you have nothing else to offer other than sexual company.
Yeah.
Like, if you go over, most ladies that say, I don't want a guy coming over my house. There's a, safety risk. But at the same time, even if you wind up going over to their place, they never prepared anything at the place for you to be there.
Mm-hmm.
So, whether they know it or not, they put it out there that all this is, sex.
Yeah.
You didn't clean the house, or you might have cleaned the house, but you didn't cook anything. You didn't lay anything out. You didn't create a type of environment that says you want anything more than just sexual companionship. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember my son when he was, I remember he used to go through them, okay, because he's a ball player. He used to go through them, right? But the woman he chose to marry, the one he chose to marry, the one he chose to procreate with, she was a Tasha, okay. She demonstrated that she encouraged him. She pushed, she encouraged him. She was interested in what he did. She interested in his well-being. She interested in his family, all that stuff, right? And that's the one he chose to marry. Out of all I can't even count them. Okay, women that he went through. What I'm not saying, women can do what they want. In fact, the courting video was for Charles because he requested it. It wasn't as a slap toward women or a slap toward anything like that. He requested a courting video. So, and I decided not only to say what I thought, but demonstrated this is the process. And a lot of women take the personality of Tasha and they ignore. That's not what I'm trying to show. I'm trying to show this is how you court a man and get him interested in you non-sexually.
You know what? I just thought about that when you said that. I've had those experiences where I've been with a woman and other females will be like, why are you with her?
Yeah.
Because she was more like Tasha.
Yeah.
But they're looking at just straight up looks and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, did she have to be a dime? No, she doesn't. But if she was attractive and she was like Tasha, that was good. That was cool.
She's cute enough.
Right. You take a loyal 7 over a lazy dime any day.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think the women were equating that this girl actually has those qualities.
Mm-hmm.
They were just looking at straight superficial looks, and that's it.
Yeah, and even though she wasn't as educated, she did use the King's English as well as he did. She wasn't in that circle. He accepted her because of her non-sexual qualities. Because he could have had sex with a whole bunch of women, and he didn't go for it because of sex. He went for it because of her non-sexual qualities. And a lot of women push their sexual qualities first instead of developing, and I think that's a shame. Men the same way, because if you've gone through my channel, I tell men that all the time. I say, value your non-sexual qualities and develop them, because they have a worth. And I tell women the same thing. If you really want to catch a man, and you want to do it non-sexually, you have to develop your non-sexual qualities. You got to be pleasant. You can't have a resting bitch face. You got to be interested in him. In other words, that they are the target that you're shooting for. You got to know where it is. So say, I'm not interested in what guys talk about. You better, if you don't, unless you want to lay on your back, you better get interested. Because most guys say, 90% of millennials say that if other than being in the bed and having sex, they're not interested in talking to women. I'm saying that's a shame. They should be. Women have lost that art of conversation. They just have. They lost the art of entertaining a man, because they want to be entertained. Man has to be funny. He has to look good. He has to spend money. He has to do all this stuff to get a woman. In other words, sit back and entertain me until I open my legs. Which, if all you're trying to do is be entertained and have sex, and the sex is his reward, that's good. But if not, then you have to figure out another way of doing things. I'm just saying.
No, that's how that's how the women wind up competing for the same man, because a lot of times that's what winds up happening is, which she won't do, another woman will, or at least she will assume that another woman will if you with another woman.
Yeah, so you have to do a whole lot of sexual tricks.
Yeah, so
to keep him entertained.
Right, but if a guy's talking to a female and then she's not feeling him, if she sees him talking to another woman, that's when she's feeling him. The effort doesn't come into play until she sees that, wait, he can get better. Because if he gets a woman that she feels is beneath her, it's not gonna happen. But if he gets somebody that she sees as higher than her or on her same level, then she's gonna compete. She's not necessarily she's competing with the woman and not necessarily for the man.
Yeah. Yeah, because men, regardless of what they say or how tough they are or how masculine they are, they want to be nurtured. And that's how come they want. That's feminine companionship they want. If you look at what Tasha did, she nurtured Lawrence. That's the nurturing spirit that he's looking for, because his girlfriend wasn't giving it to him. So she nurtured him. She lifted him. That's nurture. That's the nurturing spirit that men like. If you develop that nurturing spirit, that nurturing attitude, and you incorporate, not only will you nurture yourself, which helps, your femininity will come out, and men of quality will gravitate to you. You have to beat them off.
I had a question, BGS.
Yes, go ahead.
Right. Okay, right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. So, do you date at this time? Do you date?
No. I never really ever was allowed to, but my parents like, you can date now. Yeah.
Okay, so I got a question. Do a lot of, because I'm assuming you're attractive. So do a lot of men approach you?
Not really. Because I'm pretty shy, so I don't know. Maybe I turn them off or something. I don't know.
Well, okay. No, what it is you're not, for a man to approach you, unless he's aggressive and he wants to go to jail, you have to give him some kind of indicator that you're open to be approached.
Yeah.
And since you've probably been taught the opposite because your family doesn't want you to be approached. Okay, so they taught you not to, or how not to, like look down, not lift your eyes, not look a guy in the eyes, and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, partly, and then but the females are more like, you have to be, prim and proper and stuff. So,
So in other words, I'm trying to think of. There's certain movies that I think it's the Bollywood movies and the Indian women. For you, they'll be great because they coach that the glance that lets a man know that you can be approached because they do it in a non-sexual way. So look at the Bollywood movies. You ever see the woman, how she kind of with a little half smile, she looks at him and her eyes are kind of like smiling, and yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's, for your culture, that's probably how you should do it. I'm saying you have to let a man know it's safe to talk to you because men don't like men. Contrary to popular belief, men don't like to be rejected. They kind of like to have a hint that it's open. She's open to at least say hello to me. Go ahead, Charles.
Right. So, for the men that have approached you, have you ever had one that you gave the time to talk to you?
All of them. I speak to them because I know rejection is hard, so I'm not going to be an asshole about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we just speak.
So
to see if there's any. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, because you continue. Then I'll ask a question when you finish.
Oh yeah, I just see if we have a vibe, like the conversation and stuff.
Okay, so my question is, so you go by the feeling thing. So whatever you talk about, if you like the conversation, then you let it proceed, correct?
Yeah.
So can I ask you? This is personal, but it's not really personal. But when it comes to like dating a man, what qualities do you look for in a man?
Mine are pretty simple. So I would say, what is it? I would have to say, I have to think about it for a second, but okay, I think it's caring. What else is it? Intelligent, open-minded, non-materialistic, and probably kind. I think that's about it.
Non-materialistic. Different culture.
You know what? I was about to say that because I haven't heard a woman say anything that wasn't physical in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, how long do you think, just in conversation with a man, can you get a good vibe of what type of person he is? How long? I mean, I'm not trying to put a time limit on it, but do you think, like, in the first 5-10 minutes, you kind of can sense this type of guy that I like?
Not really for me, because I think for me it develops slow, kind of thing, like a couple of days, maybe a couple of hours, maybe.
So in other words, he has to be in your proximity, in your environment where you see him over time.
Yeah, exactly. The attitude. If they have a good attitude, that grows on me, kind of thing.
And so, in other words, somebody like her will more like gravitate to somebody that grows on her. So in other words, if somebody in her circle or neighborhood or something that she sees on a regular basis, so she can get a good sense of him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be hard for a man on the street just to approach you and say, "Hey, you're beautiful. How you doing?" I mean, not saying that you wouldn't be.
Unless he could carry a thunderbolt with him and she gets hit by the thunderbolt. That does happen. I missed the thunderbolt, man. I ain't been hit by a thunderbolt. I'm too old now. It'd probably kill me.